Hello, undesirables. Hello, out there, my faithful listeners and audience out there. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? This is your chief host of the Voice of the Kola Nation radio show, the one and only Kola Nation, and your one and only host of Kola Genesis. Okay, as you know, Kola means family, it means group, it means tribe, it means people, it means togetherness, it means circle, it means bond. The collagenesis is the beginning of that circular bond that we call a nation. That's what the Kala nation is. Now, since I just happen to be born inside the African American nation, then the Kala nation is technically the African American nation because I came and was born and given to the African American people. So I am a part of the African American experience, the African story in America. And so therefore I could have been the college genesis could have been born in China and I would be a Chinese thing. You understand how where I'm going with this? In other words, God put me here on this earth for a reason, I am the college genesis. I am the basically one bringing the life force, the Kala. That's the life force, the bond. This bond is going to make us one with the universe, make us one people, one God, one aim, one destiny, and whatnot. That's what the Kala is all about, and I'm the Kala Genesis, the one that's going to begin this. So the bottom line, not to toot my own horn, think I'm some messianic leader or whatnot, which I don't like. But I said I ignored my destiny one time before. In the words of Thanos, I cannot do that again. This is my destiny. This is why I was put on this earth for, and everything. So, in my little strange way, if I between my blogging, writing books, whatever, and publishing books, and doing this show, doing my radio show, doing this show, in my small way, I'm reaching people and everything. Hopefully, I reach a bigger audience and this channel grows and everything. Because I really do believe the Collar Nation is something that could save Black America, save our community and everything like that. I said when I first started on social media back in 2007, I said only a Collar Nation is going to survive. And more and more and more, no matter despite who comes along, whether it's Umar Johnson, Tariq, whether it's the Million Man March, Farrakhan, Irritated Genie, all these people have flopped, but the College Genesis still is here. The College Genesis is eternal. He's going to be here forever. Long after I'm gone, the spirit of College Genesis will rise in somebody else after me, because this is destiny. Us being a people, being a nation is destiny. So you can fight it all you want. God ordained us to be a nation of our own in righteousness and peace and thing. Because one day we're not going to have all the suffering and stuff like that we're talking about right now. One day we will have a land of our own and we will build a nation. We'll be a great nation. We'll be a righteous nation, So with that, let me tell you something, folks. Like, share, and subscribe this show. I would suggest right now, if you got Twitter, please put this. First of all, subscribe to the channel, and second of all, like this video as you come into the chat room, and then second, go on Twitter, go on Facebook, and share this show with whoever you want to share to. Invite a friend and everything, because as you know, this show gets heated, and there's not a dull moment in Colorland, right? And when you have topics like this topic tonight, ADOS FBA versus the African American nation, what is our identity? Things are going to get hot. It's going to get heated tonight. There's going to be dynamic discussion. So stop what you're doing and go get yourself some popcorn. Go get yourself some pretzels. Go get yourself some beer. Go get yourself a hot dog. I hope you order that pizza and everything like that. Sit back, pull up a chair, and tune into the Collar Nation, because this is where it's at. Be here or be nowhere. I mean, where else are you going to be right here on a Sunday night? What are you going to watch? I mean, I think football's over right now, Forget the football game. What's more important, this or some football game? Some of you people with your sports and whatnot, take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. I'm just a moron, schmuck, and an idiot. I don't know whatever the hell's going on. The same games are played every day after day, and everybody has a winner, and who's going to be the winner today? But it all goes to, as the fact of the matter is, we're watching the same thing, And bottom line is this: we end the song by saying that take me out to the ball game, take me out to the crowd. I'm just a lost idiot moron. I don't know whether I'll have a good. I don't know. So my bad singing. But the bottom line is, you know where I'm coming from, right? Stop being a moron, right? At a certain age and whatnot, turn off the damn sports. Turn off the sports. Turn off the friggin' the basketball game and everything. How many times you gonna watch your grown men half naked running up and down the court? Do you really care about football all that much or not? Is it really that important? Let me pour it. It's going to be the Chiefs or the New England or Dallas is going to the Super Bowl. So that just saved you a lot of time. So turn the damn TV off. Tune into the Kola Nation Radio Show. Let's talk about nation building. Let's talk about that revolution. Let's talk about nation. Let's talk about that nation building life. I'm about that nationalist life. That black nationalist life. Let's talk about this black nationalist shit. Let's talk about this real stuff right there. Real black men talking real stuff and everything. So, but I was on Dynasty Show today, man. I had a good time on Dynasty Show. It was a good topic. He had a Mexican guest, and we had Willie Willie Fungus in the chat room talking about why we listen to other. Look, the bottom line is Willie Fungus, you Nigerian piece of garbage, right? To me, as far as I'm concerned, right, I'll listen to a Mexican just like I'll listen to an African or Nigerian. You're the same to me. You're not African American. So anybody that's not African American, as far as I'm concerned, you might as well be white, Mexican, whatever like that. It's time to basically buckle down. And I'm sick of this. People thinking just because they're black, they're going to come in here and tell us who not to talk to. Now, these people, same people like Willie Fungus and Nigerians, they'll have relationships with Europeans, Chinese, some of everything. But when it comes to black America, they want us to be this angry, sitting in a corner, hoping for some stupid idea called Pan-Africanism, which the only friends in the world we have is these dusty-ass Africans who don't want to give us land, who don't want to give us anything in Africa, who all they want to do is take our women, take our money, and take everything else and everything, and cosplay us and hate on us every 2 seconds. That's the only friends we're supposed to have, Not saying that's all Africans, but the bottom line is, look, I'm getting sick and tired of it, The bottom line is this: Dinah was supposed to have a Mexican guy on his show, and this guy was dropping jewels. Yes, we're expanding. What's going on, Al Tolliver? What's going on? This guy was dropping jewels. He was saying everything that should have been said and whatnot. And the bottom line is, I like to see Dinah and these platforms like they invite other guests on the show too. I wouldn't mind having a Mexican guy on this show telling me his perspective. I don't care who you are. Everyone's invited to talk to us. Black America is open for business. We're open to discuss anything with anybody. We're not going to be pigeonholed to just black people, Africans. No, we're going beyond that. We're going to be people. We're going to be if people talk about globalism. Yeah, we're going to become a global people. When are we going to start having discussions with Russians? When are we going to start having discussions with Chinese, Indonesians, Taiwanese, and everything like that? Why is the only people that we're seeing that people think we could talk to is Caribbeans and Africans? Where has that gotten us? No place. So yeah, it is time to start talking to other groups of people, see how their perspectives. Because I wanted to know, why did the Hispanics go for Trump and whatnot? And he broke it down. I was like, everything I suspected was true. But tonight's topic is an interesting one. I hope we have something like, what do you call yourself? ADOS, FBA, or are you African American? And people will say, well, African American, the term was created by Jesse Jackson. No, it wasn't. The term African American goes all the way back to the 1700s. And I'm going to show an article from the Pittsburgh Courier, and where this guy wrote an article called I Am an African American. In other words, back in those times, in the 1600s and the 1700s, black people, it was very clear we were the Africans in America. We had churches, and everything was always called the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Missionary Baptist Church, the African Zion Church, the African this church, the African that church. Everything that we dealt with was the fact that we had allegiance and a connection with our mother continent, because we came from all different parts of Africa. But one thing, we were Africans. This idea that we're just foundational Black America. When the hell did we become foundational Black Americans? That term right there is an abomination. In other words, basically, you think we just sprouted out of the ground from America and just Adolf, descendant of slavery? No, we're just not just descendant of slavery, American descendant of slavery. How are we it is like I said. So the bottom line is the term African American really describes us. We're the African story in America. When people say, well, does America have an African story? Yes. It was the African story in America is a story of tragedy and triumph. And these people that wear that title, the African Americans, are us. People are now basically trying to make it seem like, the people who should be called African Americans are African born people. No, the people who basically, if it was not for the African American, there would be no America. Without the African American slave history and whatnot, America would have never been born. So yes, we are the African, the African story in America. So when you try to take out African identity, you are an abomination. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't want nothing to do with you. Stay away from me. When not, and I'll throw you out of my freaking chat room. I'm tired of race traders. I'm done with them. So therefore, yes, I was on FBA bandwagon. I saw, let's see what he said. He said I saw a lot of talk. The only action was a transfer of currency. It wasn't for me. The ADOS FBA movement, although what the problem is, I'll say this: they have a lot of good, legitimate points. What they said. But the bottom line, it comes at a price, right? It comes at a price where people use that as an excuse to self-hate, to hate their African bloodline. That's deep in Black America. We're made to hate ourselves. We're made to hate our hair, our skin, everything that's about us that links us to Africa. So therefore, if you could call yourselves an ADOS FBA or not, then basically you're divorcing yourself from your African roots and your African heritage. That is right there is a sin against God. God, if you were born in Africa, that's what God made you. So the bottom line is, I am leading a real campaign against this ADOS FBA identity. I want us to return back to being African American, not Black American. We're not Americans painted black. We're Africans in America. It's a keep Africa out of your mouth, dude. Lewis. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. If you don't come up here and explain yourself, I'm banning you. Keep Africa. Look, the bottom line is this, and this is what I'm talking about. These dirty, dusty Africans, right? We don't have to like Africa, but we are the African story in America. Doesn't matter what our relationship with Africa now. We don't have to kick your freaking ass, So the bottom line, and we don't have to love you either. That's another thing I'm gonna tell African Americans. We are a nation. 50 million of us are a nation. We don't have to love these people from Africa. They obviously, what Lewis just said, they don't love us. So we don't owe Africa anything, and we don't owe you anything, Lewis. But we are basically say that's our heritage. We don't want nothing to do with Africa, really, to tell you the truth. You keep your land, keep your oil, keep your diamonds. We don't care about that. But that is our identity. That's what it's not even about. It's not a choice. That's just what we are. No, we're not gonna let people take our identity away from us. And you guys think that you're gonna rule over us by saying who's African. You don't get to say that. You don't get to tell me how I identify or what. You can't change history. Fact of the matter is, our ancestors came here between the 1600s and the 1800s. That's the truth. So we didn't come from the islands. We didn't come from South America. We didn't come from China. We didn't come from Europe. Our ancestors, our bloodline comes from Africa. So we are the African Americans, so the bottom line, that's our identity. And we are the African American nation, They say, well, how can you be African American? Just like you have Scott Irish. The Scott Irish are Scottish people for 700 years. They lived in Ireland, right? Who kept their Scottish culture and identity, but they lived in Ireland. So they have a few Irish ways and everything like that, but they're Scottish. But when you live in a different land, you sort of evolve and change a little bit by living in a different environment. So we're Africans that live in an American environment. That's why our language is different. That's why we don't speak Schnagalagalaga and all this stuff like this. So but there's still a lot of retention in our culture, even the way we talk. People say, I'm finna do this or whatnot. There's a lot of stuff that derives from African language and everything in our English. So people call it Black English when I know it's actually African dialect that we use English words in. It's not people talking ignorant. It's just basically, I had to realize that, because I always thought, You got to talk proper and whatnot. What is proper? The only people can understand. You go to the Gullah Geechee area in the South and everything, in the deep South. And sometimes if you don't listen closely, you can't understand what they say. But I thought it was kind of funny, right? I saw this documentary one time, right? And these two old black men, I think it was like in Louisiana one night, and they were talking, right? And I said, I don't know if this is white people taking shots or coming off. Back in the days, we call it coming off. You're trying to clown or joke, whatever like that. But they had like, remember the movie Airplane, where they had the words underneath and whatnot, words underneath. But this was a documentary. These guys were on the lake fishing and whatnot. I understood what they were saying, but they had the words in subtitle underneath and whatnot. I was like, man, y'all trying to be funny, I was like, whoever did this documentary is trying to be funny. You're trying to clown. You're trying to clown these guys and whatnot, You understood what they were saying. You listen closely and whatnot. But yeah, there's an African-American dialect, in the parts of the South and everything. We have an African-American dialect. But that was just so funny, It's funny, but it's not funny, right? But it was something out of that movie Airplane. Remember the two black brothers on the plane? Mr. K, yeah, they kill subtitles. Yeah, they're talking English and they got subtitles. Oh my God, man. White people never cease to amaze me. They're hilarious, man. I tell you the truth. Yeah, they call it jive and everything like that. But the bottom line is that's just the way people talk. It was like a language, a form of African American language when they call it jive. Remember the lady from Leave It to Beaver? Excuse me, students, I speak jive. I speak jive. What is this? But oh, come on, Big Mama. Oh my God, they call it slang, but it's not really. White people call it slang, but it's actually people use that as a legitimate form of communication. People look at that's slang and whatnot. But when you got people, everyone, 99% of the people are speaking that, is it really slang? So it's all relative. Like I said, the English language changed with the African experience in America. We call it slang when it's just an African American vernacular. So bottom line is, look, there's nothing. Look, and one thing I want to tell people all the time: it's okay to be African American. It's okay. We don't have to friggin' speak like completely. But I believe in getting education and stuff like that. Yeah, but sometimes we're among each other. We should be able to speak languages and our colloquial and stuff like that. Why not? And we don't have to friggin' learn Kiswahili and all these Shnagalaga languages and everything like that. I'm perfectly fine with basically just basically having a Black English in America. Now, if you want to learn some other languages, add Yoruba to it, that's fine and everything. But it's not really necessary. Don't let people think that you're less than anybody else because what happened to us in the tragedy. That was not our fault. Us being brought here to America and losing the exact African language was not our fault. So there's nothing for you to be ashamed about. I want people to start being proud of who they are. You have every right to be proud of who you are. And the bottom line is, when you look at our great people and what they accomplished in Americas and everything like that, the just tremendous success we had under duration in America, what we was able to accomplish and everything like that with our inventions and the impact we made on the world, stuff like that. Yes, we are something to be proud of, and I want people to understand that, right? Going forward, you don't have to be ashamed of who you are, So basically, that's what we're talking about tonight, What is our identity? Who are we? Not just what we are, who are we? Last night I talked about the soul of the soul of Black America, Let me tell you something right there. And I want to add to it because sometimes when I do shows, I will listen to it today and I'd be like, oh, something, I take my note. I should have said this or not. So this is what I'll do is I'll talk about stuff that I should have said last night, right? Look, Black America has always had this conundrum, right? Conundrum that we always basically try to, it's always like a battle for a soul of Black America. What is right? What is wrong? No, we're not Black American, Al Tolliver. We're not, or whatever your name is. We're not Black American. When you say you're Black American, what you're saying is, what is an American, right? Are you an American painted black? You know, so in other words, you're a black Anglo-Saxon. No, I am an African American. If you want to be an American with a friggin' with black skin, that's fine. That means you're white on the inside. I'm an African, in America. I'm an African American. I'm distinct from Africans, and I'm distinct from the American. I'm an African American. Why? Because I had my ancestors were here for 400 years, and we built a culture and language, everything like that, and experience in America. That's who we are. You know. So the bottom line is black. I'm a black American. That means you basically the word where is black? Where's your black land? There's no such place as black land. Where's black land at? You know, when you got Irish Americans, what it is, Ireland, and you're in America, Italian. You know what I'm saying? Say I'm indoctrinated white. Yeah, you're white. I'm not. I'm not indoctrinated white. You must have came from a really screwed up family. My family goes back. We're black. I could tell you all kinds of stuff like that. My family and great family said they were Africans. My grandfather always told me that. No, you're an African. No matter what it was, he didn't know nothing about the African continent, right? But he was a Garveyite. He says that's where you come from. You're not no Native American. You're not no white people. You're not no mulatto. You're not just like that. He said you're an African. That's what my grandfather always told me. He said, bottom line, never lose that identity. Broody, what's Broody saying? A healthy narrative is to post the United States over connotation American. There is a difference between a U.S. citizen and an American. Look. The bottom line is, Broody, we were here for 400 years, right? Our culture in this land is American. There's no such thing in the Constitution that says what America. You are a U.S. citizen, but when you talk about Americans, this American is a culture. It's a way of life. The manifest destiny of America, the culture, and everything like that. Yes, we are Americans. Our thinking, everything like that. We're Americans. We live in this country. There's no other thing. And the reason why that is, Broody, is because the African continent never made any provisions. We were completely abandoned. 400, the only people on the planet, which its mother continent, abandoned them. Basically said, allowed the transatlantic slave trade to happen in the first place. And so therefore, we have to adapt and build ourselves up under duress in this country. So the bottom line is we owe Africa nothing. Stop trying to sell us this idea that we owe Africa something. And it's all right to be proud to be African American, and that's all. You don't have to friggin' basically say like, yes, we are African Americans. That's better than saying that you're Black American. Black American means that you just saying that you have no connection to Africa, blah, 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 blah. Not worldwide. I come from a mixed background. Oh, wow, man. People always with this, I'm come from a mixed background. Everybody's a friggin' mixed background. Hey, Tolliver, can you basically cam up and come up here and I'll tell you if you're mixed or not? Can you put your camera on and come up here? No, you can't. Because I know you probably black as the ace of spades talk about you mixed race. And I'm sick of that too, the self-hate shit. Everybody wants to identify as mixed race. Like we told the mulatto guy that came on the other night. Look, I wish you people, you confuse Negroes or whatnot. You mulatto types and whatnot. You want people to want to be mixed. I want you guys to form your own category or whatnot and stay the hell away from us. So the bottom line is I don't want anything to do with any mulattoes, any mixed race people, anybody that basically can't say unequivocally that your ancestors came from Africa. Say you look black. Are you black? You look black. If you look black, you are black. I look black when so the bottom line, all this stupid stuff why even mention it in the first place? I got mixture in my thing. I got good hair. I'm so sick and tired of that self-hating shit, all it is self-hate. What does it get you? You think white people are gonna friggin' give you a pat on the head because you said you got you're mixed or you got white blood in you and whatnot? What are they supposed to reward you or something? Like I said, that's why we have division in our community. You can't serve two masters. And like I said, either you're black, if you're African American. If you don't want to be African American, you can always renounce who you are and do whatever. Like I said, these ADOS FBA people, hey, if you guys want to go off and be your own category, but don't forget, what I hate is these ADOS FBA people, they always include me in their category. I'm not an ADOS FBA. I don't believe I'm a foundational Black American, So just say those of us who don't like Africa, who hate their heritage and stuff like this, we call ourselves FBA because we despise Africa, we despise our African blood, and we want to be known as the American descendant of slave or the foundational Black American. Just say it, and I'll respect that. You like this. I had one brother of mine, and it was it's a real light skinned brother, right? He was like, Kola, man, he was in the BAO. He was like, Kola, man, I just gotta tell you, man. And he leveled me. He says, I just can't rock with the African thing, man. I'm with you and everything like that about all the stuff we talk about and everything. He goes, but I just don't like Africans, man. I just don't like them. I don't feel like they look like me and everything like that. He goes, I just don't feel African. I think those people I think they're ugly. I think they're disgusting and whatnot, And I just don't want to look like them. I don't want to identify with them. I said, okay, that's fine. Go ahead and do your thing, man. And so the bottom line is this, and then he was just being honest with me, right? I can respect that, but what I can't respect is when people sit there and they try, if that's the way they think, and they could try to pull some this bait and switch like, oh, we're ADOS FBA. No, your type of people hate being like Yvette Carnell. They hate being identified as African. You want to be known as mixed race and stuff like that we're racially ambiguous, or we got admixture, all this stupid stuff they talk about. You want to be known as a different race than being Black African, When I say I'm African American, I'm saying I'm part of the Black African race that's here in America, that have a history in America. My story is an American story, and it's an African story. The African American, that describes me. The Africans that came from all different parts of Africa, from Nigeria. My ancestors come from the Congo. They come from Nigeria, Cameroon, Mali. I have no ancestors from the Senegambia region, but however, they did find some trace DNA recently from Senegambia. I have like 1% Senegambia region, but up this time they just recently found out, tell me on my DNA thing that, we got some Senegambia region. I'm like, God damn, okay, I got Senegambia. But Togo, Benin, and for the most part, and I got some European ancestry and some Native American ancestry. But the bottom line is this, when it really comes down to, most of my DNA is Black African. That's what I am, and the bottom line is this, as being a man, I stand on that, Anybody that does not stand up for what he is is nothing but a freaking coward. You never run away from what you are. You'll never be a man. You'll never be a full human being. When you start denying your roots, and I'm getting down tonight with this topic right here, because I am so sick and tired. Before we can go any further, right? I'm sick and tired of talking to people that's lukewarm and basically, oh yeah, well, they want to get all into Black business. Look, if you're not fully African or African American, right, you should not be in African American discussions and conversation. And Jonathan Miller, man, I'm gonna have to friggin' ban this motherfucker. Shout out to FBA. Yo, fuck the FBA, Jonathan. All these stupid motherfuckers I'm sick and tired of, shout out to FBA. The FBA is gonna die tonight on this platform. I'm gonna destroy them. The FBA, foundational bastards and assholes, The bottom line is this, the FBA is nothing but fucking people who hate themselves, hate their roots, the African denying and all stuff like this, That's all it is. If you want to be like that, that's fine, I am not no FBA, I am not no goddamn FBA. I'm African American, I sell it like it is. I'm African American. I'm not no damn FBA. Don't give me some Tariq Nasheed bullshit, that he made up out of nowhere and whatnot to get money out of you stupid niggas, The FBA, man. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, The FBA, Foundational Black America. Yeah, you just came out of nowhere. Okay, where's your roots at, Well, I'm just in America, So where were you before 5 to 40 years ago? Where were your ancestors? Well, yeah. So how can you be a foundational Black American? Then you have these stupid fools that basically say, prove that the slave trade ever happened. I don't see no slave ships. Well, I could take you to places in Portsmouth, Virginia, the slave docks. Let me tell you a story, right? I've told the story before. I used to do security down for the city of Portsmouth. This was back in 2003, about 20 years ago. And basically, I used to do night security. I used to drive around, patrol across armed security. And basically, I had a map of the city. There was a map of the city that in our break room, right? Anyway, on the map, right, where they show the docks are, right there where they put the new amphitheater there, right? Black people do shows there and everything, the amphitheater in Portsmouth and everything. You could still see because Portsmouth was a major slave port, right? You could still see the docks and the things coming out of the ground, right, are still there from where the slave ships, where they used to onboard the slave ships, right? When the slaves would come out of the side of the ship and walk down this plank. They're still there. They're still there. After all this time, they're still there. And I'm saying to myself, I told the one guy I was working for, I said, "Is this look like what I think it is?" It was a drawing on the map, right? It was a map. And I said, he said, "Yeah, it is what you think it is, right?" He goes, "That's where the slave ships." And then they still have some of the slave ships, right? There, you can go there and go inside the slave ships where they have the chains and stuff like that still there. And you can see in those planks and everything like that, or the landing where the slaves would come out and they would walk down this long plank off the ship. And those things, the what do you call the pillars and the piles, whatever like that stick out of the ground, they're still there. And that was 20 years ago. I bet you any amount of money, they're still there to this day. And what gets me is that right there was a major slave port right there. And right there, when you see Black people down there and at the amphitheater and they be doing these concerts, I wonder, do they know? That's where we have the Emoja Festival at. I wanted the people to know that's where the slaves used to come, right there off County Street. I'm like, my God. So when you see stuff like that, and you're here in the South and everything, you can actually see the history of the fact of the African people that were still Africans here in America. That came to America, right? And the people, you can see direct descendants from the people in Portsmouth are really, when you look at them, right, they're probably the least Black people with the least admixture in them, right? So you can see some of these people, they look like they're from Black people in Portsmouth look like they're directly from West Africa, exactly from West Africa. It's like, damn, you can go to friggin' places like Benin, parts of Ghana, and parts of Nigeria, whatnot, and just basically say and drop these people off there, and you would not know the difference. That right there, Portsmouth is, like I said, was a major slave port in there, and also Harbor Fest, right? The Harbor Fest that we have every year. That's what people don't notice when the ships come in. They're like the ships. That was a festival where the slaves where they used to celebrate the coming of the slave ships, because when slave ships came in, that was a big celebration because they knew crops wouldn't get done and stuff like that. So we still in this area celebrate Harbor Fest. I think Harbor Fest is in June every year. And so the bottom line is to basically make a mockery of our ancestors and be like, "Oh no, slavery didn't happen," and like that. You're basically turning your back on your ancestors. And the bottom line is you are an abomination if you do that. What does Bruce say? Through a miscalculation, Yvette Carnell thought that ADOS term would facilitate leverage and getting state. Look, the bottom line is this: that was a lot of crap. People are using reparations. They know for a fact, man, if you say somebody's going to get reparations, right? They know they have no chance of ever getting reparations, right? But they know let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about right now. Kamala lost the election. Do you know I got a friggin' email? I thought that, check this out. I thought that that once this election's over, I will stop getting these stupid emails from Kamala people, right? I get an email today. Let's continue to fight. We can use your donations, why not? And I'm saying to myself, damn. So in other words, basically, it's a big money making thing, just like the whole reparations thing, People are actually financing these people to run around, do speaking engagements, stay in posh hotels to talk about reparations and whatnot. You know, while they're living a good life, they're living high off the hog, as we used to say. So it's like it's a mess, man. All you people, man, are just suckers. You guys just suckers. But hey, look, man, if you got money to burn like that, hey, give it to Tariq and give it to Yvette Carnell. Hey, knock yourself out, because ain't nothing. Look, let me tell you something, right? I'm not completely against the ADOS FBA movement, because bottom line, there ain't nothing really else going on in Black America. I mean, what's the alternative? Nothing. There's nothing else going on in Black America. So why not just have Black people convinced that they're going to get reparations and all stuff like that? What else is there to do? Sitting around all day doing absolutely nothing and whatnot. So if it gives people hope, hey, go right ahead for it. Hey, I wish you a lot of luck and whatnot. Just don't, like I said, these people cannot basically one thing these people cannot do is, if you say, okay, that's good, you want to fight for reparations, hey, that's up to you. Yeah, Kamala is in debt for $20 million, right? And I'm gonna play a video, right, of I can't wait till Elvis gets up here, because he's gonna look stupid today after what he said on Dynasty Show today. He thinks I wasn't listening. Anyway, he basically I'm not a registered Democrat. No, I have no idea how they got my email. That's another thing. I did not give these people my information. How the hell they get my email? What it is, somebody probably passed my email off. Oh, he's Black, so here. People buy emails and email machines and whatnot. I probably applied to something somewhere along the line, gave my email and whatnot. And you can buy people's email lists. When they buy people's email lists, you don't have to be a Democrat, whatever like that. So I get Republican things too, but it wasn't like the Democrats. But I mean, Kamala thing was like, yo, we got to look. I'm like this. I got a couple of Republicans, and one email account that I got it was all Republicans. Yeah, so but not as bad as the Democrats. I mean, every time I look around, I get these these push notifications. I can't stand it. I think it's somebody important emailing me. It's a freaking a solicitor for a donation for Kamala's campaign. But I thought that was going to be over with, right? Now I get now they're freaking stepping up. We need to continue this fight. No, Kamala's $20 million in debt. Get this. This lady raised $1 billion, right? I don't mean to get off topic today, but she raised $1 billion, right? And ended up with $20 million in debt. Trump raised only $400 million, right? And he has a $30 million surplus. So that tells you who would have been more financially responsible, Was I supporting Democrats? Of course, I admit it. I was a Democrat before. Not really, but I don't know. Where was I when Barack Obama? No, I was a Democrat back when Bill Clinton was the president, right? And then basically, to be perfectly honest with you, right, after the Al Gore in 2000, when I sort of lost interest in politics. I was like, whatever. I'll listen at that time from like 99 to like Obama. I listened to a lot of right-wing radio and stuff like that, And although I hated the right wing and stuff like that, I hated right-wing politics and whatnot. But it would just basically, I don't eat pork, Jay Sanders, I don't eat pork, Anyway, I was like, basically, I heard their arguments, the right wing and stuff like that, and stuff like that, but I never agree with them, right? Then, because when Barack Obama came around, he just sounds so pragmatic and everything. It wasn't until Barack Obama's second term that I said I stopped supporting the Democrat. Even though I wasn't really a Democrat, I just always voted for Democrats. I was all in there for John Kerry and whatnot. When that didn't work out, I was like, whatever. I was apolitical. I didn't care about politics, right? Then here comes Barack Obama, right? And to be perfectly honest with you, I always held Republicans responsible for the Iraq War. That's if you want to know what drives me politically, it was my anger over that Iraq War. I lost friends over that Iraq War. Not they went to Iraq, right? But I lost friends because we had disagreements over the Iraq War, And basically they're calling me a traitor and blah, blah, blah and everything. And I kept saying 9/11 have nothing to do with Iraq. No, blah, blah, blah. And then see this idiot every friggin' day, George W. Bush, right? On there stumbling over his words or whatnot. And while him and Dick Cheney are making money and whatnot off Halliburton and everything, set me into a friggin' rage, And then what happened was all my friends were like, oh yeah, man, look how we basically took over Baghdad and whatnot. I said, you just took over Baghdad. They said people are cheering us and whatnot. So I lost a lot of friends, right? I said, watch what's going to happen in the future, right? And I was right. And then also, next thing you know, Iraq starts spiraling out of control, millions of dollars being lost, blah, 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 blah. You know the history. And then next thing you know, the surge happened. The surge only happened because George W. Bush gave billions of dollars to these, what do you call it, sectarian groups in there. And what happened? They took that money and formed ISIS and all these other things like that in Iraq. And I was absolutely right about that war, right? And I thought that when Barack Obama said that we're going to get to the bottom of this war, I said this earlier, but if he gets elected, man, Dick Cheney's going to be in jail, whatever, like Bush will be in jail. He gets elected and he says, oh, it's time to move on. No, motherfucker. You said when you was running for office, Barack Obama, that you was going to get to the bottom of why this Iraq war started. I lost friends and, everything over that. So I wanted some clarification on what happened in this Iraq war. 9/11, was it 9/11? Did 9/11 have something to do with Iraq or whatever like that? Why did we go to war in Iraq? And we had like 4 million Iraqis displaced. It was just a mess. So right after that, when Barack Obama, and I get it, he was the economy was tanking, blah, 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 blah. But I said, okay, his second term, I figured, he's going to go after the Iraq war. We're going to finally get some of that money. We're going to probably put Dick Cheney under indictment, whatever like that. Nothing of that happens. Then it was the point where his daughter, Liz Cheney, right, almost had friggin' unfettered access to the friggin' CIA. They had to say she was making like demands on her bot. She was a private citizen. She wasn't even Congress time. She was able to walk in the government official building, and everybody too scared to tell her you can't be here, whatever like that. So I said, what kind of friggin' government is this, right? She's a private citizen, but she was Dick Cheney's daughter. So anyway, after that, man, I started looking at Barack Obama sideways, right? I started saying these people are all in this shit together, right? And then Barack Obama's second term, you had this weak ass Republican called Mitt Romney, right? This guy was completely all about money, all about money and stuff like that. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Right? He just wanted to be president and whatnot. And then you had Paul Ryan, Republican, right? He's up there, and the only thing he wants to do is give tax cuts to friggin' rich billionaire corporations and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, I did not like either one of these political parties, right? And so I basically, I became apolitical. I said Barack Obama was a letdown and I damn sure was a Republican. So in 2016, I voted third party, Jill Stein, because I was disgusted with both these political parties and two-party systems. So I voted third party for Jill Stein in 2016, right? Because I didn't like Trump's proposal of cutting out the Affordable Care Act, because to be perfectly honest with you, that would have affected my bottom line, because I knew that would have set my industry in a tailspin, because if you basically cut out the Affordable Care Act, there's a lot of provisions in there that will have a ripple effect. So I was against that. So I didn't support Trump in 2016 just because of that. But after 4 years of Donald Trump and everything like that, I'm still not a Republican. I don't like Republicans. Then I found out that the Republicans that I never liked, when I also hated Donald Trump, these never Trumpers. These never Trumpers are these rich blue blood white Republicans and whatnot, that basically all they care about is tax cuts and playing golf, And Donald Trump seemed to be down to earth and everything. He was not part of that establishment, and also he was opposed to the Iraq war. And so this time around, I said, something, this is my guy. I'm going to support Donald Trump. See, me, I basically support people based on principles and policy. I don't support people on basically, well, I did with Barack Obama. I made a mistake for Barack Obama, I'll be honest with you. I voted for him because he was black. That's it, I thought that was time to have a black president, when I thought things would change in America, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't have been so wrong. It's Barack Obama's second term. What do we get? Trayvon Martin. We got Dylan Roof situation. We got all these Alton Sterlings and Eric Garner, all these police shootings and everything like that. Michael Brown, all this stuff like that. That happened in Barack Obama's second term. And so I said to myself, and he did nothing about it. His Justice Department with a black attorney general, did absolutely nothing about it. Nobody was prosecuted on the federal level and everything like that. Look. I never said I was a real conservative, right? I'm not a liberal. I'm not a conservative. I'm just basically me. I'm a pragmatist. Whatever's right, whatever's good is good. Whatever's bad is bad. Because like I say, if you want to come up and debate conservatives in America are a bunch of bullshitters. They're not who they appear to be. See, Donald Trump's not a real conservative. He's not a conservative. He's an American nationalist. He's about borders, language, culture, and the history of America and stuff like that. He's not really conservative. You look at his life. He was a New York guy that basically was a Democrat for years and whatnot. But he's a pragmatist. He said, "What works, works." You can't be in New York City and be a Republican and whatnot. So basically, I had this argument with Jamal. Jamal says, "Well, black people like Democrats because Democrats can protect the right." Oh, really? I come from New York, and the bottom line is the biggest battle in New York was between black Democrats and white Democrats. So how was it? So how can you basically think white Democrats are this loving party that we're all about? It's a lie, And then Joe Biden was the one who gave us the crime bill. Bill Clinton is the one who gave us NAFTA. What are you guys talking? That's insane. So you wonder why I'm not a real Democrat, whatever like that. I'm just like sideways. I was a Democrat under Bill Clinton, but that was about it. After Bill Clinton, I was like, and I only voted for Barack Obama because he was black. That's it. Had nothing to be Democrats. I was like I was foolish and stupid. So I was foolish and stupid. I supported Barack Obama because he was black. Not saying he didn't do a good job in some ways, but you don't basically vote for somebody because of their race, And I voted for Barack Obama just because I thought a black person, I want to see somebody in there that sort of looked like me, whatever like that, So that was stupid and childish and foolish, So this is what we're talking about tonight. I'm talking about this ADOS FBA versus the African American nation, The bottom line is this. I just think it's time for us to become a people named Black America. African Americans could be one of the most powerful groups of people on the friggin' planet if we wanted to. If we cut ourselves away from these Democrat Party, the Republican Party, and just focus on black nationalist stuff in America, we'd be invincible. And then basically form our own political party and basically form alliances with other people from around the world. What's stopping us? Nothing. But the bottom line is this: we're so basically loyal to the Democrats and all these stuff like that. Like I said last night, if you don't understand how the politics of America work, right? They're not going to let black people be idle. They got to have you doing something, right? So they basically control us through entertainers and all these things like that to make sure that we're always on the page that they want to put us on. If Black America, we wonder why. After all this time, black people have never formed their own political party, national political party that's global and everything. Something like the ANC, that's political and that got connections with international bodies and organizations, Black people do have the numbers, we're 45 million people. That right there is a deciding block of vote in any election. If black people became independent saying we're going to hold our vote and everything, we're not going to do anything like that. Yes, that they're going to be decided because white votes and everything about split even. If black people just say, we're not Democrats or not Republicans and everything like that, so FB don't know what the hell they talk about. The black community in America, see, this thinking black people don't have numbers and everything like that is a reason why we don't have any power. People like FB. We do have the numbers. Not saying that we're going to like this. We're not. Now, to the people who want to see black faces in power, that's not what it's all about. I'm willing to concede, being an African American nation, that I don't care if I see black people in America hold public office. I don't care about that. It does not matter. It does not matter. I'm most likely basically like, hey, look, we're a nation of America. This is what we want as a group of people like that. This is what we're trying. Let me for example what I'm talking about. Check this out. This is what I'm talking about. There's a natural gas pipeline going through I think it's from West Virginia, going all the way through Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. I don't know, was several states, right? This natural gas pipeline is, they said, like right away, there was small towns and are being built near these pipelines to service the workers, and new communities that are going to pop up on this on the corridor of this natural gas pipeline. Billions of dollars worth of contracts being out. Why is it, if we were basically smart, if we were organized, we could say, you know something, we want some of those contracts. But when you talk about one contract, oh, guess what? You are not going to basically you're not going to get our vote. You want our vote when that. This is what we want. And next thing you know, just like the Latinos did with Tesla. You know, Tesla came through and built a factory down there in southern part of Texas, right? We don't have leaders in our community that do stuff like that. Say, look, we want some of those subcontracting pipeline. If we're organized like that, but the Black business community and the people who do contracts and vendors, stuff like that, they have no political power, no political support, because our community is so Pookies and Ray Ray and Buquisha centered. Everything's about these deadbeats in our community and what they talk about. Oh yeah, the Black issue is we got legalized marijuana, all stupid stuff. And like I said on Diane's show today, it's time for us Black people that are contractors, business people, and everything, to start building our community and say, look, you want to do business with us or not? This is what we want. You know, the federal government basically does $900 billion a year, billion with a B, purchases from the through contracts and services from the average person, average companies, and average citizens, civilians. $900 billion. You know, how much of that is going to the Black community, right? Because we're not organized. My mayor of Virginia Beach, I met him one time. He said, look, man, he says, I'm from Newark, New Jersey. He used to be a school teacher in Newark, New Jersey, right? So he's like, man, come down. He's real hip. Bobby Dyer. He's the one who got Pharrell and do the Something in the Water concert twice, you know? The biggest concert in Virginia Beach history. It's the Something in the Water concert. Anyway, he told me, man, said, man, we got to get it popping for the Black people down here. He gave me his card, right? And I had just moved to Chesapeake. I said, well, I moved right off on this other side of the city. I'm in Chesapeake now. He said, don't worry about it. Just still come by. I still might go by and see him. I know him. My brother knows him, and I know him. My brother knows also the mayor, Rick West of Chesapeake, you know, because we do our events and stuff like that. And usually city officials come out to our events, you know. So anyway, basically, he basically got so many Black people in Virginia Beach in business. The Black people made so much money, the vendors and everything like that, from everything from people who are making pizza to donuts and everything in between. It was young Black people in their 20s that were selling T-shirts and some of everything, made a lot of money. Pharrell said, look, I want to see Black people making money off this concert. It was the biggest concert in the state, you know, the Something in the Water concert. Yeah, Snoop Dogg was there. I mean, everybody was there on stage. That stage was off the chain, right there on the beach. Anyway, the Something in the Water was so powerful. I remember these millennial weirdos, Black millennials, I don't know about them sometimes, right? Like a week afterwards, and when these people were just still amped up on this Something in the Water, I say, go the fuck home. It's over. So anyway, I saw somebody Something in the Water outside my office, right? They had the security company right next to me was one of the security things. So they all showed up there one night. And, you know, typical, I mean, I'm not going to knock the millennials. These are millennials, you know. And they're basically like, oh, you know, blah, 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 blah. But it was like a new cult of Black kids making money and doing business and whatnot on a level that we never seen before in the city, you know. But my point I'm trying to make is, you know, he was basically like, yo, look, you know, you Black people got to start getting organized and demanding stuff. He goes, the city of Virginia Beach is a rich city. Virginia Beach is a rich city. He said less than 1% of all the city contracts go to Black folks. You know, what are y'all doing? You know, because we're not organized. If we had our own political party, that would facilitate Black people having a voice, saying this is what we want, of some place to talk and have our issues. But so that's what political parties do, FB. It ain't about getting somebody elected. No, we know we don't have the numbers for that, but we can be deciding vote in local elections and regional elections. You know. So the bottom line is all this foolishness that you guys talk and whatnot. Yeah, the African American people need to come together as a nation and basically form our own political groups, our own secret societies and stuff like that, and worry about and handle our own business. Here in America. That's what I believe. You know. Well, the bottom line is this, Chuko. I don't know what you're about splitting, but the bottom line is when it really comes down to it, right? When black people get together, the only problem is in Black America is the media. The media basically, when you look at the black community, you think we're splintered. We're not that splintered, We're not splintered. The bottom line is the black Indians, all stupid stuff like that. That's irrelevant. That's why basically I want to have a campaign where black we can get back to calling ourselves African Americans only. We're part of the African American nation. Now, if you're part of some Moors, whatever like that, do your own thing. But I don't want to do no business with you. I don't want to identify with you. I'm only for people who are African American. If you're not African American, 100%, I don't want nothing to do with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm drawing lines in the sand. So all these people like this, ADOS, FBA, the Moors, like that, they're gonna go by the wayside. If 45, 50 million of us get together and just say, you know something, let's just build among ourselves and our identity and everything, we'll be powerful. Like the freaking Latinos, Asians too. The Asians are coming together because the Asia Pacific Islands coming together and getting stuff done because they're putting their differences aside and working together. But the bottom line is this: I can't deal with people who want to talk all this nonsense and everything like that. This election, look, the bottom line, Chuko, you don't know what you're talking about. The black vote was definitely needed in this election because bottom line is this, like a lot of white guys tell me, the reason why they really went forward with Trump was because they seen so many black guys work with Trump, so they realized that maybe Donald Trump isn't a racist. Black people, if people thought Donald Trump was a racist, like the media was saying, they wouldn't have voted for him. But the fact that you had so many black people online talk about they're voting for Trump and all stuff like that had an effect on white America. That's why they went forward with the numbers you say, So the bottom line, the black vote and the black voice is powerful in America. Trust me. So it is what it is. So you can believe whatever you want to believe. I know this country. Just like you guys, you and people like Elvis predicted wrong about this. You're wrong about that too, Chuko. You don't know anything about this country. You don't know anything about Black America. I don't know who you are. You talk a bunch of freaking stupid foolishness and nonsense and everything like that. We're trying to build an African American nation. We're trying to build a people among our people and everything. So the bottom line is this is what we're talking about tonight. It's time for us to become a people, become a nation. Whether we have a government of our own, finally. But the bottom line, I believe this is possible because in the age of social media and secret societies created through social media and stuff like that, even AI and stuff like that. We definitely have the technology, to link us all together, And so the bottom line is this, and it's not just voting, right? First thing, Chuko, you understand something, right? And you black immigrants don't seem to understand. Politics is nothing without socialization. Black people do have social power. We do have social power. The first thing is social power. Black people are very influential locally, regionally, and nationally, socially, culturally in this country. The next thing you know, you have economic power. Then when you have, with the economic power, then you get political power. Then with political power, it gives you more social power. And more social power gives you more economic power. It's like a spiral. It spirals up and out. So the bottom line is this. How many of that women? I don't know about interracial marriage is so small in the black community. So don't stop using that as oh, wow, we got interracial marriage and whatnot, Bottom line is the majority of us are not interracially married and whatnot. Majority of African Americans marry African Americans, So the bottom line is y'all can talk all you want. Let me get Elvis's ass on the stage. What's up, Elvis? I heard you on Dice today running your mouth, man.
What's up, Kola?
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I want to get more information about this starting your own party thing. Like,
Well, the bottom line is, I believe African Americans, the culmination. I figure if we can't have a nation of our own, okay, the African, I would call the African Party or the African American Nation Party, you know, and basically, it's third parties and stuff like that are just pressure groups. That's all they are. You know, they are. They're organized, right? And so people say, look. We got so many people in this party right here. If we had the numbers and whatnot nationwide and everything, and we have people who are going to vote as a block and everything like that. Yeah, it can be powerful, but the
okay,
bottom line, it's not about basically. It's not about getting any one person elected. It's about basically having the ability to sit at the table. That's what we don't have right now. We're not sitting at the table. If you're in a state and you have a party, an African American party, let's say in the state of Virginia, right, and you have like 5 million people in that party, right? And they basically they're going to vote how the leadership say vote on that. Trust me, both governor candidates are going to try to talk to you. That's just the truth, you know. And Chukwu and all these other goofballs don't believe that, but that's the truth. That's reality. We haven't done that in Black America.
all right. I mean, if it's a pressure group, then I guess that's fine.
That's all it is. A pressure group. Hey, look, we got 6 million people in the state right here. We got so many people in the state. Now, the bottom line is this: we don't really care about either one of you people. But if you say what we want to say, we're not like. There's a lot of stuff on the table that Black people could never get. Back in the days, we used to be organized like that. Until we became Democrats. We used to be organized like Black people. The Democrats in New York were not basically. We got Black people. We had Black people on the MTA. Black people getting in places like Pittsburgh. We're getting multi-million-dollar contracts to build the stadium and stuff like that. We're networking. We're netting a lot of results through our political power, but somehow that right there, stuff like that, they sidelined the Black people who were trying to do stuff like that and made everything centered around social issues, social justice issues.
But Kola,
So you don't see the Black. Let me give you an example. Who is the today's version of Reginald Lewis? Nobody. The back in the days, the McKinsey Group won contracts. Built the airport and a stadium in Pittsburgh, PA. Why? Because they were organized politically. They had political connections and everything like that. And the Black community backed them up and everything. But we saw if these people won, we won. That's how our community was organized. Same thing with Atlanta during the Olympics. What was it, 96 Olympics? A lot of Black people got rich during that time period. We're not stupid people. But over the last, I would say, 20 years, man, I don't know what the hell's happened in Black America where we just basically just blindly follow
So,
Democrats.
Carlo, what's the pressing issues right now that kind of political party is going to advocate for?
Hold on, we don't
Black
have pressing issues. That's the whole thing. We don't have pressing issues. It's what you want. Politics is about what you want, not what you need.
Is the immigration crisis not a pressing issue?
No, we don't have a pressing issue. No, we don't have no pressing issue.
So immigration is not affecting Black.
Well, I don't know. Look, that's not a pressing issue. Pressing. I mean, it's a pressing issue for America, but not necessarily for just us. If New York City wants to go bankrupt and whatnot, and everybody pays, fine. Everybody's going to suffer. White, Black, whatever's going to suffer. Because New York City keeps doing what that. Now they're shipping people out of New York back to Texas, because it got too much, So the bottom line is, hey, look, you're going to nothing to just deal. Because people deal with immigration as U.S. citizens, not as Black people. Just like Black people were hurt by all these illegals, so is everybody else. So it's not particularly our issue.
So you don't think Black people will be disproportionately affected if the borders are held open and they have to compete for jobs with certain of these illegals? That's not an issue.
Well, I would say this, right? I would say this. The whole thing is this: America is going through a phase right now. We're in a lot of debt, right? And this is what I'm saying. You're gonna be shocked what I'm about to say. I don't see how America's gonna get out of this without friggin' having a slave class of people, and I'm just dead serious.
I mean, Carlo, why do you talk like that, man?
No, I'm dead serious. Well,
So
I mean, these people come over here.
these
These people
immigrants are
come.
slave now.
Yeah. These people come over here to
Oh
be
man,
slaves.
man.
I'm dead serious. Why else do you come here and you don't
No,
have no
I
health
mean
care?
you
You have
use
nothing. You live home.
you
In a
saying these
place.
people have the same rights as your ancestor who were enslaved in this country? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm saying
Come on,
the
man.
bottom hold. These people come over here, live on the margins of another civilization. You know,
Yeah, but they're
and you
not
need people like
slaves.
that.
They're not slaves.
But
Yeah.
college,
What do you call it?
Kind of.
politically,
That's why I just
You have
say.
no
You know
right.
what
You have no
slavery
right.
is? Slavery is not that.
Hold on. Not slavery, but maybe is servitude.
but Kala, politically, black people are a racial minority in the United States.
It
But
doesn't matter. Hold up.
no, no,
Hold up.
but what that
So let me ask
what
you a
that means,
question,
I'm talking
Chuko.
about I'm talking about politics. Politically, black people to get their political to be heard politically, they have to form coalitions with other groups, namely with white liberals, with feminists, with LGBTQ, with recent immigrants, with college students,
Not really. Not really.
and things like that. But this is why these people tend to vote on a voting block and vote for
Well,
Democrats.
hold on. But Chuko.
No, but real quick,
That's only true recently. Back in the days,
well, since
right?
the 1960s, since the 19
No. Do you understand? I come from New York, right? Black people in New York and other groups of people, everybody was a Democrat. Black people in New York and Italians, Jews, we all hated each other. As simple as that. We was at war with each other. In New York City. Politically. You don't understand the whole history of New York City politics. Everybody was a damn Democrat. So the bottom line, we never felt any need to be part of any so-called. Who are we going to be part of? Why are we going to join with people? There was no Republican threat.
No, but what I mean is that there's a Democratic coalition that includes these different subgroups of people.
Yeah, but hold on. But what does that do for us?
No, but you're able to get your political voice heard, but by forming a coalition.
How we get? Hold on. How do we get our voice heard when the Democrats? The problem is black people voting
because
Democrats.
you have a seat at the table. You have their seat at the Democratic.
No, we're not. We're not at the table. They select who they want to put at the black table, right? For example, there was a guy named Kwesi Afumi. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Okay, he's from Maryland, right? He was basically about the black community and everything like that. The Democratic Party said, you know something, this guy's too radical, whatever like that. And then next thing you know, he got primaried, and guess who we got? Elijah Cummings. There's no black will power in the Democratic Party. We don't get nothing out of working with these people and everything like that. We get nothing out of it, and that's what it is. Barack Obama, we get nothing. We got nothing from this guy because he wasn't one of us.
Well,
that's what I keep asking you. What do you want, or what could black people have benefited from Obama presidency?
Like I just told you, black people back in the days, right? We used to net a lot of business and stuff like that and everything. Now, here's the thing: you still
you gotta be specific. Okay, don't be so broad.
Specific, right? There was a guy named David Duke that was running around in the late 80s, early 90s, complaining about affirmative action was racism towards white people, right? Minority set-asides, even though we would get 1%, right? Guaranteed, right? And that was we had to split that between white women, everybody else, right? So, but he blew it like that 1% was discriminating against white people, right? The Democrats basically said, you know something? In order for us to get these white votes back, right, we're going to throw black people under the bus. And
affirmative action just, I think in the last year or so, was thrown out by the Supreme Court.
I'm not talking about education. I'm not talking about education. I'm talking affirmative action as far as like back in the 60s, they used to have this thing where basically they was talking about we got to bring minorities. Let me give you something. The mayor of Virginia Beach told me, because he that's where he comes from, right? He said, man, back in the days when he's from Newark, New Jersey. He said, look, we got to get more black people here.
So are you against diversity, equity, and inclusion too?
Yes. Because it doesn't include. It's not
is
about.
Is that a form of
why? Because
action?
Hold on, diversity, equity, inclusion is a freaking thing for the LGBTQ. I'm all about black people. I don't care about gays. I don't care about Latinos. I don't care about anybody like that.
Do you know that companies get a tax break for diversity?
Yeah, but hold on. What is diversity? We're hurt by diversity.
What do you think diversity means, Kola?
I only care about African Americans. That's all I care about. I don't care
Yeah, I
about
agree
Latinos.
with
No, but you are a minority. If a company
Hold
is
on,
all
yeah, but
white
hold on. The
and
bottom line
there's
is,
no black person there,
hold on.
it's
Let
not
me answer this. Like,
diverse.
look, Ann Coulter said it best. Ann Coulter said the only group of people that we owe anything to America is the African Americans because we brought him here like that. These other groups of people came here voluntarily, right? You can't guarantee somebody anything like that. The black people, black man in America, right, should have came first. They put us in a category where white women, Asians, all these other people like that, who basically were never discriminated against the way we were. So it's just
Carla, black women are also a minority,
no, they're not.
right?
Hold on. That's what I'm talking
they're
about the
a
other
double
night.
minority. They're a double
They
minority.
Right.
They create the black girl magic to separate black women
Forget
from
about black girl magic. We're talking
hold
about
on. Black women,
race and sex here.
Black women are part of the black community. They're not part of no black women, and they're not a separate group. They're part of it.
Hold on, Carla. I'm giving you an example, right? There are companies that get tax breaks. The more diverse they are, they get more tax breaks.
Wait, show me the company. Show me the law.
Oh my gosh, Carla.
Where's
Do
the
your
law? You
research.
say that, but how
Go,
does I
go,
never
go.
heard this before.
Yeah, go do your
But
research.
No, I
Elvis,
know. Hold on. I did my research. It does not exist.
It does. What are you talking about? It does not
No,
exist.
hold on. Oh, hold on.
Why do
Look.
you think people are against diversity or DEI hires?
No,
Because it's a
hold
real
on.
thing.
No, Elvis. So you bought the Kool-Aid,
No, I'm telling you this.
diversity, equity, inclusion, right? You know what equity means? That means that you're going to basically bring somebody in just because they're black. I'm not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of just having a black. If I go, look, let me tell you something right now.
Kyla, do you think it's have you seen any company in this country that is all white?
Well, it doesn't matter. How do you know that the black people didn't get that because they basically are a hardworking thing? How do you know that? How do you know that? Most black people I know that are successful didn't get no DEI. They got it because they busted their butt.
Why do you think white people are not going to black colleges? Can you keep them out of there because they're white?
Check this out. And what I do for a living, right? My agency, right? We're the top agency in my region, right? We didn't get no diversity, equity, inclusion. We did it because we're good. We're black professionals, and we pulled out the numbers.
So you got white people working in your agency, right?
Yes,
It's not exclusively black.
Half of my agency is white.
But
Do you think that was your exclusive decision, or you think it was your sisters and your brother who knew what it meant to have other people of other race in your company?
Hold up. We basically, when people come through our door, say they want to work with us or whatnot, first of all, we make sure and then we promote people. I got people now getting promotions. We got people on the last quarter right now. The highest sales is going to get like an $800 bonus. It's not a lot of money,
Elvis, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Elvis, let me ask you a question about DEI. So why don't we have DEI for the NFL and for the NBA? Why don't we have?
Well, you need to talk to Elvis about that.
That's what I'm asking Elvis.
Look, I could care less about friggin' DEI when
I'm asking. I'm trying to get.
I don't. You think you like? Oh, I got you DEI. When I don't care about that.
You do have diversity in the NBA and the NFL, right?
How come we don't
because
have more Chinese?
Hold on. You're not listening, right?
You let me ask the questions. Why don't we have more people of diverse backgrounds? Why don't we have midgets and people in wheelchairs in these organizations? Because they're performance based. It has nothing to do with diversity. It's about performance. I think
not even true, right?
It's
not even true. So let me answer you, Chuko. I have a headache. I don't want to really be yelling. That's why you see I'm not trying to do a lot of arguing. The point is, hold on. I mean, you're missing the point, and I'm trying to bring it to your attention. In these organizations, every team, right, is an organization unto itself. It's like a corporation unto itself. You only see the players on the field, but there are people who work in the offices. There are people who work, as staff for the players.
About the ones on
those
the field.
staff. No, the ones on the field only make up a small portion of the organization.
You're answering a question I didn't ask. I was talking about the players on
That's
the field.
what I'm. No, you didn't say specifically the players.
I said the players on the field.
You said the NFL and the NBA.
Yeah, the players.
So I'm telling you, the organization. It's not about one part of the. You can have a company and your entire boardroom could be white, but the people who are laborers can be diverse. That's included.
Okay, answer about the players. Go ahead.
I can answer the question about the players.
You think the players on the NFLs are all white or all black? They're diverse players on those teams.
Why don't they have DEI in the NBA? Go ahead.
They do.
I'm talking about the players. Go ahead.
They
Why
do.
don't we have midgets and
They
fat
do.
wheelchairs?
They don't have midgets. See, it's just like everything. You're only halfway right because you only know half of the culture. And I can understand that because
I
you
was
just
actually
don't.
talking to Elvis. You're just going to
Nah,
come
I
in.
don't care. I don't care who you're talking to. I'm going to answer the question because you know Elvis doesn't know, right?
You're
So
answering
I'll
a question
tell
I
you.
didn't ask. You're answering a different question.
No, I'm answering the question about diversity in the NBA. And so if you to know diversity in the NBA, you have to go back to Larry Bird, okay? And you have to go back to find out what happened with these two players, okay? Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and how most of the league was probably about 80% black and most white people, okay, which is who consume this product, who consume, they are Chinese. It was Yao Ming. Yao Ming. Yeah, we have Arabs.
Why doesn't it represent
Laundry
the
Shamet.
diversity?
Laundry
It doesn't represent the diversity of America. It doesn't represent the diversity of America.
It does represent. It represents the diversity. It represents the diversity of the world.
So there's
so let me explain it to you. So let me explain. Yes, it is. Let me explain it to you so you can understand, because I know, the learning curve for you and your emotional IQ is very low. So let me explain you things that you just don't know anything about.
You're the one getting emotional.
You weren't even. I'm not emotional. You hear me emotional? Am I screaming, yelling, or crying? I'm not displaying any type of emotion whatsoever. I'm just going to explain to you what you don't know.
Where are the Arabs in the NBA?
There are plenty of Arabs, and there are plenty. I just told you there's a young man that plays for the Knicks. Every nationality, Mexicans, Arabs, white people, Europeans, Africans, African Americans, Puerto Ricans are all represented in the NBA.
Is there equal representation? Go ahead.
No, it's not equally represented.
Okay, that's what DEI is about. It's about equal representation.
There's never going to be no such thing as equal.
No, it's not about equal representation. Okay. It's about diversity.
DEI is tokenism.
Okay, so you're never going to have 100 fairly and equitably in terms, okay, of you're going to get one Chinese and one black person or one African or one. No, that's not going to happen. But what you're going to do is they made a concerted effort, okay, that attendance had gone down very low. Viewership had gone down very low. So these two men, okay, one from French Lick, Indiana, one from Detroit, Michigan, okay, who actually played against each other for the national champion. No, it's not just performance. See,
Chuku, the organization is not just the players. There are more people in the organization than just the players.
What you don't understand is this is what you don't understand. And I don't like, I'm going to be a voice of reason. Okay. So what he's saying is exactly correct. There are people who are representative all over the world because they figured out something, that in order for them, okay, to continue on, they had to appeal to people all over the world. And they found out something else. There's another set of white people who can jump, who can play basketball, okay? And so we can get other white people to watch these white people, even though they have different names or strange names and they come from the other side, okay, of the Caucasus Mountains, okay, that we want to get those people to come in and play. So just like Jeremy Lin played basketball.
Chuku, the NBA has been heavy on international players, the like of Doncic, Antetokounmpo, Jokic, a lot of international players from overseas that's coming to the NBA.
So
even the NFL
are
too
representing themselves. And so this is what they understood is marketing, that if they showed diversity in the marketplace, that other people, okay, from other places would watch them. It's not performance-based because the best basketball players, some of them, never even make it to the NBA.
It is performance based.
No, it's not.
Chuku.
It's not.
Chuku, there came a time in the NFL, right, where the players were advocating for more black coaches, more GMs in the NBA. They wanted to see more people that look like them in position of power.
You just can't see
people like Mike Tomlin, people like Flores. A lot of black coaches now are in the NFL, more so than we saw before. A lot of black GMs are in the NBA. People like Masai Ujiri.
You understand something, right?
So
the reason why
players wanted that diversity in certain high places.
And also when those black coaches made it good because they're actually good. I remember one time, remember that Al Campanis controversy, dollar bill?
Yes.
Back in '87, where they said, how come there's no black quarterbacks, right? They lack the necessity. Remember that?
Yes, the intelligence.
A couple of years later, guess what? Guess who we had? All these black quarterbacks winning the Super Bowl right after that.
There you go.
So right now, we have the highest number of starting black quarterback in the NFL in the history of the league.
And that had nothing to do with diversity, equity, inclusion. And that had to do with white people taking away, black people breaking down barriers, right, and taking over.
My point is, it's performance that's the key. It's
not just no, it is not.
Yeah,
it is not. No, it is not. No, it is not.
So, Chuku, you're not in favor of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace?
Some of the best people
who play sports, of the best
will never get an opportunity to play. Do you know that some of the best singers never get a chance to sing?
Chuku, whether you believe it or not, brother, if you go apply for a job, if it wasn't a law that says people can't discriminate against you or they don't get certain incentives to hire diverse people, you may be the most qualified, but they would deny your application. It's happened in this country many times. You have very qualified black people who are who are not giving jobs to less qualified white people. It happened a lot in this country.
1988.
You don't live in a meritocracy. We don't.
Check this out. 1988. Check this out. 1988. Let me say this. Let me speak. 1988, right? They passed a civil rights bill, right? Now, black folks, right? Basically, civil rights. They call it civil rights, right? They be like, yeah, civil rights, right? But they didn't understand this civil rights bill was supported by George H.W. Bush, right? Was basically trying to make it more difficult to prove discrimination. Remember that dollar bill? And on top of that,
without a doubt,
and on top of that, they stuck a rider in that bill. No, it's actually Ronald Reagan was president. They stuck a rider on that bill, right? Giving the Japanese compensation for the money that they lost in World War II. So they stuck that. The rider came in. Japanese got money. Black people lost because they made it harder for you. Before it was like if you have discrimination, the burden was on the company to prove that it did not discriminate. But the law changed it around to make it seem like you got to prove your case that you were discriminated based on race.
And they also identified women as someone who's being discriminated against.
Exactly. They
gave them minority status.
Title IX.
They were minorities until that time.
Exactly.
Until that time,
they did that to redistribute the benefits to white women and not black people.
Yes, exactly, Chuku. You're 100% correct about that. See, even a clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, Elvis asked the original question about, am I for diversity, equity, inclusion? Look, the bottom line is this. When they say diversity, equity, inclusion, the last people that think about are straight black men like Dollar Bill and myself. We know that.
Exactly.
If they could get gays...
what are we, Kola? We're gays?
I have no idea what you are. African-American males.
Can I say this, Kola? I was contemplating I was having this conversation with my wife this afternoon. And I said to her, it's interesting that people are talking about the Latinos and talking about the African-American males, but what they're not talking about are the white women. The white women who decided this race. The white women who decided that they were not going to go along with black girl magic.
Yep.
They were not going against their fathers.
Yes,
and an interesting thing happened. Okay, when Hillary Clinton did not get the nomination to be the president, Democratic nomination to be the president of the United States of America, do you see how she refused to relinquish that during the convention that she held out? And she did that because white women, have made a statement. we are not going to allow a so-called black woman or a black woman or an immigrant, a child of immigrants to become the first female president of the United States before us. They're not going to let it happen. They were not going to let it happen. They didn't care no matter what. They were not going to let it go down in history that the first, woman to be the president of the United States. They figured she slipped by and became the first vice president. There was no way in the world.
I heard a different account of that. What I heard is that they wanted Kamala to lose so they could say, well, we gave it a shot. We put the black woman up there, but she didn't win. So now they don't have to worry about trying to put
if they wanted her to win, they would have voted for her. And the numbers...
They're going to blame all
the numbers show
Democrats on Kamala.
And the numbers show they didn't vote for her. They were split down. Even the white males voted for her more than the white women.
Well, how soon will the Democrats run another black woman for president? Go ahead.
They've never run one.
I'm saying again,
when's the next time,
when's the next time you think the Democrats will put a black woman on the the presidential ticket? Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't really know.
I haven't really thought about that. You understand something? At this point in our history, right? You say you're not African American. You understand? We don't give a damn about none of this. It means absolutely nothing to us at this point in time. Seeing a black person in the White House, like I'm at the point now where most black people I know, we don't care about seeing black people in the mayors. And those of us who live in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, we like this. We have like one black lady on the Virginia Beach City Council. She's a Liberian lady, and that's it. We want black people are starting to get to the point where we want prosperity and success. We don't care about the look. The 1960s was like, oh, remember they used to brag about dollar bill. Remember that the emergence of black mayors. Well, we had black mayors. We had a few generations of black politics and everything.
But that's a key part of the civil rights strategy is to elect black people to high
office. That was the civil rights. Most black people in Malcolm X that didn't participate in civil rights. Most black people at the time lived in the North. We didn't have civil rights in the North.
That was 60 years ago. Listen, Chukwu, I want to ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, Chukwu?
Real quick, let me just make this one statement. The reason why they selected Kamala and Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court is because black women wanted representation. That was a concession.
How was that representation? That's what we're talking about. These stupid politics.
You keep talking about tokenism, right?
Kola, you had Sandra Day O'Connor. You had Ruth Bader Ginsburg. You have white women on the Supreme Court. You've never had a black woman there.
Well, we had a so-called black president. Why didn't he do it? Why didn't the so-called black president?
I know he put a Hispanic lady up there.
He put the Hispanics in that position. A Puerto Rican from the Bronx. Why didn't he do that?
This is the civil rights strategy. Elect black
he
people
was so pro.
Office,
he was so pro-black, and
black people can elevate in the society. Let
me tell you something, Trooper. That's another lie. Like, hold on. The civil rights people want to make us, they want to take credit for black success in America. But Dollar Bill and I know, right? Most black people basically were succeeding without civil rights or anything like that. They made it seem like, now I'll give you this, right? By basically saying, and listen to this very carefully, by the law saying you can't discriminate against, right? Most companies said, you know something? Maybe we can make some money out of this hiring blacks, whatnot. Then they looked around. Let me give you a perfect example. Pepsi and Coke, right? These two companies are battling for market share, right? Yes. Who's tipping the balance of who dominates? Black people, right? So naturally, what they do, recruited Bill Cosby to sell Coke. They put Michael Jackson to sue Pepsi, That's what it is. It had nothing to do with them loving us or not. It's about the money. Same thing in the 1970s. Remember, Dollar Bill? You would see black people in Pontiac commercials, in magazines and everything like that. Man, because suddenly they decided to become diverse and everything. They realized that's a market, and and black people respond to. They did a study to different things. They see themselves in a thing. Now, what we tried to do was Jesse Jackson, what was smart was saying, we would try to boycott. They called Jesse Jackson a shakedown artist, but it was brilliant though, right? He said, you got all, but you're not hiring us. You're not selling to us. You're not doing business with us. And then you know what they did? They gave Jesse Jackson and his sons a Coca-Cola dealership. You see how it works?
Yes.
Politics in America, Chukwu, you don't understand, is dirty.
I do understand it, but there's an element that you're not understanding. The reason why they have DEI departments, because it's a way for companies to virtue signal that they're not racist. They could put.
Well, the problem, what does that got to hold up? What does that got to do with us? That's not moving the needle for us. I don't care if that about the diversity. That don't mean black people are going to benefit from this stuff. I said earlier tonight, I talked about that natural gas pipeline and whatnot. Where's the DEI in that? How many black contractors going to get that? You won't see it. You won't see it. It's only like tokenism, little tiny jobs here and there.
But you're right.
So should there be a program that opens up that space for black people?
Well, I will say the only way it's going to happen is if we had our own African American.
No, forget about the only way. Is it a right thing to do for the government to include black people to get some of that money?
They're not going to do this out of the goodness of their heart. You can have all DEI in the world,
and that's why they want to get rid of it, because they feel like it was forced upon them. Why should they give people of color, diverse group of people, the same opportunities that white people get? Why should they?
Let me answer that question.
Let
me answer that question for a second.
If they're not qualified,
Let me answer that. Let me answer that question. First, you would have to understand the history of African Americans, and you would have to also understand the statement by Lyndon Johnson. Why should they do that? Because of slavery. Because they're saying if the race to get better, right, is, and you start the race with shackles on, right? You let the person run for 300 or 400 years and you use them as credit, okay? How can they compete with you when you have given them a handicap? It's like when you play golf, right? So if the person has a handicap and they're not coming in at the same way you're coming in, right? So how can they compete with you? So what they did was they gave incentives for other people to make the playing field what they call a level playing field. So the white folks decided that they love white privilege. After all, isn't this what America was founded on? It's a white settlers colony. And these people were our slaves. Why should we get a playing field with them? Why? Because in the 150 years after slavery, look at how much black people did. Look how far they came. They had more people who were married than they did. And they had more, even though they weren't making as much as white folks, they had more families.
We had better communities
in the South. We had educated people. We had our own colleges, our own institutions. Okay. And we were taking people and making them, okay, congressmen and senators and mayors.
Black America produced the world's first black billionaire.
So we got to say there's something wrong with that. There's obviously something wrong, because the J.P. Vance people who live in the Appalachian Mountains, they still are not doing well. And now I have these Negroes who came into the race with as slaves, and now they had the opportunity and we gave them incentives. It must be reverse racism. That's why they're doing so well, right?
And that's what David Duke tapped into.
There you go.
That's what David Duke tapped into. You know this stuff, right? And so therefore, people like Bill Clinton and they tapped into this to the white resentment. They said we can't let Reagan basically steal all the white resentment. We got to bring them back.
Exactly.
So they start throwing black people. The Democrats start throwing black people under the bus by blaming us for crime. The Willie Horton ass. Remember that?
But
the welfare queen, the whole idea that black people are taking welfare, and there's a welfare queen out there, and she's getting all these checks and having all these
black people getting white jobs. And this myth about the overqualified white, they're not getting a job. That was another myth debunked. They found that the white people was talking about, I was qualified for a job, but some minority took it from me and whatnot. Then after they did the investigation and they went undercover, found out that was a complete lie.
It's like the Chinese recently, right? The Chinese recently said that it's because of black people we can't increase our numbers.
Now they're screwed. Now they're screwed. They screwed themselves over.
And they screwed themselves over because black people are still maintaining the same numbers. You've taken away the barriers, right? And still your numbers aren't increasing.
Because the alumni, the legacy people fill those gaps in, you know? And it's stupid. They got played, you know?
See the game. You see, this is why when I say to you, Chuku, and I don't dislike you, Chuku, I think you're a nice young man. I have to be a little nicer and kinder to you because I know you just don't understand. And so when people don't understand, you have to, you have to hold their hand sometimes, just to walk through just to walk with them.
We're plugged into different cultures. I don't see myself as a victim.
Well, let me ask you a question. You don't see exactly, but however, you are constantly telling us how we're a minority in a minority. How does it feel for you to be
also a minority?
A minority in a
you
minority.
Think I'm in a majority? I'm a
no,
minority.
I'm just asking you. How do you feel being the minority in a minority?
I'm comfortable. I'm very comfortable.
And so, what would make you think that we're uncomfortable?
Well, because I see that the identity crisis is going on. You don't know if you're
FBA.
I love this. I love this.
Hold on. What identity crisis? I said we said we're African American. Period. End of story.
That's not.
Let me ask you a question, Chuku.
People don't
what
know
identity crisis. What identity crisis do you feel?
Do you see any Moors on this platform right
Black
here?
Indians. There's a lot of people walking around.
How many people do you think identify as Black Indians in America?
Anybody with a freaking with a internet connection get on there say all kinds of stupid stuff. That don't mean the majority of African Americans.
There's people who are dead ass serious. They'll tell you that.
And they're what percentage of the people of the 50 million Black people in America?
I see online, it's
online. Yeah, but of the 50 million,
they'll wear a headdress in a minute.
If the 50 million African Americans identify themselves as Indians, other than the people, the Dane Callaways that you see online,
if they tell me they're an Indian, I believe them.
Okay,
if you tell
they
me
could be Indians,
I believe them.
Do you have any backup in census that people are now representing themselves, African Americans, as Indians? Do you have any data to prove that?
A lot of people talk like that.
Now, I'm just asking you a question. How do most Black people in America, okay, who were born here and whose parents, okay, going all the way back to the 1865, how many of those individuals can you say?
Well, they say that their grandmama always told them that they
is that on the census report?
That's what they say.
You've spoken to 50.
Chuku trolls and hangs around a lot of ignorant Black people, you know.
Chuku, I want to see the proof because the last time I checked,
you have to ask them for the proof.
The majority, you're spewing. You're spewing.
Their grandmama always told them that they're Indians. That's what their grandmama said.
You gotta take that up with these ignorant people you hang around with, man.
But you're repeating the ignorance, though.
Well, these are your people. These are one of yours.
No. Hey, hold up. If you're not African American and don't identify exactly, you're not my people. You know.
Chuku, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Now, the main thing that used to bother me about you, and I like to clear it up. You claim that you're half African American.
That's true. My mother is a Black.
Now, I just asked you a question. So why would you make the statement to me that they're my people? Wouldn't they be half your people too?
Technically,
right.
Yeah.
So why don't you use the possessive and say our people if that's what you truly believe?
Not one of us.
No, I'm just trying to go along. I'm going to go along with his delusion. Because see, obviously he thinks, I
don't believe his mother's African American. I don't believe it.
I don't either. But when a person is delusional, right? You don't want them to have a fit, so you go along with their delusion. I'm just going to go along with your delusion, and I'm going to look at your reasoning behind that. Would you not say that our people have a problem?
Well, there's levels. My mom is part of the talented 10th. She's not.
Your mother. It said that on her birth certificate that she's part of the talented 10th?
It says that in her pedigree. All my
It says her pedigree
didn't exist, bro.
that
Talent never existed.
So what you're saying is that she was never part of, her family was never part of slavery, that they automatically just sprung up as talented.
I have slave ancestry. I do.
Oh, so you do have slave ancestry. And so what are you saying? What are you saying that all of a sudden that she's immune to the things that have happened to African Americans? So she never paid the price of being an African American in her lineage in America. Is that what you're saying?
Chuku.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think your mother thinks the same way about African Americans like you do? Is that something that she passed down to you in terms of her views of her own people?
Does she have any of her own views?
Very liberal.
If she was African American, she probably one of these self-hating, like ones that go over there and
Kola, give him a chance to answer.
Does she have any opinions of her own?
Of course she does. She's a AKA from Tuskegee. She's very liberal. She voted for Kamala.
Oh, and how do you feel about that? You feel like half of yourself? Do you? I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you really,
I don't believe
this,
I don't believe Tuco's half.
Do you hate half of yourself or something?
I don't believe it.
I just basically want to know.
I don't believe
hate like half of yourself?
I think Tuco.
I don't
really
see black people as being
Oreo.
a
He's really
group.
white on the inside.
Oh, I want to hear. I want to hear what he said. You don't see what?
I don't see all black people as being a unified group with the same interests, with the same shared culture.
No, who does? No one is there all unified group. No one.
That's what I'm saying.
The Latinos have clearly stated and shown and demonstrated.
But Chuku, what do you think? What do you think the dominant culture of African American is?
Hold on, excuse me.
You think it's about the ghetto portray, or is it more like a middle class culture that dominates African Americans?
Question. When you asked him a question, I was quiet.
Most people are in the middle class, but for some reason, a lot of black
don't
Americans
disrespect me.
A lot of black Americans elevate this low culture.
Village boy.
There you go, Chuku. That's the majority of Black America, and you know
what it is.
You can't propound that they, majority of them are of that ghetto class. Most of them are middle class working.
You see what I'm saying?
College educated.
He doesn't have to talk to me, but he doesn't have to talk to me, but he doesn't have to be disrespectful. Also, when he spoke to you, I didn't say one word. When you asked him a question, I didn't say one word. You're being disrespectful. You don't like me? That's fine.
Who are you talking to, me or Elvis? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Elvis. I'm here to stay, baby. I'm not going nowhere. Whether you like it or not.
Check us out. Tuco. Like I said, the bottom line is this. This is what it is about Black America. You understand something, right? We got people, we're a diverse group of people. We got people that are highly educated, highly civilized, educated, and everything. We got people that are working class, people who don't know a whole lot, and everything. We got people that are rich and got money and it's still or not. You cannot look. You cannot about African Americans, right? Let me tell you something, right? You can't look at them and say, "Oh, he's middle class. He must be good." There's a lot of bad middle class Black people out there, and there's a lot of good Black people that are poor. Poor. I know a lot of people. You go to
your class doesn't decide who you are.
Those beautiful people you ever meet in your life.
Your heart.
Judge people by what their material status is and stuff like that. I don't judge people like that. I can look at anybody and be like this. Everybody has worth. And the bottom line is, when I say African American,
even Elvis has worth.
I'm talking. Look, when I say African American nation, I mean that guy that's a janitor. That guy, a Black man's an executive. If our ancestors came from those slave ships, we're people, And
do you remember a couple of years ago?
But that woman has splintered.
We have not splintered, man. Stop that nonsense.
Come on, that's
we have not splintered, man. You are watching too much stupid social media, man. We're not.
College. Do you remember that woman who contributed over $400,000 to a college, and all she did was she would wash people's clothes and iron, and she saved and accumulated almost $500,000.
Yeah, stories.
She wasn't a talented 10th individual, right? She wasn't a college graduate, but yet and still,
not all Black people are plugged into the same cultures. That's my point.
No, hold up.
Chuku, you're actually right on that point.
Hold up. No.
Respond to that.
You're not gonna get away with that. you're going to tell us that we don't have the same culture. See, this is what I'm talking. It's the hypocrisy. You don't know our culture.
There's not.
You don't know. But what you do, but what you do know, but what you do know,
we're not a monolith. That's the thing.
Yes,
we're not.
Yeah. Unfortunately for you, no. Unfortunately for you, yes, we are really a monolith, and this is something that you Africans and Caribbeans want to come out and say. You know no, you guys are the minority of the minority. So yeah, we are pretty much monolithic. Yes, we are.
Check us out.
Because the majority
ignorance, right? Check out ignorance. Yeah. FB says the richest black man in America is an entertainer, not a doctor. Actually, the richest black man in America is a software engineer called David Stewart. He's the richest black man in the world, worth $11 billion. He's not an entertainer or actor,
See, this is the ignorance and the hypocrisy.
Ignorance about
they don't know our culture.
They don't know.
They think they know because they got Google and they can look up things.
And
they don't understand or know why. You know what, Kola? The first millionaire in my family was a guy by the name of Peanut Alex. He came from the South, I think in the 40s or early 50s. And at that time, I don't know, in the 70s, I don't know if you remember it, people used to love peanuts and hot nuts. You know how they used to take the nuts.
One of my clients gave me a bunch of hot nuts a couple of years ago. I went to the country in Smithfield, Virginia.
Yes.
We roasted hot nuts out there. They gave me a bunch of, I had them in my car. I didn't eat them. I had them in my car for like months. I could never get a nutcracker.
So back in the days, my cousin was on Life magazine, one of the first black millionaires, of Georgetown, South Carolina, Peanut Alex. And he had he was a handicapped guy. He only had 2 fingers on one hand. And at that time, people used to hawk their peanuts, their hot peanuts, and this wax type of paper. And people would come to you, they would go to your cars and things, and it was a big deal. And Macy's, they used to have those peanuts anyway, this guy became a multimillionaire because he was able to get peanuts from the family. We used to have the land in Georgetown, South Carolina, where we would grow pecans. We used to say pecans, right? We would grow pecans. They call them pecans. We would grow pecans.
Now you got me hungry for some pecan pie, man.
It's a little bit too sweet for me. But we used to eat a lot of these different, Africans in the continent, they call them ground nuts, right? And we used to send him all of these nuts. And because he didn't have to deal with the middleman, he got all of his stuff was pure profit. He was able to become the richest man and the first black millionaire of Georgetown, South Carolina. Later on, he did some crazy stuff and tried to bribe someone and ended up going to jail. But I'm just saying that to say there were so many ways that black people became rich. He didn't play basketball. He didn't play baseball. He did it through free enterprise, right? And he did it because he was able to get the supply that he needed from his family, basically coming from the post office. They used to send us the nuts. I don't know if your family did that for you, Kola, but my mom used to get nuts from her family. They would send Brazilian nuts and pecans and hazelnuts. And we had a big, this bowl, in our living room. And we had these nutcrackers. And that's what we used to eat for snacks, like nuts.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. All black people used to do that, have that.
Right? And so that was part of our culture. And he was able to use his culture to make money. And so these people...
dollar bill? People don't realize this, right? Watermelons. Do you know that was how some black people became really rich? Then the white people saw this, right? And started denigrating us with this stereotypes, right? And then black people moved away from it. Black people used to grow melons and whatnot, plant melons, grow them, and start their own distribution systems and whatnot, because they sold like hotcakes,
Yes.
So yeah, we had our own independent economy selling cabbage, collard greens, and stuff like that. We had our own little economy in the South, and and sometimes in the North, but it didn't really translate to us going up north for some reason,
Well, not entirely true, because I remember this guy. He had a restaurant where he used to sell. I told my wife about it. He used to sell pig feet and spaghetti. And so I can't remember the name. I'm going to find out the name one day and I'm going to present it to you. But this guy had a whole like a restaurant, like 5 or 6 different restaurants around Harlem. And he would sell, Sherman's was his name. So we used to, because I remember like when I first started working for the city, we would stop by Sherman's and get some pig feet, okay, and some spaghetti. And this guy, he had a big business going on, and he made millions of dollars selling pig feet and spaghetti. You had other people who were coming from the South, okay, selling soul food in Harlem.
Oh yeah,
and they did very well.
Good. But like I said, the markets, the markets are like one thing we didn't master was the perishable part of it, perishable part. We would take capital, to build a sort of refrigeration and stuff like, you know what I'm saying?
What happened is, but what happened was in the North in the 80s, a lot of my friends, they live in Atlanta, right? They moved out of New York City. And as we began to move out, more Caribs came. And so now you have a lot more Caribs. And so the demand, supply and demand, the demand for soul food, okay, began to get low. And actually, it was white folks who would come on these tours to Harlem, okay? But we didn't know what they were really doing. We thought they were just coming there to go to jazz clubs and to go and eat, soul food. What they really was doing was looking at an opportunity. They saw all these nice buildings and said, shoot, these black people ain't doing anything with them. We're going to swoop in here and get it. Okay. And that's what they did. That's what white folks do. They try to map out for conquest. We just like Africans think that the Chinese and the other people, like I think I sent you that video. Yeah. They think that they're there to help them out, to build up their infrastructure.
That's what the Africans think. And all that Africans are calling them Chinese. They board there. Oh, they're Africans too now. The whites are like, yo, there's no hope for us, man. That's why I said we should just build African American nation, just build it ourselves, because there's no hope in Africa.
But let me ask you this, Chuku. Since you keep telling me there's levels,
Chuku dropped off. He dropped off.
Yeah, you know what?
You ran him off.
Every time.
Yo, what up, fellas? What up?
Intelligent talk. Chuku can't stand the heat, so I don't have to curse him out. At first, I would respond to him and curse him out, but now I don't do that anymore. Okay, I realize that the more intelligent information is presented to him, that his little mind cannot comprehend, because he has a low level IQ.
Anytime, like I said earlier tonight, I said what we have to do is build our own black political party and everything. They said, well, you don't have the numbers. I said, it ain't about electing people. Why do people think we talk about politics in America? We're talking about seeing a black face. I don't care about seeing a black face. It's about organizing our interests together. Imagine if we was having we was having political rallies and meetings over now, and we had our interest. Everybody's getting to talk. Dollar Bill, you might come in the meeting and talk about, I want to do a seminar tonight on education. Blah, blah, blah. This is what we need when I might do one on basically making things better for people who get into the ITC. I'm in ITC business, right? Another thing what people talk about, Kola, you sell insurance. No, I'm a friggin' marketing technology and business when I just happen to be selling insurance right now. I could take my agency, right, and turn that into sell anything across the globe if I wanted to. That's why the technology I have. I can make up apps. I have my nieces. They can make up apps and everything, code and like that. And I can. I said to myself, imagine if I had a product made in Africa, right? That would be a hot seller in America. I could basically have it so that I'm selling or marketing to like thousands of different restaurants and everything like that, and basically have it so they can pay whatever like that. And I become a millionaire. But the bottom line is we don't have that. We don't have nothing I said the one thing Black America is missing is the ability to manufacture and make stuff. You know, because it's so expensive to make something here. Africa would have been a perfect place to do that. You know, because labor is so cheap. You know.
Well, that's what the Chinese are seeing, right?
Yeah. No. So the bottom line. So after all these years, right, of me singing it from the top of the thing, I basically, but I do. And I'm gonna say something about my sisters. Everybody think Kola don't like the Black women. I love my sisters, right? You shea butter women. I know Tariq Clown Jaw with the shea butter.
Shea butter.
But the bottom line is what they were able to do: go over there and just whatever the nickels and dimes put together and make some shea butter and sell it back in America. You know, hey, I'm all proud of them. You know, that's remarkable what they was able to do. Those Black women. You know,
can I say something to Baruti for a minute? So, Baruti, you keep talking about hegemony with Africa. Hegemony is the political, economic, and military prominence over one state or another, either regional or global. Unless we have an Afghanistan, we cannot be hegemonic. In the United States, okay, there's hegemony in international economic and financial sector because they have the ability, okay, to manipulate and weigh the voting systems, the rules, and the arrangements of international organizations. Okay, and make sure that it's approved by at least 85% of the majority. We cannot get along with continental Africans because they have it in their mind. Okay, one, that we have no culture, and they feel that if we have something to say, in fact, we should say nothing, right? Even when we are the majority of individuals in this conversation, we should somehow humble ourselves and take a back seat to what they're saying.
Exactly.
And when we say something about it, they get angry.
Chuko said something profound. Two things he said profound the last time he was on here. He said, one, you're a minority in America. You can't participate in power because you're not represented by a state. You know, so basically, I wish you would have told me that 35 years ago, and I wouldn't have wasted so much time. You know, and then he goes, only thing good about Pan-Africanism is it get away from your slave heritage. You want see, that's the whole thing. That's a line in the sand. Africans basically do not respect our ancestors. You know, when it was our fault that our ancestors
and why they think we stateless? Black Americans aren't a stateless people. Y'all gotta stop
pushing. They look at.
Hold on. But I blame some Pan-Africans for pushing that shit too, though. We're not a stateless people. But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yo, but I'll say you're right about that. The bottom line is this: they figure just because they can get on a plane and get a visa, that America is like up for grabs. They saw with this election. America is simply not up for grabs. You know,
we don't have to prove
Kola, that's why I came in. You know, Trump just announced his border czar, his ICE guy.
I saw that.
He just did it. He just did it about a half an hour ago.
Check it out. What do you think about the fact that Kamala? Elvis, I want to ask you this, Elvis. I was saving this for you. Kamala raised $1 billion, right? She's leaving with $20 million in debt. People are talking about they didn't get paid. Where did all that money go to? They said that a lot of stuff was spent on these entertainers and whatnot, you know, big name entertainers.
You know, she ain't spend no money on the ground in Philly. College, she ain't spend no money on the ground.
She ain't spend no money with no Black people, you know. Anyway, Trump only spent $400 million, and he's leaving with a $30 million surplus. So what does that tell you?
Can I say something, Elvis? I mean, that's not Elvis. Can I say something, guys, about this? Something's going on in the chat. Let me explain something to me. And this is something that people constantly say. Oh, you're dealing with the people in Africa. You're dealing with people on the internet, and there's internet talk. This is what's really going on. And I want you guys to take a critical look at what the Mexican guy said today and how the Latino community is kind of morphing and redefining itself. And so the issue is, our issue and our problem is not really with continental Africans in Africa, or at least most of them. Not the ones that are not, the ones that are killing our people. We definitely have an issue with them, but we know they're not killing us because we're African Americans. They're killing us because of economics. They see something that we have and they don't
weak,
have.
Vulnerable people. They see weak, vulnerable people.
Right. And if you are weak and they feel if they like just like America, if they can catch a lick, they'll catch a lick, right? And so when you go into a situation acting like you don't have anything, and you're somehow, like Chuku said, somehow lost, and you don't have any identity, okay, then that's what will happen to you. That means you're fair game, right? So our problem and our issue here in America is, are these people here going to be part of the problem or part of the solution? Well, why do you say that? Because, see, clearly the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans have all made some type of consensus. Their consensus is, if we don't delineate ourselves from these Mexican people, from these Venezuelan people who only share the language with us, but don't share our culture with us, they're going to make it bad for all Latinos in this country.
Right.
They're embarrassing. They're coming here. They're acting like animals. And if we keep allowing them to represent us, then the rest of the world is going to perceive us as animals.
That was
so
smart.
We got to strike. Wasn't that smart?
Yeah, it was smart. Yeah, he just basically said, in other words, basically this pan-Latino shit just went out the door, man, went out the friggin' door. I say the same thing. People may hate me when I say this, right? I say the same thing about other groups of people, even some black people. Let me tell you something. I said that we got to delineate from this Pookie Boomquisha culture, right? And the bottom line is true, though. If I'm looking at Philadelphia, remember what the Philadelphia?
Nah, come on, Colin. Stay focused, man.
Hold on.
You about to go on your right wing rant now, man.
Jamal, I'm gonna say something, and no offense to you, right? Remember that?
Stay focused, man.
Remember that chick Meatball in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Get off a line. You're online. We ain't nobody worried about Meatball.
Meatball was out there inciting riots and whatnot, and now
she wasn't.
Stop it. Whatnot, Stop it. She was about, we gotta get food out here and whatnot and everything.
You're online too much.
You're online too much. African American. That's beaming out on Jesse Walker.
No. Can we stay on topic about a group of people? Why are you going to the lowest common denominator?
No, but Jamal, I understand that, right? I understand that. But you
stay on topic.
Jamal, I know that, right? You know that, right? But the millions of freaking white folks and everybody else don't know
delineate from the Liberians that's coming over here, or delineate from the Haitians. Come on, bro. Why don't you stay focused? I'm saying, look, stay on cold for 1 second. Can you stay on cold for 1 second?
Why do I not be on cold?
Kyle don't want to delineate from us. He loves us too much, man.
Yeah,
I can delineate from people who did
Somalis, man. You got so
I'm ready to delineate from Africans, especially some on the panel.
No, but I'm like this.
Look, Meatball, hold up. 22-year-old girl.
For the most part,
you hate black women. Yeah, I think you hate black women, Kyle.
Let me
man. Come on,
Jamal. Let me say this. Jamal, stop. Jamal.
Come on, Jamal.
I don't think he hates black women, Jamal. I do think he has some kind of vendetta against black women. I do think.
She's a 22-year-old girl.
Come on, I like Black Girl Magic. Check us out. This is what I'm saying, Jamal. Like, as far as like the African immigrants, like I told, and where I live at, African are like model Negroes, man. They're model citizens. I got nothing against them because they come.
They're the white people of black people, huh?
What?
Are they the white people of black people?
They're white when that,
I see white people.
But the bottom line is this: I got no problem with Africans, right? You come here and whatnot because they're not really fucking up like this. But I do, like I said,
in New York they are. They drill rappers,
all kind of. But hold up. But the bottom line is,
you ain't in no big city. You got to come to Philly where the Ghanaians joining gangs. And
New York.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold up, I see that. But the bottom line, and also just like in South Florida and West Palm, the Haitians destroyed that place. The Zopound gang went out. They destroyed that place. but we get blamed for it because they look black, you know what I'm saying? We get blamed for that shit,
You got civilized Africans down there, man, in Maryland.
Yeah, Virginia, because why? Because Virginia.
No, Maryland was already civilized. Stop it, y'all.
No, I'm saying he has civilized Africans down there. We got some, the Africans, a lot of them that come here to New York, they I don't know how they land dead in the damn ghetto, man.
Yeah,
some of
because you're getting a higher sample size. That's what it is. You get a higher.
Isn't that what Chuka would say? There's levels to this.
Yeah, it's levels. You get more of a sample size.
I haven't been in New York in a long time. I'll be shocked if I go up there and see Africans acting up because it's so well behaved here in Virginia.
Okay, just look for Naya Beans. You go to River Park Towers out there in the Bronx.
Go to Southwest Philly, man.
You'll see a bunch of Africans.
What about Tracy Towers, man? I know there's a lot of Ghanaians in Tracy Towers. Now, how is that nowadays?
They have completely assimilated, man. And listen, but you get a lot of good people too. I'm not gonna sit here and try to spread, all of that type of, rhetoric. Some of which I do for for entertainment purposes.
Hey, Dollar Bill, we're trying to tell you delineate. I see you coming on board now, but Kola, this shit been going on for the last 7 years, man, and it's picking up steam. The delineation.
Well, you know what it is?
Picking up steam.
I think that they've already delineated from us, right? And so, when you have people like Zongo who are telling us that they're African Americans when he knows he's damn a Ghanaian American, right? So, and they want to define us. That's my problem when it comes to people, when they try to, and I believe that a lot of them are behind those calls, man, about cotton pickers, man. I think Mike is sending black people text messages and voice messages calling them cotton pickers.
It's a whole thing. The whole thing is, like I said,
Michael
Milwaukee. Hold on. What I get is Dollar Bill is our story in America is so tenuous. Tenuous means it's like so shaky, right? Remember when the term African American has been around for a long time. It's been like 1700s, right? Jesse Jackson rebirthed it in the late 1980s, right? At first, I was like, I was one of those. The first couple of years, I was like, I ain't no African. I resisted it, right? Then after a while, I said, okay, that don't sound so bad. The African American, Then I said, okay, I can rock with that, man. It gives us a homeland. The movie Coming to America came out and whatnot. Okay, I'm African American, but okay, and I started getting into all things African, right? Just now, I'm saying, wow, we got a term, we got an identity, we're African and we're American, right? Then now, something like people like FB is gonna say, I'm African because my father's African. No, African American means you're a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. Period.
It's a lot of these Africans, man, who are anchored.
Yeah, so they want to hold
Africans.
Now they want to take that identity away from us.
Zongo and the Africans. Oh, this is what Baruti said. $1 bill.
Oh, look what Zongo said. Elon must have. See what they say? Elon must have African American. So the bottom line is, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
FB, you're African.
Elon Musk is part of the African American nation. No.
You must hate half of yourself. All of these guys, you see what happens? I want you sisters to understand. These are the type of people that you will produce when you mix your seed with these continental Africans. You're gonna have chukus.
They're confused people, You're
gonna have the chooks.
Hey, yo, right. So let me tell you a story, right? I went to a Gambian function. Like they had
my God.
Gambian
you at a
Gambian
function?
Yeah, man, Jamal.
Hold on, right? Check this out, right? So Maya is a co-worker, right? He's from Gambia, older gentleman, he's probably 50, right? So I go to is that a church? Is that like a little banquet ball, right? So he opens the door, I come in, it's crowded, right? Guess who he sit me next to? The white guys that he invited.
Well, he knew who you were, man.
Oh man, this is crazy.
he knew you was kind of rabid FBA guy, so he had to sit your ass.
Oh man, he sat me next to the white guys. I said, "Oh man, this is wild."
Oh man, Prince Torrin.
But those Africans, the Africans, man, listen, the Africans, they're immigrant first, y'all. And I think sometimes
that's fine. We don't.
Listen.
We have no issue with that, right? And so they, I understand that, right? They're immigrants, and when you're an immigrant, you come to a country, okay? People usually they don't do what Dinah Samir and these other people tell us to do. Oh, make friends with the locals. No, people who are immigrants usually gather together to protect themselves. We can completely, white people do it all the time. That's why they have their ethnic enclaves. They feel comfortable. I work with Filipino people, right?
We do that, my God, man. All hell breaks loose, man.
Why are you doing that?
We anchored. We got a different story. We already anchored.
Why you should be with the locals so they can rob you and still take stuff at your house.
Lucy, remember Jamal? Remember that conference call we had with Lucy one night? She told us, I am local, man. 2 years later, what happened, man? She was like, I fucked down.
Got robbed. That's what happened.
She in the Caribbean now.
I think she's in Virgin Islands, something like that,
Listen, see this is what I tell Barudi's my friend and I love him, man. I think he's a real intelligent.
He's unrealistic, man.
No, I just think me and my other friend Joe, we tell him this the same time. Joe, happy birthday. It's Joe's birthday today. Call him up later, Barudi, and say happy birthday or drop him a line. You see, let's look at what he just said. Dollar bill, Hispanics and Asians are building U.S. hegemonies. In the U.S., as a multicultural nation, there can be a parallel hegemonies. Those size vary based on ethnic leverage and proportion. You cannot have hegemony with people who first don't even recognize you as a human being, much less as an African. You see, what the difference is that Asians recognize themselves as Asians. These Africans refuse to accept that we're African Americans. They call us the blacks, right?
They call us Black American.
They call us Black American. And then what they do is they draw these straw man, arguments by bringing up people like Dane Calloway. Now, how many people follow Dane Calloway? Not many.
All these crazy people.
All these fringe individuals where you guys say you're not African. Well, what does the census say? Does the census say African American?
It says black. Yeah. Or when I do applications, it says you're blacks or / African American.
And so we don't cross it out, right? We don't cross it out.
I never seen somebody say, hey, "Are you a Moor, Hebrew, ADOS, FBA?" like that.
They were trying to get that right. So you go to the fringes.
That failed because white people laugh at that shit.
Exactly. They see.
Hold on. I will say this to cut you off real quick, Dollar Bill. I did see your Yvette Cornell on ABC News today.
You see,
News Network. Hold on.
Also
he was on National News. So I wouldn't put FBA ADOS in that conversation. But go ahead.
But check this out. But her eyes are cross-eyed. You ever see her?
There's a lot of people on ABC
She was on national TV. Colin.
I know that.
Somebody's on national TV every
bottom line
day.
Is this. So look, the white people look at that as okay, in the scheme of things, right? For white people, for the most part, unless they can use Africans or whatnot, when it comes down to it, when an African walks in a restaurant, right, and they're in their little white world, I know white people, right? If they don't have like black friends or whatever like that, white people like being in their little white spaces and their comfort. If somebody black comes in, it breaks their tranquility. So it doesn't matter where that African think he's from or he's not like us. When all they see is you're black or you're phenotype, and the bottom line, that's that tranquility that they have, that safety that they have being white, whatever like that. They're like, okay, black people are so far away, they're way over there on this side of town, and everything like that. When they see you walk into their spaces, they're like, what the hell is he doing here? So the bottom line, and I know a lot of African guys, like, let me give you a perfect example I'm talking about. Years ago, I was driving for Uber, like this is back in 2015. I was driving for Uber, right? No, 2016. I was driving Uber, right? And I picked up these Nigerian girls, fine-ass Nigerian girls from the airport, right? And so I thought these girls like they're models, something like that, real tall, whatever like that, looks sexy as hell, right? Anyway, I said, what's that to do in this town? We're from D.C. I said, okay, this town's like, and I was going to take them some white clothes. And I said, what is this, white or black club? I said, we go white. She goes, nah, we don't want to go to no white club. I go, why not? I know these type of girls, white guys like you. He said, no. Where the black clubs at, Now, these are Nigerian girls, where the black clubs at, People are not stupid. Social media when you get this stuff about ADOS, FBA, or Africans talking and stuff like that, they know where to fit in. So I took her to this Jamaican club called Montego Bay right now. They said, we're going to peep inside and see how it is. They walked inside, man. All these Negroes had neck snapped. Like, they're like, oh, we good. You can go. They're like,
they
oh,
were happy,
good.
right?
Yeah, they were like,
I don't say that because the Carib's gonna be like, yeah, because y'all weren't in there.
No, it was all Montego
Yeah,
Bay.
but I think y'all,
dudes from Brooklyn, right? The Jamaican dudes, but all the whole crowd is African American. Virginia, we missing Virginia.
Yeah, but Kola, you missing the ADOS movement, man. That shit ain't slowing down with this mass.
But the bottom line, hold on,
slowing down, bro.
You know what? Hold on, Jamal.
Listen. This is year 7. Kola said this shit 7 years ago. It's going to go away. It's going to get bigger and bigger, man.
Jamal, I've been doing
Jamal is not
strong.
No.
Hold on. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. Right. The message is more. Hold on. The message is more refined now. It's not xenophobic. It's very refined on a national level.
No,
and y'all laugh.
No, it's not.
But
Jamal.
It's still around. This shit
I think you and Chuko.
bro.
I think you and Chuko are both on Delusional Island.
Yeah,
no, it's not going anywhere. She was just on ABC News.
Bottom line, Jamal. The bottom line is this.
Ain't no Pan-African on ABC News.
The ADOS FBA movement is all about.
It's not dying, Kola. It's not dying. Y'all acting just like the Democratic Party right now, and that's why the Democrats lost the goddamn election because they don't want to listen to the grassroots.
Look,
y'all sound like the Democrats right now.
You say you're an American descendant of slavery, right?
No, I understand that, Kola. Take that out. You get personal now.
You say you're the message Black American, right? Hold up. How can you have a foundation in a country that you were brought to?
No, Kola.
You didn't land on Plymouth Rock.
You're missing
Plymouth
the point.
Rock landed
Pan-African
on you.
shit ain't. Listen, the Pan-African
we're not talking the same. Look.
You see, they didn't. You didn't see
Pan-Africans.
Kola, you see, they didn't put Kamala in office.
I'm talking what the what you call the Africans do. They basically are repping their nation. African Americans are our nation. We're a people. We're a heritage. That's our heritage.
We're in America. We're in America, bro.
We're African Americans,
Bro, we're Americans.
I'm not the look.
You're not an American.
Hold up. The story of
no. See, that's where we wrong at. I'm American.
Hold up. The African story in America, right? I'm the African story. I'm not American. I'm not just African. I'm African American. I'm the African story.
Yeah, but we are American. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're American too. Yeah,
we're the African story in America. We're not American. America is European.
Nah, we're part of the American story too.
The American story, the African story.
We are the American story.
I got a building right now. Hold on. I got a building I can go touch right now in Philadelphia that was here before the damn country was here.
Check us out. We are like the American story because there would be no America without us.
Exactly.
Yeah, you've been here before the country was here. Y'all gotta stop saying that.
No, I know. We were here for
Pan-Africans gotta start teaching the American story too.
We're not Pan-Africans.
It was
now y'all not Pan-Africans.
It was our labor being torn from Africa that made America possible.
Yeah. But I understand that.
Black nationalists. We're not Pan-Africans.
I'm just saying the ADOS story ain't slowing down no time.
Well, yeah, but
I'm trying to give you a heads up. I'm trying to give y'all the heads up. Y'all sound like the Democrats now.
I don't see that because I talked to like
anytime soon.
Look, I tell you about this. One of my guys that I'm an agent, right? He's a I didn't know this, right? He was a Pan-African. We were talking about it the other day. He said, "Yeah, I'm a Pan-Africanist." He'd been to Ghana and everything. I said, "I didn't know." Hey, I didn't know he was a Pan-African. And then he was basically telling me, "Man, I go way back. I did not know WBLS in New York, man." He goes, Black Liberation Station. He said, "Yeah, I was there with BLS." I did not know that. He told me that.
That shit is outdated now.
We had a full-fledged conversation with that.
Yeah, but that shit is outdated now, y'all. That's the baby boomers, y'all. Nobody talking about that no more.
Stuff comes up.
No, that's the baby boomer generation. Nobody talking about that. I'm trying to put y'all on the game.
Hey, Jamal, are you against
talking about that stuff no more, bro?
Jamal, are you against Pan-Africanism?
Hey, Elvis, be honest, Elvis. Is there anybody in your peer group talking that Pan-African shit?
Nobody
They not
talks
talking
about
that
Pan-Africanism.
shit.
I don't
We're
talk
not
about
I'm
Nobody
asking
talking
you,
about that
Jamal, are
shit,
you
bro.
against Pan-Africanism?
No. I think by default, Black Americans inherently
Black
are
Americans. There you
Pan-African.
No,
go.
because why?
African
Hold
Americans,
on, you know why we're
Black American. Hold
Pan-Africans?
on.
Because we don't
Black
have
American.
because we're a minority in America.
No,
You know,
it ain't about the minority. It ain't about
it
that. It
is
was
about
just
a
the
minority,
culture. We got institutions, right? How we were developed here in America, right?
and we
By
always
nature,
resisted America.
hold on.
We always
Hold
resisted.
on.
We're not doing that
All our
anymore.
institutions, right? All our institutions help the global Black world, right? But I will say this: if you're going to sit there and say the FBA movement, I'm sorry, the ADOS movement is going to die out, I don't see it
I
dying
never
out.
said
It's
it's
going to
gonna
get
die
bigger
out,
and
man.
bigger
I'm
and
just saying
bigger.
it's irrelevant.
No,
Exactly.
Kala, it's not relevant. The Democrats just lost it. Listen, Kala, the Democrats just lost an election because they didn't recognize the Adolf. Come on, bro.
Because they didn't recognize ADOS.
Check this out.
Yes, because you had Black folks that sat home. Listen, Dollar Bill, it was Black folks that sat home and didn't vote for Kamala because she wasn't Black. Shit
Jamal,
like that. That wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't have happened 10 years ago, Dollar Bill.
Jamal, were
Come
you
on, bro.
smoking that weed today, man? Did you get?
No,
Did
y'all
you
out of
get
touch, man. Y'all got it. Y'all out of touch. Y'all sound like you're right now.
Let me ask you, Jamal.
Check this
out
out,
of touch. You're out of touch.
Hold on. I want you to hear what Zongo just said. He said, "Y'all Americans, we are the real Africans." See, people want our identity. We can't have nothing.
They feel that they can come here and like these guys. I don't want to say their name. They really truly believe that they're gonna assume our identity. They think because they're tall, they can play basketball. They don't have to know how to dribble or shoot or do any damn thing. Just be tall, and you're gonna be the next African American basketball star.
Don't work like that.
You guys are delusional, man, at best. And you are the other side of delusionment. Okay, Jamal.
Hey, Dollar Bill, on November 5th, motherfuckers went Pan-Africans on November 5th. That Pan-African went out the window on November 5th.
Jamal,
all that Pan-African shit went out the window on November 5th.
Hold up, Joe, check this out.
Janet Jackson was like, Janet Jackson said, I heard she ain't Black.
Look.
Janet Jackson said, I heard she ain't Black.
Look, hold on, Jamal, our great Pan-African YouTuber, Dinah Samir, was he was all for Trump. I said, Brandon, Pan Strikes Back was all for Trump. What are you talking about? You know? So the bottom line is this. Look, we could compartmentalize.
That's the point I'm trying to tell you.
No.
Thank you. You just made my point for me. Thank you.
No. I think you're missing the point.
They didn't vote for Kamala Harris. They voted for Trump. You just made my point. Thank you, Kala. Thank you.
Nobody in their right mind in the Black.
Kala, you just made my point for me. You made my point for me.
Have you been to California? Are you getting like a discount? You know, eating some FBA burgers and fries. I don't know.
No. What I'm saying is Dollar Bill. Y'all listen. Y'all sound like that. Kamala Harris and them are saying the same thing tonight. They missed the ball on the FBA, on that grassroots movement. They dropped the ball, bro.
People were saying she's not African American. That's what they were saying. They didn't say she wasn't FBA. They said she wasn't African American. That's what I heard.
She wasn't.
Nobody recognized no FBA.
She wasn't of ADOS.
She sound like a disease, like HIV. FBA.
She wasn't of FBA slave ancestry.
Americans, Foundation bullshit in Africans.
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all
out of touch,
Foundation
man.
of America, man.
Trump said y'all said she wasn't Black. Is she Black? Come on, y'all.
That would never happen. I don't care what you call herself. She was not one of us.
No, but that would have never happened 10 years. Exactly, Kala. Exactly. You making my point for me.
Hold up, Jamal. You understand something? What we're doing is taking ownership of our identity. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. The Chinese.
Hey, Kala, you weren't preaching this 7 years ago. Come on, bro. Did you making my point for me? You making my point for me, bro.
Jamal, check us out. The Chinese people, right? Do you know they got groups in China like the Uyghurs, when that will never become Chinese? After centuries, they're never Chinese. You got Chinese that live in Japan, right? Chinatowns in Japan. They've been 700 years. They're still not Japanese. Look, every strong race of people, right? Which I think we should be. respects the lineage. You know, in other words, when we say African Americans, we mean people basically came through the transatlantic slave trade, that were basically seasoned and broken and basically made to work in these cotton fields and everything. Out of that came George Washington Carver. Out of that came the most advanced group of black people on the planet. That's African American. If you can't trace,
you sound like Yvette Cornell right now. Thank you.
No.
You're making my point for me. Thank you.
Yvette Cornell starts her history. You asked her. Yvette Cornell starts her history on the plantations. We came in here before that.
No.
Our history starts with those slave ships. You know,
that's not true.
It isn't true.
But what I'm saying is,
have you ever heard Yvette Cornell say?
Kyle, what I'm saying is,
she will not accept anything. Okay, that deals with Africa.
She won't accept anything. That's
and this
y'all
is
looking
what
at, y'all looking at
the
you're looking at the micro. I'm talking about the
macro. That's the main point, man.
Story.
If you can't acknowledge that,
what you're saying just now is nothing that Yvette Cornell would not say. Colin, come on, bro.
Hold on. According to her logic, right?
No, I'm not talking about her doctrine. I'm not talking about all that. What I'm trying to say is, Colin, you have moved. What I'm saying is, Colin, a lot of people have moved.
Right, Jamal?
Listen. Nobody wants to hear the Pan-African story no more. Nobody. It don't sell no more. It don't sell no more.
Look, you sound like Nagmeezy, man. You get that out of here.
You smoking weed with Nagmeezy?
It don't sell no more. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Pan-Africans no more. I am not doing it.
I'm trying to put you on
the game. Hey, Dollar Bill, what do we say about Pan-Africans? Give them the official word.
If we don't have an African,
there's no Pan-Africanism.
Okay, all right. Well, what are we arguing about then? I agree with
you. I'm saying that our identity. No, look, Jamal, you guys say something, right?
You're trying to debate
Jamal,
what ADOS is doing. Are you against what ADOS is doing? Are you against what ADOS?
Let me say this, right? The ADOS, their end game is to be American. Cornell,
there's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with that.
Hold on. Look, we're part of the African American nation. That means, you know how I would like to deal with America? From a position like the ANC dealt with the South African government, right? We're a nation, right? We have the spirit of the nation, everything like that. And we have our own international connections, everything. We're not beholden to Washington, you know? That's what I mean.
Any political group or political party. We vote for our interests and our interests.
I see what you're saying, though, but what I'm saying is I think you guys have more in common, right?
We are not going to sell out these people because we want access to whiteness in America.
No, it's not about
ADOS FBA want to make alliance and they want to become Americans like white people.
That's not true.
And you know
what? It is true. They sound.
You know what? You guys
look at ADOS.
We're American, y'all. We are Americans, y'all. Y'all know that, right?
Hold on. We're African Americans. That's qualified.
American.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, Jamal.
Black Americans.
Hold on, Jamal.
We're African Americans.
Have you ever heard of Scott Irish people?
Nah, what's that?
Okay, the Scott Irish people. You know what Scott Irish? The whiskey runners. I mean, the moonshiners.
I mean, of course. But it seemed like
hold up, Jamal. Let me finish. The Scott Irish people lived. Scottish people that reside in Ireland for centuries, right? They're Scottish people, but they lived in Ireland, so they have sort of like an Irish heritage, but they're Scott Irish. They're different from Scottish people. They're different from Irish people, right? That's a heritage. French Canadian, right? They're different from French Parisians or French.
So you're talking about the hyphenated American? Okay,
hold on. African Americans. That is a unique history that talks about the transatlantic slave trade, our ancestors in slavery and in bondage in America, how we came through America, then Jim Crow and everything like that. That's a unique heritage. You know,
yes,
that's what we want. Identity.
That's what ADOS is saying.
No. You're
making my point for me.
Hold up. Hold up.
I'll be right back. I got to get a snack, man. He's making my eyeballs hurt.
Jamal, here's the difference. The ADOS basically want to say our story is just an American story. I'm saying the African American nation saying our story is an African story in America. We're America's African story.
ADOS recognize that.
Kola, Jamal is telling you you're FBA and you just don't know it. That's the bottom line.
FBA. I'm not a damn FBA.
Thank you, Elvis. Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
I am not FBA. We're not. You know,
listen, if I close my eyes and came in this room, Colin.
I'm not a foundation for Black Americans. You know, I didn't hold my foundation. My foundation, hold on, my foundation is not American.
If they're saying the same thing, Kyle, if I close my eyes, came in that room, you would be FBA, Kyle.
Well, bottom line, but look, Jamal, no, because I've been saying fuck FBA. How can you say that, man?
No, but you're saying it, but your actions, your words.
No, I'm not on FBA. Hold up. First of all, Tariq, what Tariq does is
Tariq been to Africa too. He's been to more African countries than you, Kyle.
The difference is this, this is like, I don't say stuff like African hairline. I don't talk about talk about African.
No, that's called roasting. That's roasting culture. No, that's what we do. African Americans, we roast on one another.
Hold up. The bottom line is Tariq. Hey, look, one African kid called in the show, right? And he was a young guy, right? Instead of Tariq, he was like, I'm a big fan of Tariq. I think you're funny and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. And Tariq would not let the fact that he was African go. He just kept talking about, what are you? Well, I'm
roasting him.
He was like saying, "Look at your hairline. You ain't one of us." I'm like, what was the point of that?
His hairline was messed up.
Hold on. What was the point of that? Why? Hold on. I don't look at another black man and be like,
but he was
you're not one of me. You're just probably you. We can have a conversation. You may not be.
He was roasting. If you call the show, he gonna roast you too.
Do that.
He gonna roast you too, Kyle. You call
whatever. He probably could roast me. I'm not, I'm not nobody. I'm nobody. But the bottom line, the bottom line is this: when you basically pick on Africans and basically bully them and stuff like that online, I don't think that's called for. I don't like that.
A lot of those Africans, they need to smoke too because they be roasting too.
Well, hold on, Jamal. Let me say this.
You act like it's a one-sided thing.
I get.
Hold on. You act like it's a one-sided thing. Come on, Kyle.
I get that. But the bottom line is this. Hold on, Jamal. I get that, man. But the bottom line is this: we have to be better. Than that. I do.
No, it's a roasting culture, Kyle. You know that.
No, but you don't have to really. The way they go too far with that shit.
No. You're saying it's one way when it's the other way. Both sides is going at one.
Look,
battle it out. Let them roast one another.
Before I come at Africans, man, it takes a lot for me to say something, and I don't go
because you believe in that boom shaka laka laka. You
know. I got my way of getting the Africans and whatnot, but the bottom line is
they come in with the smoke,
with that shit, No, they come. Don't Somalis. Look, I get on Black America too. I get on African Americans too, man. So
listen, those Somalis call his show, Colin, and he goes in. So he goes back in on them. Come on, bro, stop it. You act like it's one way, Colin. Don't do that.
Yeah, with that shit,
Boom shakalaka,
man. She has a Look, I never forget when Black Panther came out. She went crazy, man. She
refined her style.
Jamal, I think you need to call up Mystic Dime.
Hold on,
get a relationship because she refined she's a nice lady, and you need to discuss this FBA stuff.
She's a little different now. She don't really be banging on Africans like that no more. Y'all gotta listen to her. Now y'all gotta listen to her.
Bottom line is this: she had a real problem. I would say
Kola is more radical. Hold on, Kola is probably more radical now than your vet. Kola is like your vet Cornell 5 years ago.
No.
God, you trying to compare it to a lesbian?
Oh yeah.
When the movie Black Panther came out, she was just so triggered by a friggin' movie.
Listen. Kola is where your vet was 5 years ago, bro. I'm telling you, man. Your vet, if you listen to her now, her thing is totally refined now. She don't even bang on Africans like that no more. Listen to her. I'm telling you.
No, the damage she did was done, man.
She was just on ABC News, y'all. Think about that for a second. On a mainstream network.
These people are so embarrassing, man. It's so freaking real.
You think they're gonna call Pan-African strike backs on fucking ABC News?
I think so. I think Brandon can do it.
Brandon was eating up that other guy.
Brandon was on many
radical. Nobody want to hear that Pan.
They ate Brandon up. He was talking to that other guy, that professor. What is his name?
Lamont Hill.
Yeah, he tore Brandon's behind up.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Brandon didn't know how to really debate that guy.
I think Brandon needs to got him.
Brandon could have got him, but
he got to stick with.
You can't be yelling with somebody with a weasel like Mark Lamont Hill. You really got to know how to debate. I could have taken him.
You could have taken him, but not Brandon.
Brandon just went all in.
I think Kola can beat Mark Lamont Hill, but Kola.
I know Kola can take him. I know he can take him.
But no, I'm gonna be honest with you. Kola got to sharpen up a little bit, though. You got to sharpen up.
Sharpen up like what?
No, I mean, like update some of the information. Like I think
Well,
some
I
of
am
the
updated.
grassroots
Man.
stuff. No, I'm talking about the grassroots. I think some of the grassroots stuff.
This, like I said, as far as like a couple of 2 years ago, I was like Pan African to like die, RBG, whatever like
that's
that.
A fact. That's a fact. Yo, that's a fact.
I see it over the last couple of years that I was a fool, you know, because the bottom line is this: because I put myself out there, I said the African and whatnot, and then when you got Africans going out there coming against you and that, and then all my freaking detractors saying, "See, Africans don't want it," whatnot, you know, and then I realized, wait a minute, I've been doing this for 35 years. When are we gonna get those? When are we gonna get access to the oil fields or the diamond mine? You know? We ain't got shit, man. And all you see
boom,
is
boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka.
And I said, yo, man, I said, look, all you see is dusty ass Africans sitting out with the Chinese, everybody else but us and whatnot, carving up the continent and whatnot, like it's their property and whatnot. And we got to go to Africa with tippy-toeing around these fools and whatnot. Instead, like I said, whatever's on the African continent is my freaking birthright. You know, when I go to Africa, I act like I'm home. You know, I don't want to hear shit about what. I don't give a damn what government you got, what flag you got, whatnot. If it's African soil, this is my property, my home.
We are not doing business with you cotton pickers.
So the bottom of
you're right, Kola. Go there and claim your birthright.
No, but nah, they can have it.
Why are you just giving up your birthright like that, Kola? You gotta go fight for it, Kola.
The only thing I want right now is still a hope. While I'm still sort of interested,
I'm afraid to go to Liberia. Elvis might be trying to chase me around.
You know something. Look, I had a couple of high-level people saying, look at the African ID, say, man, that's why you got Akon City. That's why you got this Dr. What's her name? Arikana. All these people studied the BAIO and start doing their own thing. RJ Mahdi. All those people came. Bhavani came from the BAIO, you know, and did their own thing. This is what all started, you know. This whole
I will say this. I think Kola, I do think you are like the Nikolai Tesla. I think you're like the Tesla of this kind of movement, BAIO, and people did take your stuff. And I think like Dr. Arcana, RJ, they was like Thomas Edison, where they getting all the recognition when college should be getting recognition.
They're all failing though. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on, Kola. They stole your style. They trying to take it and run with it. I do agree with that. What you just said. I agree.
So the bottom line is, I wouldn't even mind that if they were successful, but they did about the wrong way. You have to have high level meetings with the state that you're going to, right? You got to have written into law. We recognize Akabalan City. We recognize Jagazi, like my God. We recognize the Hebrew Israelite community. This is a protection. This is the agency, the oversight, and everything like that. None of that happened, you know. And so I said, that's not building infrastructure. Infrastructure, you got to have a political infrastructure. And since Chukwu said the reason why you're not going to do this is because you're not representing a government, then it dawned on me. Yes, we have to have one particular country in Africa that's going to adopt us and be our voice on the global scale. And I thought that country would be Angola, you know, a Liberian Angola. I thought the two countries that could do that, you know. And so,
but Kola, go file the adoption papers.
No, I'm talking about basically what country is going to host an African and say, look, you know, we're going to put all the now. Look, Angola gave Portugal $35 billion. I told my Angolan friends, if you guys invested like 10% at $3 billion with us, right?
So, Kola, you want to be like a Lesotho, right? A nation within a nation,
or whatever. But anything,
be an enclave.
Like I said. So the bottom line is
an autonomous city, or something.
Autonomous city state, something like that. You know.
What do you want?
Like
Jamal?
a Monaco, $1 bill, like a Monaco. You know, autonomous.
Dubai,
you know what I mean?
You know.
Yeah. But we're protected by maybe the country's military. Yeah.
No, Kola don't want that, Jamal. He doesn't want Africans. You don't want Africans to rule over you. You want your own military and your own government, right?
Look, Jamal knows me when I'm talking about. I've been talking about this for years. I've been talking about the African. I don't have no problem with living under African government if we had our own territory. Zongo wants us to have no political. We could be at his mercy, you know.
Did you hear what Jamal said? That's why I'm asking you, Kola. Jamal said You could be like a city state, right?
Yeah, I
Where you
said
have
that. That's what the African said. Hey, if you go to our
So
website,
you're not a
right?
sovereign. You're not a
Hold on,
sovereign
hold
nation.
on. Yo, this is what I'm talking about. Elvis, have you read the friggin' about us section of the BAO? We said that. It could be a city, state, or even a county or town.
Oh, but you always say that you don't want Africans ruling over you. So if it's a city or a town, you'll be subjugated to the laws of that nation.
I live in the state of Virginia. Look, I live in the state of Virginia, right? But I live in the city of Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, right? I don't give a fuck what goes on in Richmond, right? Even though we live in the state of Virginia, most of everything that affects me is locally. We have a city council or some representation. Africans don't want us having any sort of power representation at all. You know, that's unacceptable.
I hear that. I was just asking about you not wanting to be underneath any other person authority.
So the African guys are colonies to buy an island. See, to buy a whole giant continent, extra as a homeland, but that's what I said. Just keep Africa. You know, how about that? Keep Africa. And the bottom line is, don't ask us for any help or whatever like that anymore. You know.
Is that Zongo? Zongo, come up. You asked for the link. Come up, Zongo.
What's up, panel? What's up, Dollar Bill?
What's up, man? I'm glad you're here, bro. We got to balance this out.
Everybody,
you get too many continental Africans, they're gonna start talking smack.
You see,
yeah, we need an African. You know,
you see what Elvis is talking about. He don't even know how America works. He don't know you got 50 states that's autonomous, and we just in one country. What are you talking about?
Man, focus. Man, shut up, man. You know, Kola, you lying.
Oh, here come this motherfucker.
I'm explaining American civics. So when they say Afghanistan, it's just an autonomous zone for you to own, to control and operate. That's it.
Dave, do you know what the word autonomous means?
He has no idea what it means, actually.
I know.
Wait.
States are subjugated to federal laws. That's not autonomy.
Yeah, but they could reject the federal law.
Yeah, hold on.
I got a headache. I'm not ready to move to argue. So there you go, Dave. You're right.
No. Did you see during COVID?
You win, Dave. You're right, Dave. You win.
Hold up. Did every state follow the federal law during COVID?
You're right, Dave. You win.
No, did every state shut
Why you keep saying no? I say you win. Accept it. You win. You're right.
What about the fact that
No, you win. I'm not even going to engage with you. You win.
You know something.
It's a flawless victory, Dave. Accept your victory. You win.
Hey, Dave, you notice something, right?
Why you keep saying no? You win, bro. I can see you win.
Man, why do you guys keep allowing Kola to make false accusation on Akon all the time? Akon never started ideology. Kola.
Where do you get it from? Then?
Wait, because Kola, your BIO movement.
Jamal, break it
down. No.
That's not true. Akon.
That's not true. I joined your movement. I read the Constitution.
Yo, the BIO
and you wanted to have. Let me finish. Can you allow me to finish, please? Please.
You know.
Can you allow me to finish, please? You wanted to have a separate, independent, sovereign state within the continent.
That's a lie.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to have.
I'm gonna pull up our website now.
That's what you wanted to have. And you here telling me that Akon stole or had an inspiration from you.
I'm gonna pull up my website now. Pull up our website now.
Yeah. This idea was way before Akon, yo. Way before Akon.
No, but okay. The idea that it was there before Akon doesn't mean he stole it from him. It doesn't mean so.
What Colin's saying that the BAIO, Akon said he was stolen from the BAIO?
No, he said he had an inspiration from BIO to do something similar. Akon had it from him. Akon is from Senegal.
Yeah, that's the difference between you and Akon, Kola. He went to the Chinese, he went to other people and got investments. He went out there and got his investment, Kola. Kola, you're looking for Africans to come to you and give you what you want instead of going out there and trying to advocate and lobby for what you want. That's the difference.
Yeah. Akon pretty much wanted
like what Africans are doing here in America, huh?
Do the template of Dubai, actually, not BIO, like some ideology that hasn't haven't had a foothold in reality. Come on,
everything starts. You said that about the U.S. Constitution, but your black ass is here, right? They said the Declaration of Independence was the egregious thing. When they wrote the Declaration of Independence, Everybody thought that was the most craziest document ever created. They said this guy's insane. Of people declaring their right from the King of England, they thought that was insane. But look at it now.
I bet you a bunch of Africans are probably saying, "Why would they want to delineate from
That's
England?"
a fact, Kola. That's a fact. They thought they was insane. You're right.
They thought the founders of America was insane. Okay,
these people got independence from England and still using the educational system.
Yeah, because that's what I said. So he said he wants to establish an independent nation.
Yeah, Kola, Baruti is saying that. Baruti is saying that the alternative BAIO is doing more work than you, than your original BAIO.
Sure they are.
Which is actually true, Zango. Which is actually true.
Hey, listen, all the alternative BAIO is doing is handing out certificates in Liberia. That's all
they haven't even been to Liberia.
No, actually, Jamal, they have a learning center headed by Carl Famble and Jabari. They have a learning center that they're teaching civics. They're engaging people on how to get rid of tribalism. They're actually doing work on the continent. College just selling insurance. He's not doing any work related to the BAIO.
No, I brought 20 people to Liberia on a tour, and I'm bringing more people in another year. So what are you talking about? I'm a member.
I'm telling you, that's a once in a couple of years thing. They have a class every Saturday, Kola. They're having a class every Saturday.
All you gotta do is sit on the line talking about what I took.
Yeah, but she's engaging. She's changing minds. She bring these people on focus on Liberia. They have conversations. We're seeing the real work she's doing.
At her brother's farm, she hasn't even been there yet.
Focus on Liberia is
Kola, you wanted to have an independent nation state.
Okay, all right. Let me read about.
You wanted to be under an independent nation state.
That's what I said. He wants an independent nation. Now he's saying he can be a city or a county. That's completely different. You're going to be ruled by the Angolans either way.
Look, I don't have to mute everybody. Look, like in 5 seconds, I'm going to mute everybody. Look, I want to say this, right? Here's it right here. GAO is a geopolitical organization of African Americans, African diaspora victims, descendants of POWs of the transatlantic slave trade scattered throughout the diaspora, living in second-class, third-class in foreign land. Our condition is tied to a legacy of slavery and genocide of African people in North America and the African diaspora. The BAO, along with some of those powerful bloggers in the Black America and diaspora, will make the case it's time for the landless sons and daughters of the mother Africa to have a self-determination. We believe self-determination means self-rule and government. The only place this can happen is in Africa. It's time for us to move forward to our ancient home and
independent nation state to me.
Hold on. We are currently pursuing negotiating with African governments where we were. This will require participation and brainstorming on the most educated, intelligentsia, and academic elite. We will organize our people for this mission. We want to create a non-reversible situation where we send pioneers to the continent, building settlements and proclaiming African the enduring goal of a national salvation. We are unapologetically Black African nationalists and African-centered progressives. Nationalists have zero interest in overturning the system of being militant, subversive, and an agitator within a sinking ship, America. A nationalist is a person who advocates for political independence or for a country or a state. We have no desire to make America great again. That was that dig at Trump. Or establish a base of operations on the land of our historic enemies, America. BAO is not here to fix America's problems. We want to establish an independent nation state of our own on the continent, ancestors for victims. But look what I'm saying.
But that's the key word, independent.
Kola, what are you doing right now to bring that mission statement into fruition?
That's not
right now. What are you doing?
But that's not all we said. You know,
I mean, did you amend even when
Kola said you said you gave up on it, right? You gave up on that whole Afro stand thing.
Let me finish reading this. Then you can. Once I'm done, you can come in.
Finish.
Okay. The BA is not here to fix America. We want to establish with certain citizens. Those
Kola, we can't understand what you're reading. You just talking about
those enclaves of stolen Black Africans, the diaspora living in second class. We transport to successful, thriving satellite communities. Right. No different than Chinatown existed in America. Satellite communities of China, one nation is established. Okay.
Man, China's not a nation state, man. China.
Hold up. And then we want to establish an independent. We those enclaves. Okay. We will ask people, why is there no Africa towns in America? Well, how can you have an Africa town where you don't have no Africa? we in the BAO
No, you don't have to.
strongly believe that African Americans, African diasporas need to know what it's like to control a piece of territory from the bottom top up. Until we will always be at the mercy of people that do. Flint, Michigan, you know.
Kola, you need to highlight Baruti's comment and tell me what you think about that comment because he's on point.
If you don't have Africa, okay, BAO, Black African Infrastructure Organization, strongly believe that African Americans that need to know what's okay. Until we know that we're at the mercy of people. Flint, Michigan. BAO is not a Back to Africa movement. The BAO is moving forward land infrastructure, nationhood, and our ancestral homeland. Now, that doesn't necessarily also mean that it's a nation. It could be a territory, a city-state.
No, we read no.
Your mission statement said independent nation.
State,
okay, autonomous. You know,
now you're changing it on the whim.
Yeah, but it has to be. It can be autonomous. You know, within an African state, you can.
Yeah, if you're autonomous, that means you're independent nation.
Where is Dubai? What is Dubai?
Dubai is part of the Emirate. Dubai is the Emirate.
It's an autonomous region in the Emirate.
Yeah, but that's
no the in Abu Dhabi, which is the capital of the Emirates. They have the final say in Dubai.
This is see how they talk.
No. Kola, I think
Kola, the central government of the UAE is in Abu Dhabi. They make all the rules, and then they have the final say over Dubai. So it's not autonomous.
Dubai is mostly made up of foreign nationals.
Oh wait, Kyle, I think you're missing one point. Dubai, these are different kingdoms that came together to form.
Yeah, I know exactly. Emirates, right? And they're under the rule of the emir.
You can't make a comparison with your situation.
You want to go to the continent. The bottom line is this:
to get a free land, and you want it to be autonomous from the other.
Who said free?
So how you get that? That's a free land, man. Shuffle. You want a free land.
Yeah, you want a sable. See how you got that African
you want
shuffle?
a free land.
Kola, highlight Baruti comments. Baruti comment is really important. I think what he's saying about Liberians and the BAIO, I think it's spot on.
If you want autonomy, man, sit your eyes down. Go be under the African government, you know? Go be over there.
The African government.
You crazy, Zongo. You nuts.
Hey, what's
why Dave always be talking like he's in the ocean, bro? We can barely hear you, Dave. You got to come close to the microphone.
Oh, you mean the fake African American Dave? Is that Liberian one?
Why you got to say you cosplaying African Americans? Why you got to call him?
Well, I'll cosplay when Trump comes to office. You know.
Hello, what's the topic?
Carlo, you see Baruti's comment? Or Carlo went for a cigar?
On the weekend, you're an African warrior.
You know?
You're a Sungay warrior.
What's the topic?
The topic is the ADOS FBA versus African American nation.
Okay. Can I just make a few statements?
Go ahead.
Okay. Look, as far as the situation is with Black America, I have extensive ties and connections with the diaspora, the Black American community. I've been there, done that, talked to people. That's the first thing. Now, the situation that Black people are facing in America is unique in terms of it's mostly an issue of a lack of human development and a lack of wealth. All of Black people's problems in America comes from those two things.
Human development. Could you explain that?
What about the Black America more?
Could you explain human development, please?
I want to explain, but people keep.
Yeah, but
we have billionaires, Jack. We got billionaires.
I want to know how.
Tyler, billionaire is not a dispositor of poverty.
It doesn't matter. We don't have political.
Carla, the guy is calling on the name of Jesus. Please let him speak.
Jesus Christ.
So we should be like shit-slinging countries? Is that human development?
Jesus, can I please talk?
Human development? Are you serious, man?
The way Black people,
crazy British people. Y'all are crazy.
Can I speak? The
human development? You thought you were gonna stick that in there?
Keep quiet.
Human development. We're not gonna let you go past that. What do you mean by human
development? Kyla, are you going to give this guy a chance to speak on the platform, Kyla?
What do you mean by
you gotta control the show, Kyla. If you're going to be fair to everybody, be fair to him.
Dollar Bill, let this guy talk.
I just want to ask this guy one question.
No, Dollar Bill. You can ask the question after. Let him talk. All right, go ahead, Jack Link. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Christ,
You got
Jesus
3
Christ,
minutes.
It's
Go ahead.
like a child. And look, the way black people see themselves in America, it's not the reality of their situation. It's primarily the way black folks see themselves is through the lens of NBA, NFL, and hip hop. Black America.
This nigga's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm about to drop the
right here.
statistics.
Come on, yo.
I'm about to
You're
drop the
crazy. You never even been to
statistics.
America. Shut up.
I'm about to drop the fucking
Shut
statistics.
Look, man.
Shut up.
Lord Christopher, man. That's supposed to be Zongo.
Yo, Kola, man. Who is this guy?
Let him talk, man. Let him talk, guys.
Let him finish, man.
Let him
No.
Let him finish.
Zongo like to hear the bullshit.
Let me drop the statistics.
That's what he does.
This is what I'm
bullshit.
saying. This is what I'm saying. You can't talk to these people because it's like
you can't. We can't talk to these people.
No, we can't talk.
No, calm down, man. Let you talk, man.
Just make your point, man. Make your point. Stop making
point.
I don't know how we
not in high
deal with
school
these
anymore.
Africans, man.
We're not in high
man.
school anymore.
Man. There you go.
Let me talk. Let me talk.
All right, Jack,
Talk about what? Call up after dumbass.
Let me
Talk
talk
on that show. Idiot.
Okay, so I'm gonna break it down this way. Like I said, I'm about to drop some fucking statistics. Shut up. Shut up. Let me drop the statistics. Then you can figure out your life. Okay.
You're gonna tell me how to figure out my life.
Let me drop the statistics.
Let him drop the statistics.
Yeah, drop it.
When I say Black America is a collapsed society, let's start.
That's not true though. But go ahead.
Fuck.
They're gonna run you over.
White America. I'm gonna start with white America.
You're gonna start with
white America. Shut up. White America has $130 trillion in wealth.
And
all the black. Shut up. Let me finish.
And
all the black people in America have 6. Can you shut up and let me finish? You're not a
child.
No,
man. That'll be. I mean, let
British
him
man.
finish.
Fucking child.
Then you count his argument, man. Just let him talk.
This is what I'm saying. It's like you're dealing with a child.
Yeah, I'm ready.
No,
This
just
is
go
not
ahead,
a
man.
fucking
Go ahead.
barbershop. Shut up.
I'm ready to get a tether thing for this motherfucker.
This is not a barbershop. Shut up.
Yep.
Shut up.
You need to cut your fucking hair.
130. White America has $130 trillion.
All of America, not white America.
No, shut up. White
All
America
of
has
America.
$130 trillion. You check the survey of consumer finances. Shut up. Let me talk. Shut up. You don't do anything.
Shut up. Shut up.
This is what I'm saying. It's like you deal with an infant.
So call up the motherfucker.
Boy, Dollar Bill, why are you suggesting do like you know him
shut
like?
up.
You know him, Dollar Bill?
Shut up. He doesn't know me from Jackie Smith. He can't
Exactly.
like
Shut up. Let him make his points.
All right. Let the guy finish what he's saying. Hurry up,
so
Jack.
we can know where he's coming from. You know.
Sam, you try to help people, they don't even want to listen. Anyway,
Just go ahead, bro. Just go ahead.
Look, all of white America has $130 trillion. I'm going to be real quick with this. All of black people have $6 trillion. 4 out of that $6 trillion is in the hands of boomers, foreign black people in America, and black people biracial.
Where you get that from, bro?
Shut the fuck up. Let me finish.
If that was the case, then why is Africa so poor?
Shut the fuck up
and
let me
if
land.
that was the case of foreign
Africa
black,
is not one fucking
country.
Shut the fuck
Who are
up.
all the black billionaires?
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, Jack, watch the language, brother. Where are you getting your statistics from? That's all we want to know. Where's that statistic coming from?
Let's get rid of this
people. There's too fucking uneducated.
Yeah, but Elvis.
I told you I'm getting from the survey of consumer finances. They
Okay.
the numbers.
Okay. I mean that's a source. We just want to know the source. That's all.
Well, I mentioned it already, but
can you put that in the back chat?
I'm going to drop the links as soon as I talk. I can't do both at the same time. Please just keep quiet.
You can't put it in the back chat.
Please just shut up first. Just shut up first. I can't do 2 things at the same time.
No, Jack. Hey, that's the host, man. You gotta show respect to the host.
I didn't know that was the host. I didn't know that. I thought it was one of these other hyenas.
Oh no! Wait,
no! He got you gotta go.
We got Afro dumbass.
Look, man, I'm just trying to
sling out here.
Look,
shit slinger. Goodbye.
Look.
Get out of here.
White America has $130 trillion. I'm just going to ignore it.
Off your ass.
White America has $130 trillion.
Your fucking nappy head.
All of Black America has $6 trillion.
White supremacist piece of shit.
4 out of that $6 trillion is predominantly in Black boomer wealth, their pensions in their homes, Black immigrants that are here, and biracial Black people. Now, let me break that even further.
Oh, Lord, man. What is this guy?
Could you get rid of this guy, Kola?
Okay, the
median
wealth.
It's been nice knowing you, man.
They're in denial. They're in denial.
You gotta go, bro.
They're in denial.
No, Kola, don't let him go, man. Kola, don't let him go.
They're in denial.
Nobody. Look, I asked the guys
get the fuck out of here.
You don't come here with no friggin' off the wall. You don't push it out of your ass on this show and talk, man.
Oh, that wasn't Jack Link. Who was that?
Yeah. Anyway, we got Lord Principe on the way. If you don't want to talk, then let Aphrodamos talk.
Oh, that motherfucker's here too. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, man. The Sonike Warrior.
The Sonike Warrior.
No, is it? Are you guys sure?
Kola, what was the guy's name that was talking just now?
Jack something, jackass, something like that.
Jackass.
Jack Link. Okay, I wonder if he's in the comment usually.
He's trying to come back.
Let the professor talk, man.
Bring him back on, bro. Let him be what you want to be.
I'm gonna let Jack back on, man. But Jack, you better come up with some statistics, man.
Yeah, let it be a free platform. Let people see what they want to say.
I would have dropped all the statistics by now. I would have dropped everything by now. They kept interrupting me.
Okay, Jack, you got a minute, bro. Wrap it up. Let's hear what you got to say.
I'm gonna be real quick. Everybody, pay attention. All of White America has $130 trillion.
No, we heard that part.
I gotta say the steps. All of Black America has $6 trillion. 4 out of that $6 trillion is in boomer, Black boomer, 65 to 75. Their pensions and their homes. Black immigrants that are here, professionals, and then biracial Black people. The median net worth for a white family in this country is $280,000. The median net worth for a Black family is $4,000. Median means the middle. If you took all the people from the
dollar bill, break it down for him about the median.
I'm not even going to. You know what it is? I'm not even going to quantify this shit slinging bastard. Because
the problem. This is what I'm saying. They don't let me finish.
Put up your plane, guys.
They don't let me. Oh my God! They don't let me finish.
Okay, Kola, you can pass the mic now. I think he made his point.
Shit,
all right. Aphrodamos up next.
No, Jack Link, you can pass the mic and wait for another term if you have the time.
I pass the mic.
Yeah, pass.
All right, Aphrodamos, you're up.
All right, can I freely
please don't be long-winded.
And don't do a drive-by. If you're gonna talk,
look. Here's the thing.
Cut his ass right.
Professor, what's up, bro?
I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Look, can you?
Let y'all look. All right, everybody, look, one person at a time. Go ahead.
Don't let him do a drive-by, Kola. If he's gonna have a conversation with us,
Dollar Bill, let him speak, man.
I'm in the mood
last time he did some punk ass shit.
There's absolutely some confusion here because I'm listening and I'm hearing people talk about how they want to have their own nation state. Here's the thing. First of all,
hold on.
Kola, you gotta mute that guy in the back. There's a lot of noise coming from him.
Who's making the noise? I'm gonna mute everybody.
No, Jack, mute yourself.
Focus, Dave. Let's see, Claire. Aphrodamos, before you go on with that, right? Let me say this. I believe this is going to be Pan-Africanism. I pretty much gave up on Pan-Africanism, right? Look, I've given up on Pan-Africanism.
Kola, let him make his statement first.
Hold on, Elvis, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I'm going to make this point that he can have the floor. So when he goes on, he goes to say, now that's the BAO's position, right? We said we wanted to have a nation, blah, 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 because that's what we were getting from a lot of Black people. They'll talk about racism, white supremacy, everything like that. Okay, we said an idea. Why is it capable? Are we capable of governing ourselves? And we got with a lot of people and say, yeah, you know something? Yeah. And I looked at the history. Yeah, we did this before. What went wrong? And I studied the history of Liberia, what we went wrong in Liberia, whatever like that. But we got everything on a thing. Now, all these years later, right, I'm starting to question, did I do the right thing, And because of all the backlash and the hatred, even the murders that I see going on in the Gambia, So like that, I'm like, maybe we're just too far apart, and we need to forget Africa altogether. That's where I'm at right now. Now, with that being said, go ahead. You got the floor.
Yeah. Here's the thing. When it comes to Africa, you know, what people are saying, a lot of stuff I hear is fantasy. Because right now, when you look at it, Africa is a frontier where if you come with a group of people and you share the same way of thinking, ideology, and you go there, like I can speak for Gambia, you can come together, buy large piece of property,
I wouldn't advise
and
that.
well, I'm not advising. I'm just saying what is real, what is possible. So it's up to individuals to be willing to do that, right? And you are in a nation and you are governed by a government, a central government. Like in Gambia, they have Ghana Town. It's just like Chinatown. Because here in America, the measure is always towards pale skinned people.
It
But
checks
the
out.
same thing,
Afro let me stop you. Let me run in right here. Dollar Bill told me something interesting today. Didn't you say there was a conference call about the Gambia? Was that you that told me that, Dollar Bill? And they're
Yes.
talking about how black people saying that we don't have no political. Like now, you say there's a government in there and everything, but what we're finding out is a lot of these black people that go over there from America will not have really no protection whatsoever
Whoa,
from
whoa,
these
whoa.
so-called governments. You know?
I want to chime in. I want to chime in real quick. As far as
Yeah,
African
Oh man.
politics goes,
Oh
it
man.
is
Would you let
Afrodamus
Afrodamus talk,
was
man?
finished. Let
I
him
Shut
was
up.
just
finish.
gonna, I
Hold
was
up,
gonna talk about
Jack.
African
Oh.
Hold up,
politics.
Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, it's after Damas's time to talk,
Okay.
man. You
Okay.
know.
Let him finish, Jack, man.
so if you look
Hit
at
the
it
road, Jack.
like what is Ghana Town? It's just like Chinatown. It's a community of Ghanaians. They've been living there way before independence, just like the Lebanese. They have their own community. They even have their own chief, but they are under the government of the Gambia central government. But they have their own community. They run it like their Ghanaian society. You have Sierra Leoneans there. You have Liberians. For example, for me, and I know people gonna take it the wrong way, but as someone who is into investments, I acquired some valuable properties in areas where, on seafronts, and my neighbors are mostly Caucasians and, Jamaicans, and I've even helped some black people from America to acquire land. So when people come out and start talking about how, oh, what about the native Africans? Don't worry about that. You just do your thing, because you're bringing a different style. When people see that, whatever they like, they will take it. Like the Ghana town, they're Ghanaians, different culture, but they are not imposing their culture, but they are mixing in just fine with the Gambian people, and now their culture is part of the system. You have the Lebanese. Lebanese, the same thing. The Lebanese have been they've been in West Africa way before those countries acquire independence. So, for me, this argument, especially the understanding we have of each other today, where Black people in the West are able to communicate with Africans, I don't get why people cannot utilize that and actually purchase the land. Because these countries before you couldn't purchase the land, but now you can. There are white people buying these lands. So, if you say these countries are not developed, you know, um, you are facing a new frontier. You can get your own territory and develop it. That's what I'm doing, you know. But if you allow other people to develop it, they are going to set their own rules. They are going to, like, for instance, my beachfront properties I have, I'm going to build it. Even people who don't like me, they're gonna see it and they won't be able to resist it. They would come and spend money there. Okay.
Kola.
And it's gonna be by my rules.
Awesome.
So we can no longer deceive ourselves and make it seem like, oh, the Africans don't like us. Like when I was a kid, I knew a black American, a black person who came from America. He wasn't asking for anyone to give him anything. He was like, that guy fit right into the society. He bought big land, he built his land, he married two African women. Okay, no one is stopping him. Like this was at the time I was a kid back then. His children are now grown. Guess what? They are in the political system there.
Mm.
So, like, if you're truly looking, whatever you're looking for in Africa, you can attain it, but it's not gonna be overnight. And you cannot have this weird intention of trying to be over Africans. Of course, like you can come over in Africa and rule over us, but you can rule your own territory and you can bring that together. And when people say people are dying in Gambia, I've done shows on this, and it's not about hate. You are in a place where you are seen as having more, and you're not being careful, you're being careless. I've seen some of these people back there that came from America or Britain. They are hanging out with the Pookies and Rares. They're not hanging out with business people. Not all, of course, I haven't met all, but a lot of these people I've seen and the way the stories go, I think a lot of people are just pretending to not want to accept the truth. But if you go to society and you're hanging out with people that even the upper echelon are not hanging out with, that in itself is a problem. Like you don't want to go according to the norms of the society. You just want to go by skin color. Like you're gonna be deceiving yourself. And when bad things happen, you cannot blame, an entire nation, when in fact the people in that nation who are operating at higher level do not interact with these people. You coming from America, you have a lot more advantage. And I have tried to outline those advantages, but people just want to argue about unnecessary things, things that are impossible. These countries is not the Africa, before 1884. This
64,
this
65.
64. These are nations. Even small nations like Gambia, we have our own military, our own navy, police, all that. The people are united. So even people would say, okay, Afridamus, we've heard you say, oh, some of these nations needed to be colonized
Who
furthermore.
said that,
But
Afridamus?
I said that. I
Oh,
said this before.
of the African
But
Americans are
but
saying
but
that to you?
nobody asked me, what do
Mm.
you mean by what you're saying?
What do you mean by what you're saying?
Because when people think about colonization, they are only thinking about, the subjugation and the negativity, right?
Yes, sir.
But you can learn, every nation have done it. Even America was colonized, you know. You can learn all the
Absolutely.
positives from it and take it from it. And when I hear Zongo say, you have to be under the African government, I agree with him. It doesn't mean that the African government is going to subjugate you, but you also have a power
Mm.
that you need to harness and use. It's not like you're subjugating people, but you are seen a certain way. So how are you going to leverage that?
That's what
That's what.
autonomy is all about. Let me say this, right? This guy Jack Link, whatever his name is, put his thing in the back chat talking about Black America is a collapsed society. There are more blacks in prison than all of women. The
Let's
bottom
just
line, that's
ignore him.
been
He's an
so
idiot.
debunked over the years. You know what I'm saying? This
He's an
idea
Yeah,
of
idiot.
that
all
is true.
like, these are white supremacy racist talking points that people just take it and run with. black wealth is going down to zero. Black people like this. First truth is 65% of black males are in the middle class. You know, there's 10% of black men are in the upper middle class in America, right? The African Americans, you know, I live around them in where I live at, you know. And so the bottom line, there's been an explosion.
Don't forget, Kola, you got to say that 20% or more make over $100,000 a year.
Something like that, you know, something like that. And so 20%, you know. And so the bottom line is this. Despite all that, and also this, the number of black men who got into skilled trades now, independent contractor business is exploding all across America. You know, we're getting this money. You know, but the bottom line is, like I told that guy Dre on Diane Show, you're still dealing with statistics from like what the late 1980s, early 90s. Everybody, I was dusty back then. You know, this still like we're in 1993 and shit. You know.
So let me ask you something, Afrodamus. Let me ask you
something. Say something.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to ask.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I think this conversation is important. Go ahead.
I don't think that Kola means that he wants to rule over Africans. What he's saying is that he would take a piece of land, even if it was in the desert where no one lived, to develop our own Afristan. That we, as descendants of Africans who came here on the transatlantic slave trade, deserve at least that.
I think that would be justice. But since Africans don't
that's what I'm
that,
saying. What I'm saying is, right, in a smart way, right? Okay. You know the Bag family.
Oh,
yeah, right. They have huge land.
We're not talking about that.
And there are people, right? I remember I was talking to some Gambian, and I could see that they were hating on him, you know, like talking about his land. But they cannot do anything to the Bag family's land because he bought the land. He owns that land.
No, he's actually leasing it. He don't own the land.
What? No, he owns it. Kala.
He doesn't.
Even
Kala, what information do you have on the land rights in Ghana?
Okay, just let him speak.
Even myself, right? All these laws, my land, like I'm from there, but the land, it says 99 years, you know, but that doesn't mean after the 99 years, you would lose it, you know, like it's just a continuation. Like the Bag family, they're gonna give it to their children. It's not like the 99 years is gonna come up and then they're like, okay, you don't own the land. It's just like these government laws. It goes for, you know, everybody, even Gambians. That's when you lease the land. That's what it's for. But it doesn't mean they're gonna show up and be like, oh, 99 years is up. You know, you gotta lose the land because
a lot of these people never own anything in America. They never own property and everything.
That's but the Bag, they actually own land, like big land. Like this is tangible.
I don't know why a lot of people.
It's real. It's not internet hype. This is it's real. Like they have property and like
I don't believe
like their value. The value is going up, and because they're building around.
Well,
like,
if they lease the land, Afrodamus, the way it works is this: if you have leased land, the person who owns the deed of land gets the value of the land.
No. Kala, I'm telling you the Gambian law.
You have no equity in the land.
No, that land, they own it.
I
know exactly what I'm telling you. That's there.
No, how can
they're gonna pass it on
at least at the same time?
My land is the same thing. I have the papers. You know, it's my grandfather's.
Well, I just think. Oh, look, I just think we have different cultures. In our culture, right? When you buy a property, you got a mortgage on it. You got the deed to it, and the deed sits in thing while you and while you're sitting, deed sits with the bank until you pay that mortgage off and everything. Then the land is yours.
Yeah, but that's not Gambia though. Gambia, you know, like
so, like I said,
they own it outright. They're not paying on it. They own.
What I'm saying is a lot of these people going over there thinking it's like America, and they don't understand that until it's too late.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, I've heard people try to talk about the lease or no, they own this land. you know, like they can choose to sell it, but if they give it to their children, you know, like nobody can take that land from them. That's just it is what it is.
Unless they
You know,
change the
like look at
law.
Lebanese. There's, you know, like Lebanese have been living in West Africa for over 100 years. They own land. Those leases,
I'll have to
99
defer to
years.
my good brother Dave. Dave, what do you think about all that?
Hello, you hear me? You hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
A lease is not ownership, so it doesn't matter.
Liberia is the only country in West Africa, right? That
Look,
basically you could actually
look,
own property.
look,
It's like
look.
America.
Look, I
After
don't know. I don't
99.
know why you guys even, you know, arguing this point with me. I'm sitting here telling you I'm from this system.
Well, that's
You
Gambia.
cannot keep applying
Yeah,
the
but
American
But you're right
system.
about
That's
that.
not
I'm
what
not
it
going to
is
do that
over
because
there. That's
I
not
would
what
be,
it is. These
I,
people, I'm telling you, they
I would
own
be,
the land. They own it.
Afrodamus, I'm not going to be like Elvis, who sits down and tells African Americans about their culture. If you tell me something about Gambian culture, because you're a Gambian, I'm going to believe you. Even if I live in Gambia, I couldn't possibly ever know as much as you know about Gambia.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah,
no,
and you
I
were
mean,
and Dollar Bill, you were gonna ask a question.
Uh-huh. I
You said
did.
you. Oh, you did. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, no, the land. You know, like for instance, like if when you lease it, that's even more security. I mean, guys, give some credit to even to Greek. Like, come on, guys, he read the paperwork. He's not dumb. Like, you know, it's not like America. It's not mortgaged whatsoever. My point, bringing them up, right? I'm saying, if some people had given
Epidemics.
you, if they had given you the land for free, and then you start building it, and then these people they change their mind. You know, you look at anywhere you go around, indigenous people, if they give you something for free, this is it's always been this way. Even with Europeans, even the wars you hear between Europeans and indigenous people is the same thing.
You know what our
If they
problem,
give it to you,
Afrodamus, is
yeah,
with people like Rick? Is not he makes us kind of how we feel look bad because this is not the fact that he owns land, it's
right.
the fact that he doesn't know how to do anything with it. It's the
You know
fact that
that.
excuse me, I'm just speaking to the brother
I,
because he doesn't know how to do any work on it. All the work that he has to get done is done by the Gambians. He doesn't know how to put together anything,
But he
and
pays
so
them though.
yeah, I don't have a problem with him paying them. But the thing is, to me, and I could be wrong, it's like he's playing in the dirt, man, for the last 4 or 5 years. And
can I say something?
it's not
When
something
you're
that
done,
we
when you're
look
done.
as productive. That's all I'm saying.
But salute to Afrodamus. This is why I always big him up. 'Cause I mean, I always agree with him, but he has a lot of he's solution based and logical based. And to Dollar Bill, to a certain
What's up?
degree,
Mhm.
that guy you talk about in the Gambia, he's laying down the foundation in order for you guys to petition for more stuff in the future. Because when you go down there, they may see you as black, but everybody's black in Africa, everybody's black in Haiti, everybody's black in Jamaica. You know what I mean? So when you go there, you lay down the foundation, you do some work, you make networking and build bridges. Now you can petition for longer leases, longer and more ownership. You know what I mean? So that's the more logical and reasonable thing. You can't just be pro blacky black from here. You have to go down, network, sit with the AU, sit with different governments, and organize
Can I
and create
respond when you
tangible
finish?
solutions. I'm
Can I
done. That's all I got to
respond?
say. But salute to
Okay.
Epidemics, Professor.
Afrodamus, this is what I'm telling other African Americans. You have people who have expertise in this country.
Right.
And instead of us allowing the people who have expertise to participate with our people here in this country, okay, we're running to other countries and we're forgetting about the people that are here, right?
Right.
And I'm not talking about those people like Rick. We're not doing enough in our own communities to take care of our own kids, to give them proper education, to teach them how to read, to volunteer. There's opportunities here in America, and we act as if we need to go to Africa. Now, if you want to go to Africa, that's fine. But what we're saying is that we have a history, a rich history in this place. We need to take care of our own backyard first and then expand. If other people want to go out to Africa, that's fine. We have nothing against that. But we are not going to allow people like FBAs and these other people, ADOS people, to define us. Now, you might not agree, and others might not agree, that we're not the blacks. We're African Americans, right? And we're a particular culture here in America. And we have nothing, there's nothing wrong with us, okay, loving ourselves, and we can love other people too. It's not being about big bliggity black. It's about who we are on this land that we have been fighting for before this country even existed. That's all I'm talking about. Do you think there's anything wrong with that?
I want to add to that. I want to ask Afrodamus one thing. Look, I say, like, when people basically, like Zongu in the chat room saying, he's the real African American, this was stuff like that. We are the African story of America. You understand that, Afrodamus? We are the African story in America. There's no other African story. The African immigrant is not the African story. They're the Gambian story in America. There's a Liberian story in America. There's a Nigerian story. When you say the African American, that's the people. America's story, African story, started in the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade. That's what gave birth to America, and that's what gave birth to us. To basically erase
I get that.
identity by calling us anything other than African American is like basically erasing our heritage, erasing who we are, and everything. That's where the problem comes in. And then you got black people in America.
You see, there's a
ashamed of their
confusion
African heritage. They're ashamed of slavery. I'm not. It happened, and I'm not. I don't feel like we're inferior because we were slave descendants, whatever like that. Our people endured a lot, and I'm proud of the fact that we did so much under duress.
Amen. True.
Yeah, I get that, but again, if you look at it, we that come from African countries, right?
Yeah, you're not home, but you're not the African story.
But people call us African, right?
Yeah, you're African.
So if we become American citizen, like in my case.
Hold on, you're a Gambian. You're a Gambian.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that is my nationality.
Yes.
But
yeah, I know.
But what I'm saying here.
This is a source of contention right here.
I'm coming. You know what they did? Because they came up with terms, right? To confuse, black people here in America, and you're attaching
the term
to that,
African American has been used for 200-300 years.
We're not confused about it at all.
But what I'm saying
we started the
for
first
example,
African
when I went to
preschool.
school, right? When I went to school.
Hold up, you ever heard the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Missionary Baptist
the African Free School?
Hold on, let me
the African
speak,
Masonic Order, all stuff like this. We know who we are.
Let me speak. Like when I went to school, growing up as a kid, social studies, history, black people, like what I've learned in transatlantic slave trade, and what I was taught is,
what you mean in
African
America or Gambia? What you mean in America or Gambia?
Black people, from West Africa, are still considered as part of Africa, right? But people understand, okay, this is Black American. Like now you have new history, but
no, it's not new.
No,
this is not new.
This for example, like me, right?
One second. Let me just say this to you, Afrodamus, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Maybe this is new to people who are just coming here 30 or 40 or 50 years ago. Not even that long ago. This is not new. This is on the books. We were the ones that said Africans for the African. It wasn't Marcus Garvey.
That's where I'm coming to. Like you guys are the first diaspora, like the first, like the first African diaspora.
And so we are not going to allow other people to take it away from us because we've been in this country for 400 years.
Right. You have like your history, because if you look at it, right, the African coming here since the beginning, even though the Africans who came here, like your ancestors, were forced, to be, to come here, but the African,
not my ancestors, our ancestors,
right,
Afrodamus.
Okay,
yours, and they were your ancestors too.
Okay, the African leaving the West Coast, coming to the Americas, it never really stopped. At one, okay, yes, at first it was through slavery, forced, but then
I don't really believe
it
that.
just
I don't
kept
really believe that.
continuing. So you guys are like the first
Check this out. The
diaspora.
whole thing is Afrodamus. Let me ask you a question, right? You understand something, right? The African, basically, the African story of America, it was one of people brutally being taken and forced into America, right?
And
We
a
were
lot from
forced
your
into
place.
identity, right? Now, that's the African American experience, right? It's always going to be that one conundrum.
Our shared ancestors, right?
And so now, basically, what's happening right now, which I don't like, is we're trying to redefine the African story. Like, oh, we're immigrants now, so the story of the transatlantic slave trade gets put in the back burner, and that's basically, even if I would like to do that, right, I can't do it. Why? Because of my ancestors. I cannot stab my ancestors in the back because they did nothing. They were victims. So all I could do is keep my legacy alive by saying,
But
yeah, I'm African American, to remind the world of where my people came from, and stuff like that. What happened?
So can I say something?
Go ahead.
Nobody's telling you not to do that. The same way no one is not telling you to build majority black
When
states.
people say,
Nobody's telling you not to go build a city in Africa. Nobody's stopping you.
No. When I'm saying like this, I'm like this. Okay, the idea of, like I said, years ago we formed the BA initially, right? Well, it was actually during the time of Obama, right? We were like basically like, okay, what next, right? It was this what next feeling when we formed the BAO, right? We had a black man in the White House, but we felt empty, we felt void, and that's when the whole idea of wait a minute here. We thought at all this time we were told once we get in that White House, we done made it. About a year into Barack Obama's
who told you that?
Huh?
Who told you that?
It was just something in African American culture.
That's politically illiterate.
With the White House,
No, that's politically illiterate. That's a sign of illiteracy. Just because a black man.
One, you can't disrespect my people because
no, it's a sign of illiteracy.
If that's the case, then if you really think that's ignorant, why do black people knowing America's a racist country, why they come here at all?
Bro, all I'm saying is if you expected one black man to get into the presidency of the United States.
No, we didn't say things were going to change. You misunderstood. You put words in my mouth. We thought that, when you see a black man in the White House, somehow we were going to feel like we're Americans, period.
No, that's not what you see.
And that did not happen.
Kola, you're trying to have an argument with this other guy who's, who's never, at least Afrodamus lives in America. He's had education in America. He's worked in America. You're talking to a Negropean who's living in England, who has never even been to America. These are the self-hating Negroes that I can't respect. They don't have they have no foundation to which to speak on.
Wait, Jack, do you live in have you lived in America before, Jack, or you currently live in America, Jack?
I already told you what he does. He's from England. He lives in England, and he's never even lived in America. He doesn't know.
But Dollar Bill, can I ask you a question?
You can ask
me
any question.
You don't think statements like that make people think that you guys are politically less illiterate than you actually are? Because I personally don't see what the heck he's talking about.
Literacy is the ability to read, to write, and to listen and comprehend. So first of all, what he's saying is erroneous. Okay, he doesn't know what he's talking about in the first place. The second thing is he has no foundation to what he's talking about. One, he does not live in America. Two, he's never lived in America. And see, if I can disagree with Afrodamus on a variety of things. But if he can tell me, I can clearly see that he lives in America. He's from the Gambia. Now, I might not share his experiences, but he has the right to voice his opinion based on his experience. This other guy doesn't have anything to talk about other than what he sees on the internet and what he reads on Google. That's
true. But you got to also highlight that there's certain individuals that are African American who are kind of devaluing the rich history of African Americans, the knowledge of African Americans, and the potential of African Americans.
That's why the College Nation show exists, because we showcase our history, and we're on this platform, and our colleagues or College Nation people, we're proud of who we are and stuff like that. We don't run and try to be ashamed of who we are and whatever like that. We tell you about the greatness of our people and the inventions, the accomplishments of our people, and everything like that. We take ownership of who our people are.
And that doesn't mean we're better than anybody.
Yeah, but Dollar Bill, he says he lives in the U.S. though. He lives in
like I
New York.
said.
So is he still on the panel?
He's a self-hating
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask him.
Ask him anything.
Is Jack still on the panel?
I'm on the panel. I'm here.
Bro, where are you getting these kind of thinking from? Are you watching those who are having this like damning of African American presence in America?
No. Okay. Let's step back for a second.
Where are you getting this? Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Self-hated Negro.
I don't have an issue with African Americans. The issue is this: when we talk about Black America, we don't talk the way people look at Black America, the way Black Americans see themselves. That's not the reality of the situation.
What are you talking about?
So what do you see? What do you see?
He knows our reality.
What do you see then? No, what do you see, Jack?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait, hold on. You got millions of people who go to work every day, get up in the morning, pay
dollar
bills,
bill is
pay
too
taxes,
fucking illiterate.
everything like that. What are you talking about?
I'm multi-literate.
What's the difference between
multi-literate?
What's the difference between the average Black American? Everybody's working here trying to pay bills, and pay a car note, and pay rent. What are you talking about? We're no different than anybody else.
You're an idiot. You're a self-hating Negro.
I'm not a self-hating.
Let Jack finish. What do you see as a foreign Black?
I don't get what he's talking about. What is not our experience?
He's going to tell us our reality.
Huh?
No, but let him see from his perspective, because sometimes we see it.
I want to hear Dollar Bill. Let me hear what he got to say about what I just said.
Just briefly, the stuff I said about Black folks thinking Obama was going to get there.
No. I think you misunderstood what I'm saying.
He said
there was a lot of Black people. Look, there was like 100-year-old Black woman that went to the White House, right? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you about this is why we know our people, right? Hold on. Let me say this, right? Let me
know the old lady.
Hold on. This was an old Black woman, right?
I know the old lady.
There was a Black woman, and she
I already know.
Hold on.
I already know. I'm not dealing with emotion.
Hold on.
This is the problem.
Please don't talk over me. Let me say this, right? Since you asked.
Okay.
Since you asked, right?
Okay.
Look, I was saying for my people, right? And I look at it now when I should have been more responsible, but the bottom line is this. There was a lot of Black people that basically was like, when you're so beaten down by society and so negative, to see somebody, a Black family, a Black woman in that White House when that did something to Black America, we felt like we had arrived, achieved something, You may laugh at it, whatever like that, but when you're living in a society, when you're devalued and everything, when you're the minority and you're devaluing everything, any sort of victory, it's like when when Joe Louis won the Max Spelling. All the Black people celebrated, Or when basically OJ Simpson.
I think this is where there's the confusion.
OJ Simpson.
This is where the confusion is.
Let Jack respond.
I'm not taking away from sentimental value. I understand.
That's all it was.
No. Hold on. I'm not taking away from sentimental value. I understand the importance of sentimental value. I remember the old Black lady. I remember the young boy that touched Obama's head. I paid attention, to check what it is. So I'm not this is what I'm saying. You're talking to somebody who pays attention. The issue, though, is sentimental value and emotion is separate from power.
I think he's a guy.
You just made my argument. So therefore, we hold up. We formed the AIO.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is on the issue of power.
So on the issue of power, and we hold up. We came to the conclusion, right? We came to the conclusion that the only way we're gonna have power is we have to be able to have a situation where we govern ourselves. But since Africans are against it, whatever like that, and they're just whatever the problem is,
that's not true.
I say forget about it.
That's not true. The issue is not black people governing themselves. That's not the problem.
Really? Well, what is it?
What do you see?
The problem is
let Jack finish.
You sign legislation, create laws and policy. What are you, insane? You know,
let Jack finish.
People be powerful. They didn't have a government. Why did a record number of people turn out for this election to vote Trump in? It's all about power. You know?
No, but let Jack finish. What do you? Go ahead, Jack. My fault. Go ahead.
I'm going to use an example. Black Americans especially conflate political power as power in totality or progress. So let me give you an example. Yes, you do. Let me give you.
Yeah, he tells us about ourselves.
He knows us better than we know ourselves.
Exactly.
Can I give you a fucking example?
Little shithole country he comes from. He's not over there.
I said about Obama, it was sent to
over there getting power.
Hold on. Like I said the other night, black people were apolitical.
Let's use Baltimore.
One at a time.
Half the police officers in Baltimore are black. The entire city hall was black. The mayors are black. All the mayors are
people.
And we know that. And they didn't do nothing. We don't do jack. What?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All the leadership in Baltimore is black, but Baltimore is
Guyana's black. Trinidad is black.
What about all these black countries? Hey, Jack, you have the same thing with all these black countries.
You cannot.
I'll tell you in a minute. We got governments and everything, and African countries and black countries are the poorest countries in the world.
Exactly.
Let me tell you, no.
You didn't do that.
Hey, Jack, what country do you come from?
What shithole you come from?
You cannot
what
compare.
Jack, before you go on, what country are you from?
I'm American.
No,
you're not American. You're a liar.
No,
Where you come from? You shithole liar. You're a liar.
I don't care about no U.S. passport. Where are you from? Where were you born?
Look. I was born here. I was born in Sinai.
You're a liar. You are not born here. You're a liar.
Not with that accent.
You're a liar.
Everybody
can I say something?
These people are.
Can I say something?
If Colin Dollarbill can cosplay African American, why can't he cosplay African American?
I'm not cosplaying
Dollar Bill.
I'm a true African
American. You won't be up for my sleep, man.
Get out of
here. It's an exclusive club, man. It's an exclusive
You are
club.
tether. You are what Tariq says. You're a freaking tether. Get out of here.
All this nonsense is because black folks want reparations.
You lying tether.
Hold on. We don't on this show. We don't talk about reparations, bro.
That's what all this stuff is about.
Tether cat. Bye.
That's what all this stuff is about. They want reparations.
Who wants reparations?
Jack, can I ask Jack a question?
Jack, this is a different platform, though. Like,
but this is what
they don't talk about that here.
No, but this.
We'll talk about reparations on this.
You need reparations for your little country where you live. You lying bastard.
Underlying psychosis behind all this behavior is because they want reparations.
Get out of here. You could get shit on in your country, but you come here and talk about us.
Don't ask
me you were born in this country with that thick ass accent. Shut up.
Go ask white people.
Out of here.
Go ask white people for your reparations. Don't come at me wrong.
We're not asking white people for jack, man. We're getting our money.
We're gonna get reparations and come and screw your country.
Hold on. We're getting it. I'm a business owner. I get my reparations every day, man. My bank.
It looks like Jack is new to the show, man. He doesn't know.
Jack is a jack off.
No, man. It's disgusting.
Jack is a jackass.
He's a jackass.
I'm not a jackass.
You are a jackass.
You're a jackass.
You're a lying jackass.
You don't hold the
Jack in the beans, bro. Get out of here, you asshole.
Crack.
Get out of here.
Came here with this FBA talking.
Y'all vote to the people that enslaved you.
Yeah, we enslaved you, you asshole.
You vote for the people that enslaved you.
Yeah.
What does that mean, Jack? What does that mean?
What is he trying to say?
Huh?
He's an
What
asshole.
does that
mean? Not voted off.
Are you voting for the people that are
Do you know
screwing
the
your
meaning of
people
a
and that
donkey?
little fucked up shit
Do you
out
know
of
the
you,
meaning
bro?
of a donkey in the
Do you
Democratic
know that?
side?
Hold on, can I ask Jack a question? If
We
you
don't
really
want to hear
believe
this
that,
asshole.
oh, okay, yeah, so let more. But his logic is flawed because my thing is at the end of the day, I always say that one thing: there's a lot of educated middle class, there's more wealthy Black Americans than ever. There's doctors, there's
That's not
lawyers.
true.
My issue with them,
That's not
my issue
true.
is with them is that it is. That's true. It's true, bro.
Say it again.
So you're
Can I
telling me
say something to you?
there's more educated Black people
Listen.
now than there was in 1900s, early
Let me
1900s.
just tell
that's
you.
true. Okay,
There's more
that part is
judges
true.
now.
Hold on. Let me just
Whoa,
say
whoa,
this
whoa.
to you.
So when you say more,
Soren.
when you
Let
say
me say this to
more,
you.
2 is greater than 0,
I'm
right?
tired of these assholes
2
who
is
come
greater than
from
0, but 2 is
countries
still.
that have been pimped out, where the white people and the Chinese people have fucked you out of power and
You
existence.
talking about fuck you out
Then
of
you
power? What are
bring
you
your
talking about? You
fucking
never even
barbecue
left your
ass.
hood.
Then you bring your
You
punk
never
ass
even left
here
your hood.
after we
You
fucking did
never,
all the hard work, and
you
your
never left your
fucking
hood. You didn't do
mumbling
shit.
bastard
You
come over
wasn't
here,
born then.
kiss my ass,
You wasn't
kiss
born
my
then.
ass,
You
kiss
wasn't even
my
alive
Hold on,
then.
black
Jack.
African
Let me say
American
something to
ass.
Jack real quick. Can I say something to Jack real quick?
That's
Fuck
If you
just
was
you.
to
like
come
me.
in, if you was hold on, Jack.
Fuck you.
If you came here 60 years ago, would you have all these opportunities that you have today?
I wasn't
You don't have
alive
no
60 years ago,
opportunity.
and neither was anybody
You
No,
have
here.
no
but you
opportunity.
have you gotta
Don't be
admit
Why
to
that
don't be so short,
motherfucker?
Jack.
Nobody
you
here
gotta
was
admit
alive
to a
60
certain
years
Go to your
degree.
ago.
country and,
You
and
gotta
cause a revolution. Get the Indians and the Arabs out of your
Look,
fucking business. You
look,
got a
man.
whole sovereign country and you can't do shit with it. And now you
Look,
coming
man.
here and telling me what you think
You
I
talking
need
about
to
we
do.
can't do shit with it? You talking about we
Okay?
can't do shit with
Go
it?
back to
Look,
your
the
country
largest
where it is a
look,
paradise for
this out,
sex
the largest
tourism
black bank,
and the crackers got
the
his fucking
largest
dick
black
in your
bank,
ass in the
the
Caribbean.
largest
Go
black
back
bank
to
in
your
America
country
has
where
less
the
than
fucking
$1 billion in
LGBTQ
assets under
has
management.
fucking your men in the
One
ass.
black bank in Nigeria has something like $17
You
billion
ain't in no
assets
fucking
under
Nigerian.
management.
Go
Talking about
kiss
what are
my
you
ass.
Naira.
Kiss my ass, you
Scholar,
nigga.
that is not in Naira. That's in US dollars, scholar.
You ain't got
Naira.
shit in America. Get the
In
fuck
Naira,
out.
that's like
Naira.
$10 million.
Get out of here.
Like
You
That's in
lying ass.
US dollars,
You
scholar, not
punk
Naira.
ass, you
Grab
lying
Google.
piece of shit.
Hey, do you people know how to use Google?
Yo, you people, you know how to use Google?
Check this out.
Do you have Google in
One,
your country?
the
Your
largest
aunt's
black
a
bank
prostitute.
has
Wait, hold
Yeah,
on
how
less.
about
now.
this?
Motherfucker.
Dollar Bill, Kyla, let this Negro speak.
That's what I'm saying.
He
Let the
said he knows
Negro
how to
speak.
use Google. And so
Yeah.
once he's done, I want him to
Wow.
Google African American average salary versus all the rest of the black diaspora and get his ass shut the
Bro,
fuck down. Go
bro, you
for
don't
it.
understand what I'm saying. You think Africa is there's 1 point something billion people in Africa. There's
And
only
90% of
47
them
That's
are
true.
in
million.
poverty, man.
There's only
Yo, Africa
47
has the
million
highest
black people.
poverty in the world.
Bro, you
I'm
talking
sorry.
No,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
he's
on.
talking about
I want
Africans
y'all
in
to
America, not the
compare.
entire African
Yeah, I
population
know.
on the
Compare
continent.
You brain
African
drain the
American
country.
what are
salaries
you talking about?
against
Most
all
black
the
Stay
other
updated with new
African
videos,
Check this
Americans
out.
releasing
and
Monday
Now
through
middle
check this
Friday
out.
each
Africans and
week.
Here's
American
the thing, yo.
salaries.
When
Hey,
it comes to
I got a
black-owned
video.
businesses, we have a
Look, I'm
list
We
gonna
of the
get
here's the
biggest
funny
ones
disappointed.
in
look.
the
Here's the
USA
top
that are
10
striving
black
and being
businesses in America.
prosperous. Come
Show
see
me
if your
how many of
favorite
them
business
African.
made the list.
Bro,
Number 10,
94% of
Okay,
black
these are the top, yo,
Towers
businesses
chat,
have
shut
Petroleum
up.
zero
Company.
These
employees.
are the top
Black
black
people aren't
businesses
Revenue,
in
even a
America.
business in America.
$435
What you
million.
talking
These are the
about?
top black businesses
Bro,
in
you
America.
gotta relax.
I
Let's
get
listen
to
to the video.
CEO,
I get this
Skip the
point
Total,
middle
now.
time
On
Hightower
that
You're
one.
talking
High
Petroleum.
about
blood pressure.
banks.
Operating
Fast
for
to
over
drink you some
58 years,
ginger tea
Hightower's
or some
Petroleum Company
sassafras.
is
Yo,
a
High Tower
petroleum products
Petroleum.
distribution
Is he
company founded
next
by
Get
year
out of
Stephen
here.
Steve
or he freaking
Hightower in
Ghanaian or what
This
is
1982.
he?
doesn't even.
Coming
It's a
from a
drop of
family of
water.
entrepreneurs, Hightower built the
Out of here.
company
Drop of
from
water.
humble
I mean,
beginnings
I
to a
forgot his name.
well-established
Jack.
business
I
through
mean, there
persistence,
are
drive, and
successes in Black
determination.
America. You can't
It
The
is
just,
a
richest
family
black
Bro,
business
man in
you
the
know,
providing
play
world.
it
most of
services
black
down.
in
There are
bulk
some
fuel
America is
delivery,
successes.
collapsed.
HPC fleet cards,
Bro, most of black
inventory
America is
management,
collapsed, bro.
emergency
What you
Yo,
fuel,
talking
and
High
about?
supply
Tower
chain
Petroleum.
management.
Name me the
High Tower
petroleum
Number 9,
company owned by black immigrants in
Urban
America.
One, NASDAQ, eunuch.
Urban
Revenues $440 million.
Bro,
okay, show me.
Are these
Employees
companies still
1058.
functioning?
Yes, they
CEO
are.
Alfred
Are you
C.
functioning?
Liggins 3. Based in Silver Spring, Maryland, Urban One Inc. is a publishing and broadcasting company primarily providing content aimed at the African American community.
They got all these businesses.
Self-titled as the leading voice speaking to Black America.
What are you talking about?
Urban One Inc. is the largest distributor of urban content in the United States since 1980.
Pause the video, please. Pause the video.
Company in the United States with 53 radio stations, cable network TV One, digital media company Ione, and news provider News One, all under its belt. Number 8, the Anderson DuBose Company. Revenue $703 million.
They're not listening to the video.
Employees 500.
Yeah, Kyle, put a stop to the video, please.
Turn this shit off, Kyle.
Kyle,
go to no. I want this shit to come to an end. I want this shit to come to an end. We had this argument on Dinah's platform in which they were trying to say black people are at the bottom. And then I provided the statistics from the government that said the black people are not even close to the bottom. So, Kala, look up African American average income, and then look up Nigerian American average income, and then look up all the rest of them. They make 50 to 65% less than we make on average. It's embarrassing, but they think they're on top of something.
He's on.
No, but you guys are hold on, Jonathan. That number's flawed because you're looking at the averages.
No. I only want to deal with the statistics that come from the government. Not
but that number's
shit that y'all got in your mind.
But Jonathan, hold up. Can I talk to you real quick? When you're dealing with averages, you're dealing with the highest and the lowest, and you average the numbers in between.
And the
numbers in the bottom. Exactly. That's what the average is.
So medium, you're dealing with median income, bro. That's what you're talking about. You gotta know the difference.
Jack has.
You didn't know the difference, man.
So wait, how do you get the average number then?
Mean, mode, and median is statistics, right? So that's what.
Educating dollar bill.
I'm trying. You know what it is, Torin? I like you. You're a nice brother, but some people have to realize something and recognize what it is. You come here, right? You're such an ungrateful person. You come here after people have fought hard, died, and done all of this so you can have an opportunity at life. You have your own sovereign land. No, not you. I'm talking about him. You have your own sovereign country. Your own country.
You still can't do shit with it.
And you come here and talk about African Americans who have to deal with racism, white people that is systemic, and we're only 12 or 13% of the population. You come from a place where you're 90, sometimes 100% of the population.
Still
still got to come here to get an education and a job.
Should I play the starving? Nigeria's facing a famine and hunger.
I don't even think he's Nigerian, to be honest with you. I think he sounds like.
But they was bragging about Nigeria.
I think he sounds like he's some type of Guyanese. Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
He's 100% not Nigerian. I know.
You know what it is? You know what it is? I try to be nice, and Kala's. I always say to people, Kala, you're a much better person than I am, because there are people I wouldn't even give the platform to. I wouldn't give them the opportunity to say a damn thing to me about a damn thing, because you know what? They're so little in numbers. We don't even have to address them.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to build the African American nation, right? Us like you're part of the African American bloodline. That's what I'm trying to build with. If I never basically see another Caribbean, Haitian, or freaking African, I could care less. But if they want to build, that's fine. If not, stay away from me. I'm only concerned about my.
You're nice, and these people get up here and they have such disdain. Could you imagine?
Bro, if we don't hold on. If we don't come up, ain't no show, bro. The show is made because we have our little. Let's talk fact, man. I ain't got time for the Come on, bro.
I would be up here telling jokes about people.
You be telling jokes, then that's it, bro. Yeah, we come up here, the conversation we have, we build bridges, we talk some shit, we talk about the issues that we actually do have, and we go our own way.
Listen,
Principe, look, I agree with that, right? I agree, and like I said, I got Elvis on here tonight, Zongo, and all these guys. I
love roasting
anyway,
them.
I got these guys on tonight.
I love roasting them.
Despite what you think, I love the death, right? But there's something more important, right? Which is, I think what I'm losing. I'm losing my people to this fucking Pan-African stuff. I think we went too far.
Oh man,
But hold on, can I say something to you,
anytime somebody like a grip like Two Cheese could come by and steal all the things, something's wrong. So I have to reevaluate things. Wait a minute here. How are we losing our own people? Like, I like Africa and everything like that.
I think we're spending too much time with the immigrants.
If I can't have my own people, what am I? I gotta have my own.
I think we do spend we give them entirely too much power.
No, but you guys basically are the majority here. I don't understand nothing y'all be saying. Y'all the majority here in America.
They kind of dropped the link.
Yeah, go ahead. Y'all the majority here in America.
We're kicking ass.
Exactly. So you guys can organize amongst yourselves, create more black cities, more black states.
That's what we're trying to do.
Majority black states.
We're trying. Look, let me tell you something, Principal. For the longest time, right, African Americans, right, were against unity with each other. We were basically like, if we basically unify with ourselves, we feel we're leaving other people, black people out. That's how we were, But
Kola, when that lady come up, you gotta let her speak, bro.
Yeah,
but in the 60s, hold on. In the 60s and 50s,
she got it out, Joe. She got it out for me, but I'll let her speak.
This is gonna be a good one.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh no, here she comes.
I'm glad
I'm dead. Oh my God. Here we go, man. Here we go.
Tick down that comment. Let's see her name.
Yeah. Oh Lord, man. I'm in trouble.
Tick down the comment, Kola, please.
I'll say Igbo. Must be Chukwu's auntie.
Go ahead, Miss Igbo lady. Come on.
Kola, back to bitching as usual.
Oh, come on. I didn't start nothing. I ain't do nothing.
Let's get like the Jamaicans. It wasn't me.
What does she want to say? Let her contribute to the conversation.
It wasn't me.
There's nothing to contribute. It's just bitching and complaining like a bunch of.
I'm not bitching and complaining. Look. Let me ask you a question, right? Look, you call me an FBA ADOS. I am dead set against FBA ADOS racism and xenophobia. I'm against that, I'm a dead set against that, I just want you to know that. I am not no ADOS.
Kola, you against that, but I'm reevaluating that.
You're one in the same.
Hold on, my wife is an African lady. My wife is an African lady.
100% phobia. So what?
She's off the thing.
My friends are black. What the hell is that?
I know your friends are black.
You're black, Have you looked in the mirror lately? You're
black. Who gives a damn?
Oh wow!
No, I'm just saying that I'm not a prejudiced person. I'm not prejudiced.
I am.
Everything you say is prejudice.
I am not prejudiced. Tell me what y'all said was prejudiced.
Can I ask her a question?
They're telling you the truth. The men are more likely to tell you the truth. The women will say nothing and set you up. Mindful and careful people. This is how they think. They want to tell you they're not going to. They want to separate. They're not going anywhere. Go where?
I hear you.
Can I ask the Igbo sister a question?
They eavesdrop. They stalk. They move in group collective. 5 FBA ADOS. One black.
Are you saying my moderators, Frenchie, and all of them are stalking me?
There is an education. Leave them alone.
Can I ask you a question, sister?
At home, leave them alone.
Who's stalking? Why you on his platform? So who's stalking who?
No, she said that people house? Like Frenchie is stalking.
No. What she
said? Can I ask her a question?
Yeah, but Jay, you gotta allow the host to finish speaking first, though. Come on.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Principe, ask Sister Evo, Sister AA.
The question. My question is both to Kola and her, because I heard her speak before on Dinah's panel, and I see Kola speak, and Kola's basically trying to make it look like Pan-Africanism is blocking African Americans from building. I think that's false.
No, I
To my
know, but
Igbo sister.
let me say this. Look, in theory, I like Pan Africans, right? But reality is this. So like I said, I basically have to admit that after all these years, like I said, I really didn't understand what was going on because I'd be like this. It was just so apparent, right? Where Africans stolen in America, right? And I've been like this. I'm saying, wouldn't it be the logical thing was to basically work together with an African continent that supposedly had all these resources? That's what I was told. Had all these so-called resources and everything like that. Do you know out of Black America, there's like millions of Black people, African Americans, who are going overseas to retire? Do you know the least amount of people are going to where? Africa. You know, they're going to places like Monaco, they're going to Italy, they're going to Germany,
Oh,
they're
that's
going to
shocking.
Greece.
A lot of African Americans are anti-African and think
No,
that.
no, it's not that. It's just the fact that the bottom line, Africa has not developed in all these years. You know, people, these countries, look, these countries around the world, Central America, South America. If you look at even like Bolivia, I would look at Bolivia's electrical grid. They said they got a sliding scale thing, right? They got a thing where even a country like Brazil and these Central American countries, what we used to call third world, got full electricity 24 hours a day, 7 like America. I'm like, God damn, that's all we ask for, you know.
Yeah,
Kala, can I say something?
Can I say something to you, Kala? Has that?
Kala.
Cote d'Ivoire has that.
Kala, can I say something?
No country in Africa has
How are we?
Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast.
Listen, first of all,
Ivory Coast has that. You rather go to Italy than Ivory Coast.
Prince, how are we anti-African when every time Africa, first of all, thousands of us go to different places and spend money.
We're taking a tour there next year,
right?
The year after next.
We go to tours, okay? We live in Africa. How are we anti-African? Africans live in our communities, okay?
Of course, but I'm saying.
So
I'm saying in the thinking of the average. You're a Pan-Africanist type dude.
The average person is not anti-African. They're not even thinking about Africa.
20 people. I took.
They're not.
That's my point. That's my point.
The white.
Hold on. Dollar bill.
African.
Dollar bill. No, the average African American acknowledges origin. They'll say, "Oh yeah, we got some African." Yeah, blah blah blah.
Yeah, but they're not in proximity.
I'm trying
to explain to you.
Chris, but let me say this, right? My family, New Yorkers, got a lot of money, right? They travel to. Let me say this. You know, and I don't want nobody to get mad at me or whatever like that, right? But I think I could have done more over the years, right? Because they always go to places like Greenland, Iceland, Rome, Paris, and whatnot.
That's my point.
Hold on. They got money, right?
People with money.
Look, I basically have it hard. Like, let me give you an example. I talked to my cousin, my big cousin Al, right? And I basically mentioned it to him. I didn't know how he was going to take it, right? I said, we should plan a family tour to South Africa. He said, oh, yeah, good, set it up. And that's what I was working with. But I said, but I scrapped that to do this tour in Liberia. You know, that's what I really wanted to do. My whole family, when they get ready, we get ready to go and whatnot. It's like the whole family goes a tour. They go to Japan, they go every place, you know? They've been to Beijing, China, all that stuff like that, right? But the whole thing.
But have you ever been to Africa?
I've been to Africa. Yeah, my family's been to Africa.
No, your family, your family.
Their father, my patriarch, Uncle Albert, right? He lived in South Africa for a few months. You know, he went to South Africa and stuff like that. But so he loved South Africa. That was his dream, you know, to go to South Africa. You know, and so basically he went to South Africa around 2005. You know, anyway. The thing is, though, they go to these exotic places. They go to Cancun, and all these places on the bucket list of these exotic places.
Or you can relax.
I would like to have I would like to have one country in Africa, right? And I'm looking at it like that. I know my family, right? They want the best and whatnot. And I know, and unless they have a Pan-African, my family's not Pan-Africans at all. You know, they're Christian, Black, American. My cousin Debbie knows that went to school, graduated with that Letitia James, Attorney General. That's her friend. You know, that's her sorority.
Okay, I know her.
You know, so the bottom line, my family up in New York got money. They're educated. They're rich. You know, they got money. Anyway, but the bottom line is this: I was never able to really approach them about Africa, and that's a shame. You know, that's a shame because they go.
No, but wow. Huh? Well, that's my point. the Europe. If you watch TV, right, you'll see commercials.
If they go there, we might not have electricity, or we might. They look at me like they'll kill me.
They look at you like you lost your mind, right?
You lost your
Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is very beautiful.
Yeah, but it's a language barrier, brother. Ivory Coast is a francophone country.
Italy is there's no language barrier in Italy.
Yeah, but you're in Italy though.
Spain.
Usually you have tourist destination where they would speak English.
I know where we need to go. Igbo land.
Come on, bro.
We need to go to Nigeria so we can meet nice.
Come on, man.
Now, hold on, Nigeria.
Let's be honest. I think he's making a valid point.
Check this out. They built this studio in Nigeria called in Calabar, right? They had monorail there. John Catherine was part of that, monorail there. They had Skyrail and everything, but it never materialized. They were gonna build like
if
a
you
theme
think
park
she's prettier than my daughter, is she smarter than my daughter?
Our Igbo sister, she should be there right now trying to rebuild that shit instead of advising us over here, man. I mean, like,
is Igbo land still on the panel collar, or did she leave?
She's here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us some nice things about Igbo land.
What about Calabar? I wonder about Calabar. What's going on with Calabar?
Talk to us. Why do you hate Africa?
I mean, Kola, you always talk shit about Nigeria, but there's a lot of development in Nigeria.
Because the bottom line of Nigeria.
I want to hear the sister.
Nigeria,
I want to hear the sister, guys.
Why can you not build a grocery store where your women can shop at? Why can you? Where is there?
I mean, we got grocery. I'd rather go to
in Atlanta. We got
of course you don't rather go somewhere else. Atlanta.
I'd rather go to Kroger.
Atlanta is part of America.
That's right. Nothing's in Atlanta. Nothing. It's a game.
It's a grocery store and
that's crazy.
And
a farm
and must
and a
nothing
farm and a farm. You want me to take
all
the
the
picture?
white people in Atlanta have now had to move elsewhere because in Atlanta it's just a mess.
It's a
mess.
mess.
Of course, the efforts.
Girl, my rich cousins live in Atlanta. I got some rich millionaire cousins that live in Atlanta.
Every time I make a comment about Atlanta, here comes Jamal. Here comes Jamal. Everybody
Why am I lying?
Man. You don't know what you talk about. Atlanta got to go.
Why do you hate African Americans so much?
Everyone else has to come, and you complain about me. Complain about that.
No, I'm not complaining about
that era that you pay that money.
Why do you hate African Americans? What did they do to you? Tell me, sister. Let me feel your pain. What did they do to you, my sister? How did they betray you?
Fried chicken. Now
they do to you?
Fried chicken from the Koreans. Like you.
I heard you talk once at Aphrodite show.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Can I answer a point?
Because North Carolina.
That's in Atlanta. What about other cities in New York? In New York.
New York's my
New York. No, you live in New York, bro. Thank you. It's Arabs and other people who's making. Where's the back agenda about you taking those corner stores?
There's no African Americans here. Well, I'm the
that's
last
not true.
of the Mohegans.
Virginia,
all about America. Brooklyn.
I'm
the last of the Mohegans. Most of the people that left, we went back south. So all the people that are here are Caribs. So most of the Caribs here, they make the curry goat. You want some curry goat? We got curry goat for you. We got patties for you. What do you want?
Again, but you guys, can I say something? You guys like to brag. Y'all shun simple jobs like security and Uber, which still makes money. And then you have and y'all brag about the 65% or 60% in the middle class, but you overlook the masses who are, the 40 or whatever that's not in the middle class that are poor. Right, that are African American, that are getting gentrified. They're getting gentrified. A lot of the people that left New York got gentrified out of New York.
We have something in America called upward mobility. That means you could be poor 1 year, next year.
Hold on, Kola. We don't want to hear the fake statistics. 15% of Black America are not in the middle class. The rest are. Get your numbers right.
Why are you so tight, man? All of my Haitian friends, I love my Haitian people. Suck passe.
Bro, this is no hate. Jonathan, you gotta quantify it, right? Because what does the middle class start from? I think it's what 30,000 and up, right?
I know they speak 5 languages.
Most people make 30,000.
I speak 2, bro. I'm from.
There's a few people who make less than 24,000 who are living in poverty.
They speak at least 5 languages. I feel illiterate.
I'm not trying to say. Hold on, bro. I'm not trying to shit on. I'm saying there's so much intelligence and power in your group You're not utilizing to help the ones that are not doing so good. You're just bragging about those who's doing good. And you shunning Uber and security and simple jobs that will, if they work 2 jobs, they can make $50,000, $60,000.
Look, if you got a job, if you got an honest job, I don't care who you are. If you're
what's
African
the name?
American, you got an honest job,
Prince,
you're with
man.
me.
You live in America. America is the land of the free.
Yeah, I know, the home of the brave. You
have
got
the
a hot
right
dog?
to. You have the make. You have the right to.
You
make
have the
your
right
own
to get a
food.
white woman. You have the right to live in a white community. Anything you say or do will be a white victory.
Check this out. I got a
my
special
God,
person in the chat, Willa Dixon, my Liberian sister, my Congo lady sister. You know, I love
All
her.
right, my sister.
You know,
Oh,
that's the one
Auntie
that I'll
Willa.
tell you about, man. That lady right
Auntie.
there will tell you the story of Liberia, how it used to be the heaven we used to have in Liberia.
Willa.
The heaven.
The heaven we used to
I
have
know
in
you can
Liberia.
get what's his name?
Every time when Willa talks whatnot, I'm like this. Like look. First of all, I would not trade being African American. The only thing I would trade African American is pre-1980 Liberia. That's the only thing I've ever.
Yeah, well, Kyla, you're missing the point. She asked you a very valid question. Like, I mean, why can't you?
Why don't she get up? Let her come up. I like to hear.
Your stores where you.
Can I say one question, Zongo? I want to know.
That's
This
a very
is what
valid
I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do.
Read the question again.
Hold on 1 second.
So why can't you free stores to allow your women to go shop over there? You know?
Can I say this?
What?
Hold on. Can I say this? I don't know what African American guy or broke your heart, or what sister, okay, did not invite you to the barbecue. I want to say to you, my Igbo sister, that we love you and that welcome to America. And we're going to do our very best to treat you kind because we value you. You are our Igbo ancestor. Amanda.
Get off your baby mama's futon and get
Oh god damn!
My baby mama's futon.
Oh wow, that's crazy. That was crazy. I was not expecting that. God damn.
Just talk about a Negro with 2 master's degrees. Get off my baby mama futon. Get out your $1 million house.
Sister Ebo, sister. Dollar Bill's a married man. He's an honorable man, you know.
Dollar Bill is a married man, and Kyla is a married man.
My daughter's doing her doctorate degree. I have no baby mama.
I think you
got the wrong Negro.
Yeah, you got it wrong.
And then we'll try again, though. Basically, talking points.
Where all this hate come from?
Where's the love?
You better find a warm woman to harass homosexual. It's getting cold.
Okay, hold on. Let me, sister. Sister. I did a show 2 nights ago called Sister Ebo. Let me ask you a question. Did you see the
Sister Ebo? Okay, Sister Ebo.
I don't know her name.
Yeah, but that's her name, though. That's her name. She calls herself Ebo, right? So
Ebo, or whatever her name says on the screen.
Check this out. Anyway, I did a show called The End of Black Girl Magic. What do you think about that topic? You know, it was a good show.
Think about what, Colin? What is it?
I said The End of Black Girl Magic. You know, because you Nigerian girls had the Black Girl Magic too. Y'all was caught up in that shit too.
What magic? That's what you like to go into, play into magic. What you're into.
Can you summarize it, Carla? Like what you meant?
Astrology. That's what
I was basically saying. Oh, Will is up here. I'm gonna get Will up in a second. But I was saying basically the Black Girl Magic conundrum was basically they tried to elevate the black woman in America, create her to be a separate social, cultural, and political entity in Black America, the fragment Black America. Tell her, let me tell you something. Proof of what I'm talking about is, notice how there's no black female, really large female platforms on YouTube or independent podcasts and everything. Everything you see what black women do for the most part is mainstream media. Why is that? Joy Reid and people like that. Why? Because somebody's putting them in those positions. You know, they never basically build.
No, that's
not true, Connor. There are large women channels, but it's catered to women issues like makeup, and fashion, and other things.
He addressed her. Let her respond to the question, though.
Let the Igbo sister talk.
With the number of Black men who are in managerial positions, the question is, why are not these managerial Black American men not also promoting Black American women in these positions? Because there's quite a bit of money to be made here. You have very, very wealthy Black American men in entertainment and communication. Puff had Revolt used platforms with your own money, your capital, and build your own communication mediums. Why depend on all these other countries? You have your own money. I tell you, why don't you do something with your platform? You all have the money, Black American men.
Hey, what about Byron Allen? Even though he's married to a white woman, he's been.
I'm glad you said that, Carla. Even though he's married to a white woman.
Moving your money out of the Black community and sending it to other non-Black groups, Kobe Bryant.
Yeah,
they love us.
That Latina woman took all his money.
You don't love
Kanye.
us like
Kanye pays $200,000 a month in child support. That's not being paid to a Black woman. How many?
Because you hate us.
Yeah, you're right.
All of your child support money, hip hop goes to
hate us.
It's not Black American. It's all of your preferences.
It's not. Come on, let she finish though. Let her finish.
It has something to do with you. That's Black American women speaking about themselves. Your money is not here with them. It's elsewhere. So you go, shoot, fly away. Go take your money where it goes. Because it's not with Black people.
We want to send them to the Igbos. Chukwe, his people.
Anyway, check us out. We got Sister Willow on the line. Sister Willow, tell us about your story in Liberia back in the days. I love hearing this.
Oh, hello everyone.
Hello, sis.
How you doing,
I was up cruising YouTube and you popped up in my
Good.
the
Are you
algorithm.
subscribed to the channel? Are you subscribed to the channel?
I shall. No, because I didn't know your channel was up, but the algorithms brought you to my.
We're doing better, folks. We're doing better. Hey,
yeah, no, I
will. Yeah, it's growing, Carla. It's growing.
One day, Dollar Bill. The other show the other night, 600 views in one night. God damn.
Man, I'll subscribe. Right. I am over 65, so I don't like to fool around with all the apps at once, because then I lose my place. So, but I'll subscribe after I get off.
Thank you. I need all the support I can get.
Yeah.
Bless you.
So how you been? When's the last time you've been in Liberia?
Actually, I'm planning. My son offered to pay for my trip to go home. I think he wants me to go. I want to go for like about maybe 5 or 6 months.
Oh, so you're gonna be there in February. I'm gonna be there in February so we can link up. How about that?
Oh, that's about the time I'm looking at.
The dry season. I'm not going there rainy season. I ain't doing that again.
Yeah, so early February. So definitely.
Oh yeah, I'll be there right around that time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's around the time I'm going, and I want to stay.
That's the most beautiful weather in the world because it's not hot, it's not cold. And on the beach, like a nice breeze. It's like chilly at night. I love it.
I want to go and renovate my little family house because I'm testing something. I want to try a few months and see how I feel about it, and then I'm thinking of spending.
Where's your house at? Is it in Brewerville? Where's it at?
Well, to tell you the truth, it's built somewhere that I'm not even sure, because actually it's an area called, because I haven't been there since the house was built, to be honest, because the last time I was at home, I think it was almost 7 years now. It's actually my ex-husband's that built, actually my son's father, he built the house before he passed, and then so he left the house to my son. So but my son lives here. Yeah, he's in Connecticut. He lives here. He's married. He's not going. But the house is there. And actually my granddaughter lives in the house currently. But I want to go and sort of it's okay, but like update the kitchen and stuff to my own specifications.
Remodel it. Yeah. You go to that. There's a place like you got the China Mall there. You got all the appliances.
Yes.
And you got this one Lebanese place that's home builders, whatever like that, you could buy everything to remodel your whole house.
Exactly. Yes.
I get
That's
like
My
contractors. I look, if you need somebody that could do work on that, I got some people. That can help.
Oh, okay,
Good
okay.
contractors.
Because
Yeah.
I contacted someone to just do the cabinets, and he sent me a bill for an estimate for $3,000. It's just a small
Nah, you
kitchen.
don't want
That
that.
was way, yeah.
Now, you guys should exchange contact and communicate about these details behind the scenes. I think that would be
No,
We
we'll
smart.
do that.
shall.
We'll do that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Can I
No,
ask her a question
don't
before
listen
she
to
leaves?
him. It's our show. Don't listen to Zongo. He's just an idiot.
No, listen, like,
Anyway,
listen. I'm saying, no, I'm saying there's a lot of like information out there, like
and
going
Will,
back.
you gave me a number, right? I remember I called you one time. I think
Yes,
I
you
got
did.
your number.
You may be in my but you're on Messenger also, right?
I'm on yeah, Messenger, Facebook,
Okay, good. I
college
think that's
business.
how I contacted you before. I'll do that. But in the meantime, let's talk about the behind the scenes. Did you have a question for me or something? I just
I have
wanted
a
Yeah, I
to.
want to
question for
know.
you.
Yeah, your,
Can I
your,
ask her
your,
a question?
your last name is
Sure.
Coleman.
I'm sorry.
Your last name is Coleman, right?
Coleman was my, yeah, the
Oh
David
yeah, okay, I
Coleman's
got
son
you. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I
was
got
my
you.
stepfather. Yeah, I'm
Is your
Dixon.
phone number? Is your phone number still the same? The 718 number?
Yes, 781.
781. Okay, yeah.
Right, that's my number. Yeah.
I got your stuff. I'm gonna call you one day this week. All right.
Okay. So who was asking me questions
No,
about?
well, I
Yeah,
wasn't. I was just asking about. You
I was
said you
gonna
were
try to
going
ask
in
her a question.
February and stuff like that. What do you? Like I said, you said you. Are you trying to go back there permanently, or you basically just?
No, what I'm because I'm retired now. So
Okay,
I
good.
yeah, and I've been in America since 1977. Believe it or not, I came
Yeah.
here when I was 19.
Damn, that's a
Yo,
Yeah,
long
my
time.
but
auntie,
then I
my
Mm-hmm.
auntie,
yeah, I
my
came here
auntie.
at 19 to go to college. That's when Liberia was kind of booming when I came.
Yeah, everything was
Yeah,
booming
and
that time.
yeah, so I came with the intention of going to school and then going back home.
Yeah, but the
But
coup
then
happened, and.
yeah, yeah,
So let me ask you this question.
Can
Like,
I ask a
when you
question?
go ahead, Jay. Go ahead,
yeah.
Jay.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
my question was going, but now she's kind of said something different. But I was gonna ask you what made Liberia booming at the time, and if and personally, because Kala, based on his topic, is indicating that Pan Africanism is blocking African Americans from building both in America and in Africa. I don't know how. Do you
Oh,
see that it's possible that African Americans can retire in Liberia and places
oh,
like that because
Of
they
course,
every
but
year
a
they're
lot of them.
putting
absolutely.
the age. Yeah,
But
go ahead.
listen,
I'm
I
sorry. Go
can
ahead.
tell you during my youth, because I
Yes.
was born in 1957. So
Okay.
actually, when I was coming up, there were quite a few Americans, including and especially permanent American families that used to go to
Hmm.
Liberia to vacation. They used to go to hang out. And Hugh Masekela and Mary Makiba from South Africa, they used to come to there were a couple of jazz clubs in Liberia, the Duca Intercontinental Hotel, Hotel Africa, and this is the time when all of the countries around us weren't even uh, independent or coming out of just becoming independent at that time.
Hmm.
Liberia was really it was really
It's
quite
booming.
nice.
It's booming.
To be honest with you,
Hmm.
I'll tell you, in 1977, when I came to in Boston, Massachusetts, is where I came to school. When I came to Boston, I was actually disappointed because I I thought that what I thought of the United States, I was disappointed. So just gives you an idea of
I'm
the
serious.
my my standard of living at the time. So coming to the States, of course, America was everything it was. I thought it was, in terms of the development and all that. But the quality of life, there was nothing that was missing. We had and again, I'm telling you my life from my
Yes.
experience and my family experience. So I can't tell you the experience for anybody else. But my family, and just to give you, I think I've explained my background. Uh, we're from Clay Ashland. I think Carla knows where Clay Ashland is.
Yeah, I
Clay
was there.
Ashland is up the river. It's up Simcoe River. It's along the river of where all of the so-called everybody call either Congo or Miracle Liberians, where they settled, the area they
Congo people. Those
right.
Congo people.
So my Dixon family comes from Clay Ashland, and then also Coleman, David Coleman, the plot
Yeah,
that
he ran
figure.
for president one
Right,
time.
that was right. David Coleman. My mother was married to one of his sons. My mother and father divorced, and at 5 years, so my mother remarried Coleman. So I come from that background. So that so my life experience is going to be different than someone who comes from a different background. So I'm just telling you the Liberia that I grew up in. And we had all of the modern conveniences. I lived in my family was from up the river, but my stepfather was one of the chief engineers for the public work, the people who build roads and bridges and stuff. So, yeah, so he was assigned to Kipmouth. The only way you could access Roberts Fort was by aircraft, by plane or by boat. So they sent my stepfather there to build a road. So the road that now connects Robert Fort to connect to Monrovia, it was
It's still not paved, but it's really flattened out. It's better,
yes,
you know.
flattened out. So we had to move there. When we went there, I was in the fourth grade, and we only could get there by plane. So
But my ask,
right. So
can I
I
ask
kind
something?
of grew up in Kipmount, even though we're from there. So we had to like vacation, then I would come back. So I got to know a lot of my friends and people I grew up with were from the Vai tribe or from the Congo people from Kipmount, which were Tala.
Okay.
So a lot of
Okay.
the people I know and a lot of my friends, they were a combination of the so-called Congo people and Vai people. So those are the people the so-called tribal Liberians that I grew up with from fourth grade all the way through. I did go to Konola for high school, but still, because it took that road. Oh, let me see. I don't know how many years that road encompassed, but it took a lot of years from fourth grade. Because when I entered high school, I think the road was just because they had to go through the mountains. It took a lot of years. So, I grew up at Kipma and in Monroe, our house in Monrovia and our house in the river, we had every convenience. Indoor toilet, freezer, air conditioning, telephones, and everything. So coming to America was not that big a deal for me in terms of life change. And I also got a chance to meet Americans, a lot of Americans. The Jackson family used to go to Liberia. The
Yeah, I've seen a
Grambling,
video about that.
college, the HBCU, what's that? Grambling College. I think they
Yeah,
were from Louisiana,
Grambling from
right?
Louisiana.
Like they would come, like HBCU and the marching bands would come. So there was a vibrant American Liberian connection, and Hugh Massey, not Hugh Masekela. Oh, the one of the top guys that
And Nina
passed.
Simone, Nina
Yeah,
Simone.
Nina Simone, right, and all of these people. So Liberia was really on the map a lot, and a lot of the West African countries. They used the upper classes of the other West African countries used to come to Liberia to shop, whether they wanted to buy appliances, mattresses, whatever. So Liberia was just way ahead of the time. If we hadn't had the war, and which is very sad, and it saddens me, I don't want to get into the political thing. I'm just saying, in terms of development, in terms of where we were in the world, we had Air Liberia, you had the Bank of Liberia, there was so many things going on in terms of progress, in terms of where we were, that it's it and that's why it breaks
let me
my heart.
hold on. Let me address something. Right, this
Mhm.
is a fundamental problem with Black people, Africans, and whatnot around the world. Right,
Yeah.
African guys are typically come from a middle class, privileged family. Is there something wrong with that? The
There's nothing
bottom
wrong with
line is
that.
this: this is why Pan Africanism failed. Right, Pan
Uh-huh.
Africanism is too poverty centered, too
Exactly.
misery centered. That's what Willow
Exactly.
is trying to come out. You can't have
Because
Pan Africanism and everybody centered around
sometimes, and
poverty
I
and
don't,
oppression.
never apologize for my background. I never
Never
do,
apologize for that.
No,
because
there's nothing wrong with that because
there are
black
different
people.
classes, and in every society there are different classes of people. There, you
True.
have working
But
the
God
middle
forbid if it
class.
happens in a Black
We,
society.
right. So I never, ever, never, ever, ever, apologize. And when I don't, like I said, when it comes to Liberian politics, I'm always in the I look at both sides. But what I don't, what I will, what the one thing I'll always say is that I'm proud of the people I come from. I'm proud of my family. I'm proud of their contribution. The Koma family weren't exactly, they were kind of rebels, including my stepfather. They're tough, they were tough people. They fought my stepfather's father. He was Tottenham's huge, he was the enemy. So the
Yeah.
Coleman family are known for being kind of rebellious in a lot of ways, at least a part of them, and including my stepfather. And I really, really appreciate, even though he was my stepfather, I looked at him as my father, even though I had a biological father, because he gave me a view of the world. Like we had a world view, and that encompassed people who were from the so-called natives who were educated by so-called Congo people that were incorporated in our circle of the people that we dealt with. Whether it was like, the two tribes that I knew up close were, of course, the Vai people, but then too up the river in that area, Caldwell, Clay Ashland, Louisiana, because my mom's family comes from the other side of the river, across from Caldwell, which is Louisiana, and they met, and so they, and back then in those days, because it was a small community, they married each other. So I know I hear people say, oh, they don't have Congo people that, but back then you have to think about it. They it's a small community. So my mom came from Louisiana. All they have to do is get in a canoe and cross the river, and you're in Ashland. So the people in Louisiana either married each other, or the people from Clay Ashland sometimes married the people from Louisiana or Colwell. So in those days, it was just that kind of setting. But also, there are people that I know personally. Some of them passed now, but their children who had come from like this. There was Mr. Bright, but he was raised by the Bright family. He was from the Bassa tribe. He came abroad, educated. He ended up marrying a woman from up the river. So even though his name was Bright, but he was a Bassa man, and he held some permanent positions in Liberia. I also know other people who were raised, they came from the Vai tribe or the Pella tribe, but they were raised, in the family with so-called Congo people, and they married, uh, people that are from my lineage that I know. But it's just that, and there were quite a few of these people, but because they carried the so-called Congo people name, and they were educated and they had traveled abroad, people didn't know who they were. So there was a mix. I will say for sure, I had never before I mean, when I left, by the time I left Liberia, like I said, I was 19. I had only lived in Cape Mount, I come to Monrovia, and then I went to Konola. The farthest I had gone was to Kakata, and oh yeah, I had gone to Bong County, in that area. So yeah. So I hadn't gone beyond Bong County. So I didn't know the area beyond that area, before I left Liberia to come to school. But Liberia was doing pretty good. And like I always say, anyone who have parents from anyone from Nigeria or Ghana or even those Senegal, those other West African countries, even the French speaking ones, if they're talking to their grandparents, they all used to come to Liberia because we used to have, the shipment of any goods. We used to order from Sears and Roebuck and come to the Liberian post office. All of those things didn't exist in any other part of Liberia, of West Africa. So we used to have meal come, and with Pan Am was flying nonstop from JFK to Monrovia 2 times. Oh, yeah, 2 times a week, because actually when I was coming, I took PNM. Actually, the last the last PNM flight, I think when I went to visit, and I came to school, I went to Liberia to visit. The very last PNM flight from Monrovia back to JFK, I was on that flight. So just imagine Liberia back then, PNM was flying, and then we got Air Liberia. There was like a bright yellow plane with big black letters. So you're talking.
How do you see Liberia today, though? How do you see Liberia today?
Oh, when I went back home after the war, I felt like uh it was absolutely different. Not just the physical landscape was just totally destroyed, because all of the development, like Broad Street used to be like a broad boulevard, with those hibiscus flowers up and down.
They cut down all the flowers and whatnot. What the heck,
Yeah, you see, I don't care what you say about the so-called Congo people. They had a sense of order and a sense of things being properly kept and clean, a sense of having
Well,
the
let me ask you a question.
streets
Let me
clean.
ask you a question, right? I
Yep.
seen a picture from 1967 of
Uh-huh.
like Broad Street, Liberia. That looked like heaven on
It
friggin'.
was
I got some of
beautiful.
for that.
And do you see
Anyway,
how the
how did you go
ladies
to
used
Broad
to
Street
dress?
now, whatnot, and it's all cluttered? And I
Yeah, it was
understand
clear.
they turned Monrovia into a typical African city,
The
but
right, the cars used to be, everybody in
Hey,
the
God, I
big
think I
car.
think you gotta invite her to do some Liberia American experience on the channel. That would be
I
No,
cool.
will.
yeah,
You know,
because
but
that's what I'm saying. And people now, I'm so shocked, because when I hear, uh, excuse me, the so-called FBAs and some of the people, the way they speak so badly about the Africans and them, it hurts my heart, because I
see,
experienced
that's what I'm talking about.
racism.
Hey, yo, check this out. Hold up, Willa. A dollar bill. Wasn't that that's what I was saying about Tariq and them with the FBA's people?
Exactly.
That's why we're reclaiming African American nation. Why? Because we want that African American nation also includes Liberia. You
Yeah.
know,
Why
it
do you
includes,
think Michael Jackson made that song Liberian Girl?
it
Because
includes
Michael Jackson and his family used to come to Liberia, and when they came, they didn't just come. Liberia had some of the most beautiful girls, and they look like African Americans, but except that they were culturally different. So there were quite a few. Oh, I'm trying to think of the guy. He was an actor. Oh,
John Amos. John Amos.
no, yeah, him. But also he was very handsome. Oh my God,
Jim Brown, was it Jim?
He sang "Hey yo, hey yo."
Harry Belafonte.
Yes, Harry Belafonte used to come to Liberia, and
I ain't heard it.
and they used to and I, like I said, that was my circle, and because of the people I knew, we used to get a chance to see those people when the grandmother.
Hold on. Michael Jackson got kids over there. I heard he was a prince over there. Does he have kids over there?
No, no, I
Michael
don't know
Jackson.
if he's having kids, but he and I forget, I don't know which brother, but he and one of his other brothers used to come there, and they used to date girls. There were a couple of really nice clubs. One was like a disco. There was another. There were a couple of like American. There was one particular American restaurant called Diana's. And back then, we weren't used to hamburgers and stuff, so it was considered very fancy. And they would sell American food and hamburgers and stuff. And when these guys come to Liberia, and that's where they would take all the popular girls and be riding around. I mean, go to the beach and stuff like that. And when the Gremlin College band came, one of them actually took me out. This tall guy, very handsome with a big afro. So you see, so for me, my experience with Black Americans, or now we call them African Americans, was pleasant before I even came to America to go to school. And when I got here, the person, I didn't know Black American culture firsthand. And there's the Black American gentleman that I met. Was here like 2 weeks, and at my school in Boston near the park. He was taking pictures. He went to the school to take pictures of all the models, because the school I went to had models, and I went to school for aviation, transportation. I was looking to work in the airline industry. And part of the reason why is because I was coming to go to school for travel and tourism, so I can go back and work for Air Liberia. See there? So he was taking pictures of the women who were models. And he saw me, and I had on one of my African, it was like early September. Yeah, school hadn't quite opened yet, end of August. So he saw me wearing my African dress, and I had on my like earrings and my Liberian gold and stuff. And he stopped, and he came up to me, because at the school there were only 2 Blacks. Remember now, this was 1977 Boston, downtown Commonwealth. So he saw me, and he came up to me, this light skin. I couldn't tell, because at that time, sometimes it was hard for me to tell if somebody was biracial or white, but he had a big afro. So that's one thing, but he was kind of light skinned. And he came up to me and he started talking to me. He said, "Oh, hi, sister. How you doing?" I introduced myself. He said, "Wow, I like your outfit." He said, "Are you from Africa, really?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Oh my God, I haven't really met anybody from Africa." So he asked me to take, even though I'm not a model, but he asked me he said, "Do you mind if I take some pictures for my exhibit?" He's a photographer. He said, "I love your outfit." So I said, "Sure." And we became friends. And do you know, we're still friends today. He introduced me to African American culture. He's half his family are Native Americans. They're real Native Americans from the Cape. So his father's side were African American, and his mother's side, they're from one of the tribes here from the Cape. But he introduced me to his family. I became part of their family, and they helped me navigate. Just imagine, when I came to Boston, there was busing going on. I came to Boston at the time when things were hot, and I didn't understand racism like you read about it in the book. And I didn't understand, the whole dynamic of what people say to you, what's racist, what not. And they really helped me to adjust and understand the culture, and they made me feel welcome, because Boston was mostly white, and I was coming to a pretty much all white school. There was one African American girl. She came from like the richer suburbs. I think she was biracial. Everybody else, all girls, everybody else was Caucasian. I don't even remember Indian, but Caucasian basically. But they helped me navigate that part. So all of my experiences before I left Liberia and when I first got here, as far as African Americans, were very, very positive. So when I hear this back
So,
it
so
hurt.
you never had that experience that you being an African coming to America
Nope.
and having a hard time
Nope.
the average Black American in the
Nope.
big city of America. Great,
Nope.
great. So we need a lot of your story because a lot of the times it's just the other Africans that experience bad experiences.
Oh,
They are the
no,
ones
these are the
protecting their.
recent ones. I don't mean to cut you off,
Oh,
but
okay.
those of us who came here, between because I came in the 70s, so, but people who came before me and me, what has happened, I think, is that the people that are coming now are different. Um, should I say breed? It's
Oh, you
a
mean
different. It's
do you
a
mean the new
different.
African American being raised, or like what do you mean?
No, I'm talking about the
The
Africans
African.
that are coming, that are now
Mm.
coming to the U.S. It's
What do
a
you mean
different.
recent? What do you mean exactly? You mean the last 20, 10 years or what?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
maybe the last 20, 25 years or so.
the last 25 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's different. Yeah, they're different because before, like when I was coming, and then shortly after that, it was uh mostly people from not necessarily wealthy, but
Mm-hmm.
like the educated class, I should say. The
Educated class
intellectual,
of
yeah,
African.
the
Educated class of
intellectual,
Africans.
yeah, you had
Okay.
the
Awesome.
intellectual class. There were people who were intellectual, but not necessarily rich. And then you had the rich. So you had people from the upper ruling classes, and then you had people from the intellectual classes, like people who were professors, college educated, but they came from that, I think, mostly from that class. But
Mm.
then later on, you had people who were less educated. Oh, and also before I even came here, like I said, from I knew the history of the African American history because my great grandparents came from my on my father's side. My great grandparents came from Kentucky. They came from slavery to Liberia, but then on the other side, on my mother's side, they came from Louisiana, but
Mm.
but they were free. Remember
That's great.
yeah, on the ship coming back in like 1840s, they came. I think my father's side, they came from slavery straight on the ship to what is now Liberia. On
Oh,
my
that's,
Yeah, on my mother's side, they
mm.
didn't come directly from slavery. They came later, like 1847, 1848. They came later. They came, I guess, they have been slaves, but then they were free, and they had some time to spend some time, like in New Orleans and that area. Remember, they had a whole class of former slaves and Black people living in that area. They came.
Mm.
So these are people who came by choice because,
Oh,
and this is right. So the history of the people who decided to come, I think they were only like maybe 10% because everybody was made that offer. The offer to come back to Africa, offered by the American Colonization Society, which was mostly paid for by rich white men, and they weren't doing it out of the goodness of their heart, but they were part of the white men thinking, well, let's see if we can get these Africans out of here, But also, these people decided, this very small percentage of people decided that they would rather go to the unknown, right? And try to create a life of independence for themselves than stay behind, even if they were free men, right? But they were free men, but they not really. So
oh,
they decided.
I think this story man, hey Kyle, I think you need to do a show on her. She needs a whole full show.
No kidding.
Yeah, yeah, because this whole experience
Like I
has
said,
to.
people don't know the real history,
Yeah.
the full story of Liberia. They
They
just
don't know the Liberian
Yeah,
story.
they don't.
The Liberian story is complex. And now, what happened for the war after the war? This is a whole different Liberia. The Liberia that happened, like after the war, after Toba was killed, even after Toba was assassinated. Because I did go home. There was this period after Toba was killed and then Doe was president, I did get to go home to Liberia. And even then, it was tense. There were, soldiers at the airport. I was nervous. And even then, it wasn't the Liberia I had left a few years before. And then when I came back, shortly after the war really broke out. So when I did finally go back, it definitely, I felt like someone had come and airlifted all of the Liberian people out and brought in a whole new set of people. The whole character of the Liberian people, the vibe, the culture, the way they spoke, their outlook on life, everything changed. It was 100% different. I felt like a foreigner in a foreign land. And I thought it was just me until I started talking to, because one of my cousins who she never left during the war, and thank God she didn't get killed. And she and I were talking, and then when I was telling her how I was feeling, she broke down crying. She said, Willa, you're right. She said, I never left. I went through both, the wars and stuff. And she said, that's how I feel alone. She said, I feel like I'm going out of my mind because everything, I don't recognize people, everything's changed. A lot of Liberians had left, gone to Ivory Coast, gone to Ghana, and they came back different people. They came back with different cultures and different ideas. And it was just not like the Liberian that we knew. So when I went,
But how is that a problem though? You
oh,
don't think that like that
that's
to
what
some
no, that's heartbreaking. If you, how is that a problem?
mm,
Just imagine you were born in America, you grew up in America, and you know America as it is, right? And then you
mhm.
go away and come back, and nothing's familiar. Don't you think that will make you cuckoo?
It would, but like to a certain degree, I know that the war was like painful and damaging, but you know how like you'll
Oh,
see
I'm
that to a
not
certain
speaking
level.
politically. No. Forget. I'm
Oh,
not.
you
Like
talking
I
about
said, I
socially?
skip the I'm
Okay.
speaking personal heart, human heart. Let all of the landmarks that are destroyed, your home is
Mm,
destroyed, all of your personal belongings, like my mom, my grandfather's house, which was up in Louisiana, up the hill. My mom, a lot of heirlooms. I was fortunate that I was able to, the last time I went home, I don't know what, oh, my mom had these photographs of my great
mm,
grandfather in black and white and my grandfather. Can you imagine? My mom,
mm,
uh, uh, my mom was born in 1914, so that would just tell you, right? I was born. My
mhm,
mom had me when she was in her late 40s. Uh, but she
yeah,
had photographs and documents from my great grandfather had from the people that came over. So and then a lot of the pictures were like fading. So I said, well, why don't I take these old photos to Boston because they have a rest and have them restored? And thank God I did, because when I brought those things with me, the war happened. And then so all of the kinds of all of a lot of the things that we had, items that she had, that her family, some of the few things that they
Yeah.
brought across, that those are all things that were precious to us. They were taken. People like open. She had this huge, these huge trunks
mm,
that they used to have on the ship. I don't know what they call them. Yeah, so in the trunk, that's where she kept all of these things, old things, like some of the old, like my great grandmother's old nightgown that she made with her hands out of, like, the sacks that they used to. Well, you guys are young, but there were these sacks that they
Burlap sacks.
right. And
Yes.
she made it with her hand, right? So, and it was her nightgown, and it was like so frail, and my mom had it in a trunk. So, but they pulled that trunk apart, and they, like the rebels, the people, I don't know which group, but they came to our house and they destroyed stuff, and that yeah, and they destroyed like those items, quilts, because the old people used to make quilts.
Yeah,
So
make them. They used to make
there
the
was some
quilts.
quilts, yeah, that my great
Martha Ricks. You remember Martha Ricks,
Oh,
Liberian Martha Ricks? She
right,
made a quilt for the Queen of England. My
right,
grandmother used to make quilts.
yeah,
That right there. We
yeah,
talking
that's
about African
African
American
American
culture.
culture. That's
right,
African
That
American
culture
culture.
right
right,
there was
Yeah.
transported to
right.
Liberia. That
I
quilt
have
making. That's something unique to
I have
African
two
Americans.
I have two quilts with me that fortunately I got. There wasn't unfortunately the ones from my great grandmother, along with her nightgown that she made with her hand, which was very fragile and stuff. All of those were destroyed and taken out of that. But I do have two quilts. One was made by my mom, and another one, I don't know where somebody gave it to my mom to give me. And I had those are my like I just value them so much. They're just made out of simple poplin cloth, different colors, good hidden. But I take really good care of them. I have, even if I use it in the summertime, I have it dry clean. I don't wash it, even though you can't. So I'm just telling all these little stories. It's not political because it hurt. It's like you lose your
Hey,
mother or your
Willa,
father.
do you know my auntie Berlene Cassell? You know her from Rhode
Berlin
Island?
Cat,
Yeah.
that name sounds familiar.
She left Liberia right around the time of a light skinned lady.
Yeah,
She's a
I heard
real red
it.
bone lady. Well, that's my wife's aunt. She lives in
Oh,
Rhode Island.
is she still here?
Yeah, she's in Rhode Island. Yeah, still she hasn't been
Oh,
back yet.
oh.
From like
It sounds
1978 to
yeah.
now.
Her name sounds familiar. I'll ask. I have
They
another.
like they let Hilla. They're from Burrville. They
Yes.
lost
Okay.
everything. You know what it's like? I bleed for the people like that. Said people would say, "Colin, you partial to the Congo people, American Liberian." Look, okay, those are my people. Those are my bloodline. I get that, right? But the bottom line is about justice.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah,
people did
people
nothing
lost
wrong, and they
everything,
got
man.
their heritage, their
We
land,
lost
everything
everything.
stolen
That's
from
what
them.
I'm trying to tell you. It was painful. It's like we lost everything, especially our memories.
And
Like
then
so
and then
it wasn't just me.
those
Yeah, those
memories and then the
special items.
archives, the
Yep.
libraries. Oh my
Yep.
God. Oh,
Yep, all of and books and pictures and
books,
I'm lucky.
history,
I still
historical
have a
books,
few.
journals.
Right,
Oh
people
man.
lost
Oh
all
man.
of the records from their some of the people who have been slaves, and then they came straight from slavery. They brought with them like some of their chain, their
Yeah.
how they were restrained and stuff. Their families had all these things in their homes, like my
Journals,
yeah,
all those
right.
kind of things.
My
Oh
my
man.
grandfather on my mother's side, he was a blacksmith and a farmer. He learned. He was very good, very very good. He made beautiful like fences and like iron work, like
Mm-hmm.
from down. You know how those houses they built down in New Orleans, like those French style, yeah, with the iron.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he used to do that, and he was a really, really good farmer. He planted just about everything. And so I grew up when I would come from school from Kipma, I would come to spend the holidays with him. He would walk around, tall man, a very kind of a quiet presence. He was just, those people were like of a different stock, you know? They were just,
Miss Willa, let me ask you a question. Right now, you got African goddess in the chat saying any returns. Any return needs to include integration. Now, your ancestors went to Liberia. They had their own culture and way of doing things, right? And they
there
got
was
along with the
there
local
was
people,
integration with the tribes along the
the
what,
coast.
like I just explained to you which tribes. The Bai tribe, the Pele tribe. I think but mostly the Pele people were the people that the American Liberians really integrated with, because the Pele people along the what's Monrovia and stuff,
But it
they
was mutual. Was it mutual or
oh
one
no, it was
side
mutual.
just gave up their?
No, it was
It was
mutual because they're the ones that spoke English. The Pella people, but I think if I'm remembering correctly, it's because they had a lot of interactions with foreigners. The Pella people,
them in the days.
yeah, the Pella people and the Vi, like King Sawa Bosa. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he used to trade with people from like England, but they learned English, right? So he understood English, and so they were the people that you have to remember now. The interior, right? The interior part of Liberia wasn't. It was like what was now what's now Liberia.
40
It
miles in,
was
it was like a territory that was governed by ministered by Liberian, but it was
yeah,
not
but
part of
not
Liberia
they
proper.
didn't go there. Right. Remember how I told you even when I was home in Liberia, the people that like when you talk about Cape Mount, you talk about and then areas of Monserrado County and then where the Pelican people were. For and from what I understand, and just going by history, talking what there's a Liberian guy here who's a Liberian historian. He's actually from the Mano tribe, and he has written several books, and so he's old. He's older than I am because I'm over 60. Yeah, I'm 66 going on 67, and he's most 75. So he was educated by the missionaries and then married a Congo woman and so forth. So he's written books. So he has a better memory, a better knowledge of that. So I asked him questions, because he's a Mana man. He speaks Mana, or he writes his books in that language too. But I asked him too. No, I was telling him. I said I have heard people from listening to YouTube, and mostly like I heard people on Dynasty's channel talk about how the so-called Congo people didn't mix or integrate. I said you have to understand. So he explained to me. He said during that time that they came, you have to remember. He said our part of the country was not, very. It's not accessible. So they when they came and stopped on Bushwood Island, the people who control that area, which were the Pele people, the chief to be exact, Salboso, the American Colonization Society, they had to negotiate. I guess what there was one representative. So when they were on that island, they were there and they had to negotiate with Salboso for uh, for land for them to be able to come inside. But while they were on Bushwood Island, there, a lot of them started to get sick, like the first wave, from the mosquitoes and stuff like that. And so they just had like makeshift places. But uh, when they negotiated with Sao Boso for where these people, where to go buy land and settle, that's how they got that, that whole Simple River area there, that, because where the river ran straight in. So Sao Boso made a deal with the American Colonization Society and paid, and he got the land. He agreed. He was the major chief, so he made agreement with those chiefs that are outside. I think that's like 30 miles. The Simple River begin like maybe 30 miles outside of where the Bushwood Island is. So he made the deal with those chiefs to allow those who survive to go out there and parcel out the different areas. So if you will notice that all of those little settlements were named sometimes after where they came from, like where my mom people settled, they named it Louisiana after where they came from. So they all based on where they came from. And Clay Ashland, those people in Clay Ashland, actually, they came out of Kentucky.
I met
So
I met the Hogarth family. You know them? The
no,
Hogarth family.
I think you mentioned them before, but I don't know those
Yeah, they're from
because I
they settled. They built Arlington, Liberia, and they're right
yeah.
from Virginia Beach. You know, the Hogarth
Oh,
family in
okay.
Virginia Beach. You
Yeah,
know, and
because I
they got a
didn't
big
really grow
compound.
up in Clay Ashland, so a lot of the the Clay Ashland people, unless you're a Dixon or a Coleman, I don't really, really know them. I only know like my family people because I would only go to Clay Ashland every now and then to see my grandmother on my father's side. So I didn't really live there. I only lived between Louisiana, Cape Mount, Robertsport. So to answer the question of integration, so they integrated with the people that were on the coast, the Pele people, and not by fighting, because the people that the South Bosa was always very, very welcoming. Like if you look at the African American, not African, the Liberian history of the settlers, they mostly wrote very positively about the chief, about Bosa. So just from from their writings and other people witness, he was very, very open to these people. Now, other uh the other people that were outside of the perimeter of what is now Monserrato County, that you have to remember, there was like, it was all like bush going all the way, like when you talk about going up to Nimba County, those areas, they were not uh controlled by, they just, those people could only contain where they were. You have to think about it. Just imagine leaving America after slavery, and you in this little area where it's there, because like maybe the first group, 30 of them survived, 30 or 40 of them survived. And so they had to make the deals and do everything when they first came. So over the period of, it took 20 years. It took, Liberia didn't become what is called a little country until 1847. They started coming in 1822, right? So the first small group came, and then you had people came in between 1822 and 1847. Then you had some people that came from the Caribbean. I guess some came from Barbados and other parts of the Caribbean. Some of them came uh, and gradually settled little by little by little. But it took years for them to be able to penetrate. Because I guess once they started to, I think the tension came because since they made friends with the Palace and the Vai, so those were what they considered like the friendlier understanding tribe. These are tribes that had interacted with Europeans, Spanish, French, British. The other tribes that were way further in, they didn't interact. They weren't on the coast. I think the people that they said interacted with some foreigners were the people from like Sino County. I think like the Crew. Yeah. So the Crew people were on the other side of the country, but they dealt with, right. They were, seafaring men and all that. So I think that's where when the of course there was some tension. So, but all I know is I just explained the people that I was integrated with and the people that were intermarried in my
Miss Willa, the whole problem is when people say stuff like that, right? They're not really sincere about us integrating. Integration is a mutual thing,
Kala, can I say something to Kala and the sister? You don't think, but you don't think that maybe they made deals with certain tribes in the by the waters?
Somebody got echo in the background.
That's me or somebody else?
Somebody got the playback on.
No, I only have my phone. My TV is off.
No, I think it's Prince Bear. You got the playback on. That's why you're echoing.
Am I still echoing?
No, you're good now. Go ahead.
No, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't like. I feel like it's a very sensitive topic, so I don't really want to try to play one side against the next. But I do think that you guys probably, when you initially came, that made deals with certain tribes and probably ventured deeper in, it probably create some kind of rift. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand the venture. I'm gonna be no.
What about the rift between Africans on the continent themselves?
Africa,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, say if you go somewhere and you make a deal with like a fool or somewhere, The full
Right,
of
it was a
like
race before they even came there. What you talking about?
no. But they made a deal with
No,
a
I see
certain
what
tribe,
you're
so that means that they
saying.
have an
No, but
agreement
no,
with the Pele. They have an agreement with this
exactly.
tribe.
No, I
You know
see
what
what
I'm
you're
saying? So
saying.
those tribes don't have a problem with you being there. Those
No,
other
no,
tribes don't
no.
do,
I
They
see
or
what
already
they're
no,
more
you're
aggressive.
right. You're
Hey,
right.
no, they
No,
already
you're right. Of course. They make deals with the tribes that you have to remember it hasn't that area hasn't been surveyed. Just think about it. How when the what they call the Europeans first came, they came and set on the coast, right? They just
Exactly.
came
They
to
didn't
the
never venture
area.
deep in.
They
Hmm.
didn't venture right. They didn't venture in. So, but that's what I'm trying to say. It took them almost 20 years, right, of being on the coast and in that area before they even had the strength, the wherewithal to have, excuse me, to have to then with the help of again because that's what my friend from Nima County told me the historian he was telling me that he said that it was the Pele people because the Pele people they made it their business to know all the other languages of the Mana and all those people so then the Pele people then when it was time to survey so because this is when the conflict came when it was time for them to uh, then venture inland to other areas. And the pellet, the chiefs they made, the whatever deals they made with the pellet, Zaragoza then, according to him, started to send his men into the interior parts, along with some of the people from the the so-called whatever the group was, send them in along with surveyors to see what to then venture into the hinterland. That's where which makes sense. That's where the tensions come because even though Saboso and the Pele people are, but they took them inland, a few representatives to go and start. And you have to remember, you're not talking to one tribe. You're talking to like over 10 different tribes. You're talking to the Manos, the Gios, so you have all these different groups of people. So some of them were willing to talk or raise. Some of them were not, which make it's just normal human thing. So they had, of course, they had tensions when they tried to, go further inland, but it took them a long time to get to that point. What I'm trying to say is, when people say, and all I can say, when people say that the American Liberians were treating which is not true, the natives like they were less than. No, if the if the I'm trying to think of there was the conflict with they call it the Matilda Newport. I forget that story because I learned it way back in school. But
right.
when they tried to venture inland, some of the tribes that were kind of warlike, and I don't blame them. Some of their warriors came into the Monrovia area because all of the people, the Americans, they were in what's the Monrovia area and just about 30, 40 miles outside of Monrovia. That's just the area they were in. It's not a big area, a small area. So when they came down, they attacked, they came and attacked them. I forget which tribe. It may have been Guillaumine or one of them they came and attacked them. And there was a short war, I think it lasted, or conflict. And this lady, they called her Matilda Newport. Of course, she was like a miracle in here. Because they had the cannon facing towards wherever, they expected incoming. So, and then they said that Matilda Newport smoked a pipe. And she took the coal from her pipe and put it into the cannon. And the cannon exploded and of course, those guys are coming with spears and bows and arrows and stuff, and so or spear. I don't know what they were fighting with, knives or whatever, and it killed, uh, uh, you know, killed some of the that tribe that was coming in. And when they went back, of course, it was on. So they brought more people. So they had, I think there were 2 conflicts, and I don't know, I can't really remember how long it lasted, but eventually.
The Battle of Crown Hill was the second one.
Right. Okay. Thank you. You know the story, but I'm just trying to go back to my elementary school history. But yeah, so of course they had conflict, which any country, any new settlers settling in a place, you will have conflict. You will have conflict back and forth. But I will tell you this that I know because I'm a Congo person or whatever you want to call it. There were many, many so-called natives from native families that were part of my family, part of my inner circle, and and the thing about Liberia, you have to remember, once, and this is how it was, I don't know if I must be different now. Once a native became educated, right? Went to school, went to college, blah, 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 became educated, people automatically said, that's a Congo man. That was the thing. For you to be educated and speak well, oh, that's a Congo man. Oh,
The
that's
difference between that in South
And,
Africa, you
and
could never be an Afrikaner or Boer, because you're
right.
black.
Most
That's a
of the
difference.
people they said it was killing that was Congo people. They was native people.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. Because there were lots of and you know what? I'm not bragging, but the Congo women were fine. Let's put it that way. so the
So they were.
But if you guys were indistinguishable from the native, then I don't get the logic. Because you saying the Congo woman was
no,
fine, the
they were
native woman was similar to you guys, according to you, because they were
Oh,
just killing the natives.
no, not quite.
So how were they not able to distinguish between the natives and the the
You could tell.
Congo
You
people?
could.
I'm talking
I
about
mean,
I'm
Zongo, don't
talking
be stupid. Yeah, you could tell.
I'm
You could
talking
look.
about the men now. I'm speaking strictly of men. You have to remember my age. It's a different time.
Okay.
So it was the men that, it was a different time, very conservative, very proper. So the woman didn't go after the man, right? The men, this is, you're talking different time. Even when I was coming, it was very proper. The men,
Okay.
right? The man saw a Congo girl. He liked the way she looked. There was a protocol to this. It was even for me. When I was in high school and would come from campus and come home to Cape Mount, the young man that, in fact, it was my son's father. The young man that was interested in me had to come to my house and talk to my father, and ask permission to come and visit. And when he came to visit, we sat in the parlor, and my mother sat on the porch right outside the door. So this is something that maybe you can't envision, but everything was very proper. So the aunt, my son's father, is from the Vai tribe, but his mother was the clerk of court, right? And his father was an engineer, just like my stepfather, but he came from the Vai tribe. So you see, so he came and asked my parents' permission to come and visit. In other words, court when I was in high school. In other words, come and court me. So that's how it was. So the when the so-called guys from the native tribe, and not because they were native meant they were poor. No, there were natives who were well off. There were lots of natives who were more financially well off than Congo people. They were, because they had, let's say he came from a tribe where his father was the chief, or he comes from the chief family, right? They were natives like that. They had a lot of land. Some of them had diamond mines, diamonds. Some of them had access to gold. So it's not, there was an upper class among the natives. So think about that. So the upper class.
I always try to explain to all these people that
Right.
say
Don't
school is
don't think
necessary.
that
They, you know,
the natives were not poor. There was a wealthy native class.
but they were misled into believing that
No, no, no.
natives were oppressed.
Yep.
They were poor.
Yep.
There
They
were
had no
natives that
opportunities.
were
But can I push back a little bit because
yeah,
I
sure.
heard that
Word.
some of the I'm echoing again. Is that somebody else
No.
got the playback? Because I guess, but I heard that the natives had to change their name when they
No,
were
they didn't.
adopted by.
Lies,
They didn't
lies,
have to. That's what I'm
lies,
trying
bro.
to tell
Lies,
you.
bro.
The
They
lies.
Lies.
wanted to be. Think about it. There were natives that were, you know what they? I can only again. I go to my family. My mother. I'm the only biological child of my mother. Do you know how many native children were brought to my mom to raise so that they could go to school? And they came from families of chiefs. There were
Mm,
chiefs from Bong County who knew my grandfather, right?
hmm
Because they had money and land, but they weren't like educated. You know what I
Educated.
mean?
Hmm
Right. Not
hmm
that they weren't smart, but they weren't Western educated. In order to be a part of the society, you had to be educated, right? To work in the
hmm
Ministry of Finance, to work as a teacher, you have to
Hmm.
have a formal
And
education.
let me tell you something about Liberia education. They said Liberia, the system, one of observing is a good book people ought to read. One about Liberia is by a guy named R.L. Anderson, published in 1940. What was it? 1947, I believe.
Oh,
You know, I can't remember.
I had a great education. When I came here, people were impressed.
Hmm.
Liberia's
Yep.
Great
Liberia
education.
basically they had one thing they didn't have a whole lot, but they had education. And the bottom line
Exactly.
is this: like the little things like that people take for granted. They like the reading of the pablum, you know,
Exactly.
reading just basically being
We
on
knew,
time,
we knew,
socialization.
we knew world geography, world history, whether it's German, we had a class, I don't, they don't have that anymore,
They were
probably.
way, they
We
were
had
way.
speech. We
Liberians
had to
were way
speak.
ahead of African Americans, African
Exactly. We
Americans.
had to speak and write properly. We had to conjugate the verbs and the whatever. And if
Y'all
you
have
did not, you did not get promoted to the next grade.
And I said the reason
y'all
why
have
this happened, you
phonics,
know why this happened? And I studied
all of
Liberian
that
history. I
stuff,
said
man.
that's the key because
Yeah.
they had nobody in there telling them learning was being white or
No,
whatever.
they were
They
all
had a
they
civilization. They had
they
to master.
created their own world from scratch.
They went create their
Think
own world from
about it.
scratch. And I said that's what Black America needs. You
They
know,
created their own world from scratch. That's not easy. They created everything from
and
scratch.
Liberia's civilization was the most advanced on the continent. It blew Cape Town and Durban out the
Everything.
door for
South
civilization.
Africans. Remember there was apartheid. We had lots of
And,
South Africans came
and
to Liberia.
Auntie Willa and a lot of Africans used to go to school in
In
Liberia.
Liberia, a lot of
They used to go to
Nigerians,
school, and I
Nigerians,
and my and my
Ghanaians,
and my grandmother told me too. A lot of other African countries used to come to Liberia and go to school
yep,
in Liberia, and then from going to school in Liberia, they'll go to America as a Liberian. So you
exactly.
have a Ghanaian,
Right.
Ghanaian,
Through the
yeah,
University of Liberia,
yeah, through the
right,
University of
through the
Liberia.
University of Liberia and the contacts that we had, a lot of Nigerians, Sierra Leoneans used to come to Liberia, go to the university there, and they would get a transfer here to the States.
Yep, straight to the
That
States.
used to happen all during when I was growing up until the time I left. It all of those things ceased with again with the coup. So it was a whole unique civilization. It was a civilization with a combination. They didn't just take the African American tradition, they also took the African tradition, right? So they combined the two. So
Mm-hmm.
they
Yeah.
combined, right? The tribes that they came in contact with, they combined the ones who settled was Skipma, they learned the African tradition, they combined it with what they brought from most of them came from the South. So they
So,
combined it
Dollar
with
Bill,
that.
you're gonna like that. You're gonna like that when you go to Liberia. you're gonna feel at home like you're in the South, and you're gonna be in Africa at the same time.
And
So it's like Africa and the South at the
that's
same
why the
time.
African Americans liked it. They all said it. It's the best of both worlds. You
Yeah,
had the
so that's why I
African.
said you feel at home. I don't know if I could ever go to any other African country, but when I'm in Liberia, I feel like I'm at home. You know,
May I ask you
Because
a question, sister?
you recognize as an African American, but then too there's the African. So I am a combination of the African tradition, but then I also have the old, not the American, the old fashioned African American culture too. So I have a combination of both. That's why I can't separate. That's why I can't see how African Americans and Africans fight, because to me, I am I'm made out of both, right? I don't know if you understand. That's why it's painful to me.
yeah, so
It's hard for them.
that's why I say that we have to that the African American name has to be because that basically says that we have two cultures. We have one that came here to transatlantic slave trade, and we have an
Right.
American culture, which is still
Yeah.
part of Africa.
Yeah.
You know, we're
And
still
don't get
part of the
me
African
wrong.
story.
I'm not saying that the Congo people were perfect. No people are perfect. None whatsoever. There are mistakes that they made along the way. There were things that they did wrong, but then there were things too that the natives did wrong. So, and that's how I see it. So it was
May
this
I ask you a
combination.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you see the like moving forward like a coalition government like helping heal the nation?
Coalition? No, but the
I
natives are in charge.
The
I don't
natives
see
are
it
in
No,
charge,
happening.
no, I'm
man.
saying
Bottom
a
line,
coalition between
No, no,
both
no.
the native and
I don't
the
see it.
no, it's
Oh
not
no,
gonna
For
work.
me,
Congo
the
people.
bro.
Congo
Because
people are not
the
in
Congo
charge of
people.
anything.
Let me tell you
For me,
something.
bro, I
The
don't see it
sad part
happening.
about it is this: natives love the Congo people, but they hate them. You know,
I
it's
know.
a
It's
strange
funny.
thing.
It's
It's a
funny.
strange thing.
You
They
know
look
what? It's
every time
really
they talk
funny.
about the Congo people, where they live, Congo town. What do? They try to like I tell these guys all the time, right? You know, look, don't treat people with respect and everything. They native guys come back from America. They got their little house girls, and you know what I'm talking about, Willa. They got their little house
The
girls, their
natives, they
boys,
say
house
they don't like
boys.
the Congo people, but they come
They say
together.
they have the worst stereotype. They got the worst stereotype with Congo people when I talk about the Congo people
But
oppressed
but
them.
Carla, but
You know?
Carla, but Carla, here's another twist. Why all the streets named after Tubman Boulevard, SD Cooper Road?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, my
Why
brother
you
Sam
ain't
Cooper, his
Yeah.
father built SD
why
Cooper
you ain't
Road.
changed
My
the
boy
name
Sam
yet?
Cooper, his father built SD Cooper Road.
If they so bad, why you ain't changed the name yet? That's what
Yeah,
I asked them.
bottom line, they
Change the
didn't
name.
understand. Understand. One thing you know, what's strange about this is native Liberians love Tubman for some
They
strange
Yeah.
do.
Yo,
reason.
that's
Man,
the
they worship Tubman like he's God.
Carla, that's the
And it
biggest
was Colbert that was
Carla,
catering to them.
Carla, that's the biggest holiday of the year,
It is
November
Tubman Day.
29th. Tubman
You know,
Day.
Yeah.
and
That's
when
the
you see
biggest
Liberians on
holiday.
Tubman Day,
Bigger than Christmas.
they're dressed so nice in their Sunday best. This is Tubman Day. What the
Yeah.
heck? I want to learn some more about
Yeah.
Tubman. Man. What the hell
Maybe
he?
maybe he tried to bridge the gap. You see what I'm saying?
No,
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 Tubman.
Tubman was just that man, you
No,
know.
Tubman was that
no,
guy.
Talbot actually tried to bridge. It was
Colbert tried to
Talbot that
bridge the
tried to
gap.
bridge the gap.
You saw what
Unfortunately,
they did to
Talbot was
him.
the best president we had. He was the
Yeah.
best.
Colbert was the
He
guy.
really
Colbert
Tubman.
did so
Talbot.
much for
Did he
the
try to bridge the gap or
people and
no?
stuff like that, and they
Who,
killed him.
Yes,
Tubman?
and they killed him. He was the one
Yeah,
that really
Tubman. Yeah,
tried to reach
Tubman.
out to the natives, and they
Tubman
killed
really
him.
tried to, yeah.
He really
Tubman was the
tried. Yeah.
best. He really tried.
Honestly, Tubman was like a big. He talked a lot. You know, he said the right words, but
You know
did
what to
nothing.
say. He looked so good at it though, man.
Oh
He's
yeah,
like,
he was.
guard his
He was
mouth and
very
whatnot.
good.
You know, he knew what right
Yeah,
to say. When the way he does his hand gestures and whatnot. The man
Tubman
was
was
just
all
amazing.
about you know who he saw himself as a royal, so he took on all the airs and pomp and circumstances of the royals. Oh, but
Right.
you know that Queen Elizabeth brought her ship as
Every
well.
leader post World War II
Yeah,
wanted to be Tubman.
yeah,
All of them.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they all the whole entire continent.
they
Everybody wanted.
wanted to be him.
He was a model for Africa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They saw this black man in Liberia. We want our country to look like that. All of them, from Mugabe to Mobutu, all of them want to be
There
like.
were I say in Liberia when I was at home, especially like so when I got to junior high, that's when I became more aware of surroundings and things going on. And then when I got to high school, my father used to take me to some of the nicest balls. We used to have balls at the executive mansion. For everybody dressed up to kill. With their best jewels.
Caesar's Beach. Caesar's Beach. Were you at Caesar's Beach at all?
Yes.
Caesar's
Yes.
Beach used to have hotels in the back, right in the front. Oh my God, that must have been heaven back in the days.
I mean, the Ducal Palace, right? That was the nicest, most expensive hotel in Africa at the time. The Ducal Palace. It's a shell now.
On the continent.
Yeah, it was the hotel. That's where these people, when like people like Michael Jackson and Hugh Masekela and the other guy I was talking about, hey, the guy from the Caribbean somewhere, when he used to come, and they will all perform, and then all of the dignitaries and everything will be there. Man, when I came, like I told I remember when I came in my class, I had a speech class, so I had to get up. Everybody had to get up and make a speech, 10 minutes. So I got up and I wore one of my African attires, and I talk about where I came from, and blah blah blah. Remember now, this is 1977. So nobody really knew where I was. It was like Liberia. Where is that? So that was my speech. I talked about where I came
That's the
from.
strangest thing. Black African Americans not knowing about Liberia. That's like
Right.
That's a
So
shame. That's a sin.
when I got through, my instructor was a Greek lady. She was young. I think she may have been in her 30s, early 40s. And I got I got an A plus. I got the best speech. And you know what the question is? How do you speak English so perfectly? And how are you such a lady? And why do you have such manners? And I'm looking at them like, I learned.
You're a product
We
of
were
Liberian
taught
civilization.
to
That's
have
why.
table manners, to be ladies, to present yourself, to have class, and that's it.
Liberia was like a high civilization on a different level.
Very high civilization. And the thing is, I keep saying this. People thought that all Congo people were rich. No, most Congo people were not rich. They had either their farms or their businesses. Of course, there was the political class, right? And then you had the middle. But most of them, when you go up the river, these people they built their frame houses like you have down south. They had their farms, and would fish. Most of them lived like they had lived in the South. That's how they lived. The people that had the wealth were like I'm saying, the country people. Not all, but like the chiefs were very wealthy. The chiefs owned the land.
But
And
the chief is not the masses.
to go back to the relationship part, the chiefs would bring their children to ask them, like they did with my family. They asked them, "Oh, please, can my son or daughter live with you to go to school? I want you to teach them how to be." They used to use the word civilized. That's the word. Just manners, what to do, how to act appropriately, blah blah blah. My mother ended up, and most of raising. In fact, I would call them my sisters. My mother ended up with 7 girls over a period of years that stayed with us. They would come, go to school, be with my mom. When some of them, when it was, when school was over, some of them would go back to their parents and then come back. And until today, in fact, one of them here now is in Minnesota. I have another one in Liberia. She has a really top job at the LEC there. And these are my sisters. And until today, they always say to me, think that they appreciate the fact that if it wasn't for my mother and my family, they won't have the education they have. They won't have had the opportunities because they would have grown up in the village. while they would have had everything, they wouldn't have gotten the education they got.
Sooner or later, the world's going to know the truth about Liberia.
Nobody forced them to change their name. Do you know a lot of them chose, like, because we go to school, we went to the same school, like my sister Etta, right? And my other sister Fatu. Now, Fatu, you hear that name? That's a by name, Fatu.
Yeah.
But guess what? She changed her last name to Coleman.
Yep.
Her name wasn't Coleman, but when we went to school, because we, I'm Dixon, that's my father's name. But because the family was Coleman, so when we went to school, after a couple of years, she asked my mom if she could change her name to Coleman, because she said, I don't want to be different. And who doesn't want to identify? She wanted to identify with the Coleman. And that's because we consider them part of our family. And that's the way my mom treated them. See what I'm saying? Nobody forced them. And I'll tell you this, right? If you hear a Liberian say, they forced us to change their name, you know what I say to them now? Well, why are you still carrying that name?
Like Elvis Morris.
Elvis says that, right? So he said, my mother said, her forefather said. I said, but your mother could have changed her name. You could have changed your name. But nobody forced anyone. But just think about it. They wanted to be a part, because especially a name like Coleman, Talbot, Tutman, right? Dennis, Cooper, these were the names. When people heard Cooper, Dixon,
yeah, my grandmother's a Cooper.
Right. When they hear those names, right, people go, ooh. So there are a lot of so-called natives that changed their names because they became a part of those people's families. Now, I'm sure there were some natives who had bad experiences living with some so-called Congo people.
Somebody got to mute up. Somebody got to mute up.
You know. So because the men had to ask the women, the native men who became educated, guess who they went for? They went for the Congo women.
Yep.
So it wasn't, and of course there were some Congo people who said, no, my daughter isn't going to marry a native. There were some who said that. But then for most people, like in my family, that didn't happen because my son's father is from the Vai tribe. But his family is educated and they were upper class people. They just happened to be Vai. So it wasn't so much about your tribe, it was about your class. Let's say that. Here we go. It was a class thing.
And that happens all over. That happens all over the world.
You could be native, but if your father or your grandfather is chief of so and so county, and you guys own 1,000 acres of land, and you're part of the diamond mine and gold mine, nobody's gonna say no. Are you kidding? So that again, it was class by class by class. So if you were from but the thing is, right? But the other way around was that some of the upper class, what you call upper class natives, they would marry a more working class Congo woman. So that would happen. They're up that way because I know some of those situations because they wanted to be a part of the so-called Congo culture. I don't know if that makes sense. Again,
that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a social thing. Because again, if you want to just think about it, if you want a position, or let's say you want to work for Department of Education or something, or the Department of Finance, and there's a certain social circle that you will be in, that people get invited to certain things or do certain things. So that Congo woman may not be wealthy, but she's related to someone in the political class. You understand what I'm saying? So
I understand, but you don't think that will be viewed by the regular common person as like almost like they're blocked from accessing education and opportunity if they're not
as long
connected
as
or like almost bowing to the other blacks from
education,
the tribe.
Civilization, right?
right? As long as it
Everybody
happens in America, it happens here in every
It happens
society.
every place in the world. Nobody look. If you go there tomorrow and say, you know something, I'm sick of America. I'm gonna start raising hell, killing people because I don't got position. They'll lock you up, put you in jail. There's no excuse, you know.
Exactly.
And
No, it
the
happens
whole
in
thing
every
is this: it's
society.
all about managing expectations. The only thing Liberia did wrong was they did not manage expectations, you know. And then
No.
basically what happens is you got to be careful. I tell this all the time, and I get in the show. You got to be careful going forward, right? Of rebel rousers, right? They do that.
Exactly.
Rebel rousers who basically will sit around, right, doing nothing but the Congo people have all the money. Blah, blah, blah. That's what they did with the rice riots, you know.
Right, and we had some outside influence, you know.
Yeah, all these people were doing is rabble rousing people, and then when the ignorant, the masses who don't know anybody act out,
Exactly.
Because
but I tell you something. I personally know people who were involved in the war, and they tell me, you know, they tell me people who were up, you know, like I said, in the circle who were involved, and they say, you know, I wish we had done it differently. I don't object to them wanting to change government, but the way that they did it by assassinating all of the intellectuals, by murdering people, you see. So I didn't. If they had just had a like a change of a coup and taken yes, but they assassinated the brightest minds, and all of they took away and destroyed all of our history and our accomplishments. They just like stomped
erase our civilization.
Right. So, but that didn't just affect us. So the country had to start from scratch. So that's the sad part. It's not the part
I say one last part because I see your point, and it's like very complicated, and it's you know, both sides made mistakes. But as a Haitian person, I see certain elements are similar where, you know, every side needs to have some level of admitted to what they did wrong and have some kind of coalition to repair. What do you think going forward is like solutions of how they could repair, like a coalition government? How would you guys like restore the stuff that used to have, like specialize in education, specialize in medicine or something like that, and regain the wealth and power and image that used to have?
People in power.
The natives are now the political class. The natives are
no, but how can Liberia heal both to you and Kala? How can Liberia heal if both sides are not at the table?
Like this is how, and I really got to go. Check this out. This is what this is how I would say, right? People like Willa and other people like that, and the African Americans and the people who are African American descent, Caribbean descent in Liberia need to first of all stop apologizing for what happened in Liberia, but just being Liberian. Stop apologizing for being African American, being slave descendant. It happened, so stuff like that. And so we stop apologizing for our existence. You know, that's what I don't like. People basically did absolutely nothing wrong, right? But but let's say even after they kill these people and drove by the power, they're still walking around scared to say. You know, Willa, you know, there's people that when I walk around acting like they're from a indigenous tribe because they're terrified. You know, that's sad and that's unacceptable.
Yeah, but a lot of Congo people are scared too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of Congo people are scared.
Yeah, so but that's why most Congo people right now, I think the Congo people are only 2%. There aren't many of us in Liberia.
Yeah, so and also there's probably more people were afraid, and the whole thing.
Some people denounce that they're Congo now.
And so you got to denounce your heritage and where you came from, and then it ain't until basically they saw the year return in Ghana, and they say all these Black African Americans going to Ghana and whatnot, and people are like that should be
Liberia is where your roots are.
It's like Liberia's a country we actually built. We got there and built there when that should be Liberia should be the country Black Americans connect with first, you know?
Kola, if they hadn't had the war, Liberia would be a shining star in the.
Oh yeah, it would be like Singapore or something like that, of course,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay.
So I think y'all guys need to be reconciliation though. Some form of
Thank you so much, Miss Willa.
You're welcome.
For giving us the education
about reconciliation, but they haven't. They said they were going to establish something. I think this administration said they were going to reconciliation.
Prince, let me say this, Sister Willa. The bottom line is this: the native people, like when you listen to people like Elvis, they're so arrogant, and because they got the numbers on their side and everything like that, they have to, you know, and that's the problem.
It won't be resolved until we do that.
And they still will blame. And there was what I hate is they come and try to tell African Americans how bad our ancestors were in America. They got us turned.
That's not true. But I know I hear a lot of African Americans. Oh, Liberians, like they killed the natives. I'm like, no. We were like a minority in numbers.
It's the propaganda that they spread.
And typical propaganda against Black America.
But I'm not ashamed. I'm very proud of my ancestors.
Black America's this. There's a global war against Black America, right?
Right.
Like you said, when we talk about Pan-African, we have to build with people like Sister Willa and our people that's with us and whatnot before we start building with other Black people. You know,
she sounds just like my relatives down south, man.
Right?
Oh yeah.
We're the same people, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I am. I have a lot in common with them, and I also have a lot in common with at least with the tribes that I were close to, the Vai tribe and the Pele tribe. That's the culture I know. But I combined the two. So if I'm talking to a Southern American, I can kind of identify with them, you know. So, but thank you very much. I enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
I'm so envious because you got the best of both worlds,
wonderful education to
thank
hear you. And
all right.
Thank you, Auntie. Thank you.
Yeah, Sister Will, I'm definitely gonna reach out to you so we can do a full show.
Okay, and I will subscribe to you after I hang up.
And people are always asking me when am I going to do a Liberia show. I want her to be the.
I'd love to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna give.
Kyle, I'm ready. I'm ready for the movie, man.
Okay.
I'm ready for the movie.
Dollar Bill will see the movie.
All right.
You notice I didn't say one word, right? I just sat there.
You were just listening.
And I was listening.
Yeah, but you know, you're getting firsthand information. Like I said, I was born in 1957, and I lived in Liberia. And until I came here in the 70s, I went back home a couple of times before the war. So I lived during some of the the heyday of Liberia, and again through my grandparents who talked about it and all that. So so I'm walking history, so to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you, sister. I really appreciate
why
that.
is Sister Frenchie talking about Miss Will is biased? And she's only telling her side.
I told you I'm telling my life experience. Yeah.
Frenchie don't know nothing about Liberia.
Don't worry. We're not even going to get contentious. We're just going to enjoy the wonderful sister.
Good morning.
Thanks for the knowledge.
Good night, sister.
All right, everybody.
God bless you.
It's like 3:30 in the morning. We did a 5-hour for you. It's a long show we had in a long time.
It was fantastic because
I hope we get 1,000 views.
Yeah, I hope so.
We got a chance to get a real education from a beautiful African sister, talking positive, about her experience in Africa and sharing with us the history of Liberia. What a fascinating opportunity. I was just, sitting there and listening. Let me just say this, because I know I make a lot of jokes and I don't know that the Igbo sister, she kind of hates me, don't even know me. But even though I don't agree with everything Dr. Arakana says, I still respect her. And I think, and I think she's a beautiful person. And so this whole idea that African Americans, not FBAs, not these other people, but real African Americans somehow hate Africans is a stupid is I can't even compare how stupid it is.
It is.
And it's for one and if you're an African from the continent and who share the same ancestry as African Americans, real African Americans, if you hate us and if we hate you, then we all hate ourselves.
That's what I'm saying. And the bottom line, the ADOS FBA movement does not represent us, right? And like I said, I have to call it out for what it is. Like even Willow recognized, so she this ADOS FBA. So the bottom line is this: yeah, Jamal said it's spreading, yeah, in the wrong way. I do not want Africans thinking that represents us. They get and now if I say I'm African American, like I told Afrodamus, if I and you hate me beyond that, that's fine, But the bottom line, but don't stick that ADOS FBA on me, And I told Afrodamus, I know something what I said to Afrodamus. He says, well, the African story. No, don't try to steal the African story. The African story is us in America. Period.
He was pretty good today. Today he was.
He tried to, like, in a way, but we gotta understand something. Some of us come here on a plane. In other words, basically, I'm a better African because I came here on a plane.
Nobody's better. You see, that's the whole thing. I tell people. Listen,
you didn't even say that though, bro.
That's what he was.
I always say that no, I'm not better than anyone except for Ross Moyes. I'm better than you, Ross Moyes, because I dated a girl from Haiti, and she's upper class. You too low class and too broke to talk to her. She had 5 languages, and she's married to a former prime minister of your country. That's my ex-girlfriend. You can look her up. Okay? I'm not gonna say who she is. You look her up. Okay? That's who my ex-girlfriend was. That was my Haitian girl. She's not fully Haitian anyway. She's only half. But her family's from Haiti. Right? And so I'm learning a lot, and I hope all of the people would like, subscribe, okay, and share the content.
And look at Zongo says, will it fit with the narrative of Kola? What did she say? She told her story.
She told her own personal story, and Zongo mad.
She didn't say, I'm going to make up a story and say what Kola wants to hear. She told her story. I didn't say anything. I sat there, Dollar Bill sat there, and we let her
say a word.
Nobody said a word. We just let her explain her own personal story.
I didn't make that up. She told her story, man. Jeez. This is why I say. This is why I say.
Not tolerating your abuse.
And Africans on us and all stuff like that.
I don't understand. Can I say this? Bro? Let me just say this. I have friends that I grew up with all my life who are first and second generation Caribs. I don't understand these people. They from gangsters to people who are executives, people who are business owners. I don't know what's up with this new generation, man. You guys are punks.
But you guys don't recognize y'all troll foreign blacks, even when you trying to troll Ramos.
Hold on,
talking about he too broke.
Did you hear what he said about me in the thing? How am I trolling him?
Nah, I didn't see it.
Well, then you see it.
Y'all be trolling, we troll back. Y'all get mad and sensitive, man. I see it as a family feud.
Listen,
you cutting back. That's it, bro.
Anybody can get it. I don't even care if you're African American. I don't care if anybody can get it. You know me. I don't care who I give it to.
But
I don't say, he's African American.
Check us out. Now, Sister Ebo says, and we love our African sisters. Look, I've said it many times. I love my African sisters. And I get
married to one.
African women more than African American women, right? But anyway, Sister Ebo says, this is not the 90s. Black immigrants are not tolerating this abuse. How are we abusing it?
What abuse?
What abuse are you getting?
What abuse?
I told her. I think
y'all be slick talking, man.
Some Pookie that hurt her feelings or broke her heart, and all of a sudden she's upset.
You know what I noticed about?
I apologize to her.
You know what I noticed about these niggas, man. What makes me mad is y'all always looking for the negative. You ain't looking for nothing positive. You ain't even looking for a way to work with another black person in America or around the world. Come on, man.
But that's not really. That's
Cut that
not
shit
true.
out,
There's
bro.
stuff going
No,
on in real
you
life.
not, bro. No, you not.
You
Bro.
can't work with these niggas, man. You know why?
On, bro.
You know
Why
what it is? Let me tell you something,
You ain't
Torrin.
say nothing.
You know what it
You
is, to be
looking for
honest
just
with you.
something negative, bro. Come on.
You know what it is?
That's what
to be
worked my
honest with you,
nerves, bro.
I'm
Like,
a real
come
humble
on.
person, right? I'm a real humble person. And that's why people from different cultures really like me, who know me in real life. They know that I'm a humble person and I listen to people. But some folks, man, what hurts me the most, right, is when people try to tell me who I am. That just gets in my dander, you know? It just, riles me up. I can't tell
somebody comes to you with a statistic. Somebody
who
don't know
you are.
shit about us. I live in Black America every day. I see what we're doing, what we're not doing. And somebody come over here, you guys are failing all day. Yeah, we're just starving in the streets. We're just
I know Caribs all my life, but I'm not a Carib, so I can't tell a Carib.
On this show, we done clowned and humiliated all these detractors that will come at
wrong,
us with this nonsense.
You got the I'm on my baby mama's couch and all of this.
A professional man like Dollar Bill. They say
exactly, and you know what? I haven't been nothing but nice to the sister. She's angry and she's upset by some African American that made her feel some type of way, and so she's angry and is going to bring it out. We all know Zongo's a fool. We know Zongo's going to say stupid stuff. What's the dollar now broke? I'm broke and all of that nonsense.
They're saying because look. Yesterday because I said spending $50,000 on a car is ridiculous. Collar's broke now. See, I told you collar's broke. You know what I'm saying?
All that stuff. Just listen. Think about this. Just because you got a little money means you got to go out and spend it. That means you got $50,000.
Look, I could buy that house that I was talking about on the property we got in North Carolina, and that property would be worth at least $400,000 easy.
But I understand. See, I understand people like Zongo. That's what I would do. He's never had anything, right? And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. When you've never had anything in your life and you finally get a little job, a little station in life, you're trying to ball out. You want everybody to know that you got something. See, but I know millionaires that walk around looking like bums all day.
Yeah, right? look at Bill Gates or that Mark Zuckerberg. They wear T-shirts but the black man got money. He got to make sure everybody knows. You know
when I first found that out, Kola, when I was a young dude, we went to buy a house up in Westchester on Central Avenue, and at that time, man, hardly nobody black was living up there in this area. So one of the brothers there had knew one of the real estate people, and they were going to get us the opportunity to buy a house. And the woman didn't care because she just wanted to get out, right? So I go in this house in this beautiful white neighborhood with a cul-de-sac, you pull it, you know how the cul-de-sac, you pull in there and then circle in the end of the block and on a corner house. And I get in there, man, and I get up in the house and my jaw dropped. I saw these little meager, I was like, the couches were all wore down. The furniture was wore down. And I kept saying, in my mind, I'm like, damn, I thought white people had money. I'm like, my apartment in the project looked better than this years ago. What the hell is this? But you begin to realize something about people's values. You see, poor people want to wear their stuff on their clothes. You see, rich people, they're checking their stocks and their bonds and their real estate. See, they're above that level. When it's time for them to go out and hang out and do the thing and get out there, they do it. They'll fly. The rest of the time, you don't know. That's why they don't get robbed, because they don't look like they have anything. But you can always spot a Negro who first got his hand on a little piece of paper. You know what he's going to do. Try to bling out. That lets you know he's not used to anything. So, Zongo, enjoy your little bling, your little thing. You cosplay me, tell people you're African American, and try to be cool, and fix your hairline, do all those things.
You cosplay a New Yorker, man. You cosplay a New Yorker, bro.
Just keep it.
You're Bama cosplay a New Yorker.
Now, I ain't never been to Bama, my brother. I'm from. I ain't never been to Bama, and ain't been.
I'm trolling.
Yo, my people from
for my bro Rob, his lady, he said he had the Haitian lady, but she came back home. We ain't taking no L's today, man.
Listen, I
She
dated
came
her.
back home. She came back with the Zoes. You were the Haitian prime minister, so we took no L's.
Long as I got my pound of flesh. But anyway, I ain't trying to keep it. You know, you trying to wife him. I'm 190 him.
You just want
Listen,
troll.
Now, Dollar Bill, you cool, man.
But listen, let me
you know I gotta troll you, man.
Let me tell you about this woman, right? She was beautiful, right? She lived in Teaneck, New Jersey. You know, Kola, you know about Teaneck.
Yeah, Jersey, Teaneck.
It's like a black suburb, like a black suburb outside New York.
Yeah, at that time, the Isleys lived there. You know, she told me she used to go to the supermarket and she see Ron Isley be waving at her, and she was gorgeous. I ain't gonna try to say I got it because I was a player. Actually, her cousin hooked me up, so I ain't gonna try to play. But let me tell you something. As beautiful as she was, walked into the house and met her mother. Her mother looked 10 times better than her and her other daughter. I was like, damn, this is a fine woman. You know what I'm saying? The whole family was fine. And they all had these like light brown eyes. I was like, damn, is it incest or something? You know what I'm talking about? Fine Haitian
like
woman.
Sledge type.
Fine, you know, and you know, you would have loved them, man. Slim and pretty and beautiful skin. And they speak French and Italian and Spanish, so dignified and beautiful. I was like, oh my God, I must be in heaven in here. You know? So that was my dealings with Haitian people. And those are the people that I knew. And they all were professionals. They had money, you know. So not to say anything bad about poor Haitians. I just didn't know any. Those are the people that I knew and accepted me into their family. And I know when they told me that she married the former prime minister, I was like, I believe that. Because she definitely one of the finest women I've ever seen in my entire life. But not even as good as looking as her mom. Mom was pretty. Beautiful. Some beautiful Haitian women.
Why we got the Negroes?
There's a lot of beautiful Haitian women.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
why I gotta be horny if I'm just giving my props and saying how beautiful the sister was? She was absolutely beautiful, man. And listen, and I'll tell the brothers some more details if we go after the thing.
Yeah, I'll end the stream. Let y'all talk.
But nothing more sex. Two things that I felt were very sexy in dealing with women from different countries. Nothing's more sexy than a French accent or that British accent, man. I had a British girl too named Lilith. She's no longer alive. God bless
you. All right, let's end this. Let's end this show. After
you think, you know, that's just another player story. If you go to Liberia, the fellas, we talk about the beautiful.
All right, fellas, let me end the show. Even though it's a holiday tomorrow, I gotta go into work. I work for myself.
Yes.
I gotta get up in the morning. You know? But look at me, yo, look. Oh, wait a minute, I got a couple more seconds to hit 6 hours. So let me. I almost ended it before 6 hours, man. You know,
you gotta get that 6 hour stream.
Look, I got like 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! 6 hours. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, brothers.
Happy New Year. 6 hours stream. All right, brothers. Y'all take care.
Y'all take it easy.
Take care.